Chapter 81, Mythical Beast 4, open hollow corner bracket. Thank you, human. No problem, open hollow corner bracket. But what happened to those pathetic humans who took my child? They're dead. I burned their corpses just in case there was someone behind their actions. Open hollow corner bracket. That is a shame. I should have ended their lives myself. As it turned out, the phoenix was going to go after the treasure hunters once her eggs had hatched. But that being the case, the treasure hunters could have run off to a different floor and she would not have been able to find them. And even if she found them and retrieved her lost child, the hatchling would have had a hard time recognizing her as its mother. In many ways, it was lucky for her that Yian-Wu was there to help her bring her egg back before it hatched. Open hollow corner bracket. But that does not matter, for my child has returned to me and it was all thanks to you. The phoenix stared at Yian-Wu with attention. Yian-Wu's figure was reflected in her large yellow pupils. Open hollow corner bracket. Now, it is time to fulfill the promise I made. I will grant you what you need. Is it the flame of life what you need? Yes, it is. Open hollow corner bracket. But do you know what that is? I know that it's the power of your very existence. The phoenix is a creature that both originates from the fire and withers in it. The flame symbolizes the phoenix's resurrection and regeneration. That is the flame of life, also commonly known as holy fire, Shenghuo. Open hollow corner bracket. Also, if you have a god or a demon that you serve, you must say so before I grant you my flame. It will harm you if you are serving any of them. I don't have any. It was also the reason why Yian-Wu had refused Hermes' offer. The holy flame holds holy energy that cannot coincide with that of a god's. Because the energy of the phoenix is raw, whereas that of the gods is complete. Open hollow corner bracket. Good. Is this for the beast egg you have? Yes. Open hollow corner bracket. I see. Now, I have to test all those who want the flame of life, but since you have already proven yourself to me, I will grant you the flame directly. Besides, I believe you would have passed the test with ease even if I gave you one. Thank you kindly. You have received Phoenix's favor. Intimacy with the phoenix has increased by 200. The phoenix will be less cautious towards you. You have received qualification for the quest Flame of Life. Hidden quest Phoenix's test completed. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 1,500 karma. You have acquired 1,000 additional karma. If things were the way they were supposed to be, Yian-Wu would have had to complete a difficult quest. Though the quest, as Phoenix said, wouldn't have been too big of a deal for him, it would have still consumed a considerable amount of time. Being able to skip such unnecessary quest was very welcome news for him. Open hollow corner bracket. But if you wish to receive the flame, you will need to craft a suitable vessel to contain it. You have received a new quest. Hidden quest Fireworks of Life. Description. The flame of life, the source of Phoenix's unlimited power, requires a special vessel to carry befitting its inextinguishable property. Gather materials from monsters scattered around the dream world and complete the vessel to carry the flame of life. List of required items. 1. Albatross, egg, 0/5. 2. Shadow snake's apple, 0/80. 3. Lesser dragon's heart, 0/1. Time limit. None. Reward. 1. Phoenix's favor. 2. Flame of Life. Yian-Wu clicked his tongue as he looked at the list. So it's true that it's harder to make the vessel than to pass the test itself. There were about 50 different items required for the vessel. All of them were obtainable on the 11th floor, but some of them were quite difficult to acquire. Still, if he could get the Flame of Life, it was worth the effort. Open hollow corner bracket. Now, if you are finished, let me be alone with my children. Come back when you are ready. It was now time the egg should hatch. Yian-Wu silently stepped back with a bow. Yian-Wu set up his base camp not far from the phoenix's nest. Then, he began to make a nest for his beast egg. Although it was just an egg, it was somehow sensitive to external influence and could be affected by it. So in order to hatch a good beast, the first thing I did was to create a quiet, comfortable, and stress-free environment. Yian-Wu gathered all the best ingredients available written in the diary and built the nest. He built a solid foundation out of twigs of alcaz trees and laid leaves of airy bushes on its floor. To prevent other beasts from approaching, he spread the sap of carnivorous tree on the ground around the nest and washed the egg with the water he drew from a nearby spring. And he made all these efforts in hopes of hatching a great mythical beast. Can't believe I'm doing this. Yian-Wu drew a heavy sigh from doing something he wasn't cut out for. Just then, he felt his egg trembling for the first time. Surprised by the sudden reaction, Yian-Wu flinched a little, but he soon got back to building the nest. A faint smile rested on Yian-Wu's lip. Yian-Wu placed the nest on the edge of a giant tree so that his egg could feel the breeze. Though he couldn't read its thought, he felt like the egg also liked the place. Well, that's enough for the egg. Yian-Wu shook the dirt off his hands and stood up. At last, it was time to check the artifacts from his rewards. There should be 8 items if I remember correctly. Ring of Ice, Skull Crest, Krituka's Bamboo Spear, and so on. Yian-Wu took out the rewards and started examining the artifacts with draconic eyes. A few minutes later, there's nothing useful except for this. Yian-Wu grabbed an earring with small skulls attached to its bottom. The fingernail-sized skull was holding a tiny piece of jewelry in its mouth. Skull Crest. Classification. Auxiliary Equipment. Rating. D. Description. An earring made from the skull of a player who was a witch doctor during his life. It was once a great artifact when it was first made, but time has worn off its past greatness. However, it is possible to return it to its past glory if taken to a skillful blacksmith. Scream of the Witch Doctor. The soul of the witch doctor has been bound to the skull, constantly screaming out painful cries. Its scream can slightly amplify dark element mana. Skull Crest wasn't the best item among all the items he received on the 10th floor. In fact, it was the worst. Even for Yian-Wu who could handle dark element mana, an artifact with such a small buff had barely any meaning to him. Yian-Wu, however, focused on a different aspect. The soul of the witch doctor is bound inside. It was a great opportunity to test the changed options of the black bracelet. Well, it's not exactly a bracelet anymore. Yian-Wu chuckled as he glanced at the black chain coiled around his right arm. Without further delay, he once again activated Draconic Eyes and focused on the skull crest. Open corner bracket Kya. As he expected, there was a horribly distorted soul lurking around the surface of the earring. A soul that had been stuck in the earring for so long that it had lost everything except for its resentment. Yian-Wu clenched tightly on the earring. He then opened his magic circuit, converted about 30 of his 150 collected souls into dark element mana and injected mana into the earrings. As the dark and murky energy permeated the skull crest, the worn-out skull was dyed black and the jewel studded into the skull's mouth shone brilliantly. And the grotesque cries of the soul grew louder and louder. Open corner bracket Kya. Then suddenly, flash, a sudden burst of cold light shot out from the jewel. FSHSH. Then the skull crest crumbled to dust. A sudden gust of wind started to blow from all over the place, then soon gathered into the place where the earring had shattered. A ghost appeared in the center of the whirlwind. It was his time creating a spirit familiar using the second option of the despair of the Black King. The still horribly distorted face was letting out a cold dim light. Open corner bracket Ah. The witch doctor's soul was still screaming in pain even after being converted into Yian-Wu's spirit familiar. Open corner bracket Ah. It seemed like the witch doctor's mind hadn't recovered from the damage accumulated during its time trapped inside the earring. He found that the spirit was shaking as if it were seeing something terrifying. Perhaps he had been eaten by a monster when he was alive. Realizing the spirit wasn't in its normal state, Yian-Wu's forehead wrinkled in anguish. But knowing that there was no going back, he sighed and slowly approached the spirit. I hope it works. Yian-Wu raised his hands and clasped the head of the spirit. The spirit struggled to try to get away from his grasp, but Yian-Wu forcefully brought his head in front of his face and forced his eyes to meet Yian-Wu's eyes. Obey me. Open corner bracket Ah. Obey me. Open corner bracket Ah. Yian-Wu injected his mana into the spirit and repeated the command over and over again. The spirit then struggled more furiously as if he was having some kind of fit. By the time Yian-Wu started to think it wasn't working. Open corner bracket I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The spirit started to scream with discernible words. Obey. Seeing a ray of hope, Yian-Wu once again shouted the command out loud. Then suddenly, the spirit's scream and struggling stopped. And before he knew it, the color of the spirit changed from a murky white into complete black. His now clear eyes were staring back at Yian-Wu. It seemed like he had succeeded in putting him under his control. Though he couldn't see it, Yian-Wu felt a string connecting him and the spirit. So this is what it feels like to have a spirit familiar. Yian-Wu looked at his newly created spirit familiar and gave him an order. Sit down, TSS's. For a second, the spirit started blankly at Yian-Wu, but he soon lowered his posture. With eyes filled with curiosity, Yian-Wu gave out a few more orders. Stand up. ranging from simple orders, do a spin, go touch the tree and come back as fast as you can, to some movement commands, do you see the fruit hanging on that tree? Pick it and put it in my bag. And more complex and detailed orders. The familiar spirit followed Yin Wu's every command without any complaint. Notably, when he asked the spirit to pick a fruit hanging up high on a tree, it even cast a simple spell to carry out his order. Though he couldn't higher tier magic anymore, it seemed like he could use lower tier magic without a problem. Neither did the familiar spirit show any sign of defiance, nor express his opinion in any way. It seemed like it really had become Yin Wu's loyal servant. Yin Wu did a few more experiments on his familiar spirit. First, he checked his speed. His maximum speed was only a little slower than the speed of Yin Wu with Shunpo. Then, he checked the range. He listened to Yin Wu's command within the range of a little over 100 meters. And as Yin Wu tested this aspect, he noticed that the invisible string connecting him and the spirit getting thinner as the distance between themselves increased. When it got so far that he almost couldn't feel the string, the familiar spirit didn't listen to his command. Of course, that didn't mean that the spirit stopped doing what it was doing or broke free from the spell. He merely didn't respond to his next command. I need to find a way to strengthen this string. Yin Wu named this string, Puppet String. Chapter 82, Mythical Beast 5. If I can improve the puppet string, I'd have a wider range to control the spirit. Yin Wu decided to give it some thought later on. Other than that, its physical capabilities were better than what he had expected. Puck, the tree in front of the witch doctor's spirit started to fall down after only a few strikes with its fists. Yin Wu then saw the spirit sneaking a glance at him. Though it didn't have any facial expression, he could tell it was waiting for compliments, just like a dog. When Yin Wu gave him a few nods of acknowledgement, the dark misty surface of the spirit jiggled in reaction. It seemed to be gratified by his master's praise. Yin Wu broke into a smile but soon found himself deep in thought. In the end, the conversion only upgrades the ghost's original ability by a small extent. But it is still able to inflict physical damage, so if I get enough spirit familiars, they'll be useful. Yin Wu recalled the group of evil spirits that had attacked Build all at once. Individually, the spirits were weak and insignificant, but seeing them gathered together, they even made Yin Wu flinch. I did get lots of information about controlling spirits from this experiment, but there's still a long way to go. I can't just jump to conclusions with the information I got from testing one specimen. Besides, I still don't know what will happen once I control multiple spirits at once, or even how many spirits I can have. Yin Wu had big expectations for this new skill of his. I heard that undead creatures can evolve into higher tier creatures as they grow. Then maybe my witch doctor spirit can also evolve into something greater, like a lich. An army of undead, if he could get an army of undead for himself. For more detailed experimentation, Yin Wu decided to convert more souls into spirit familiars. As he scrolled through his soul collection, he found two notable souls among them. Giant Null and Vulca. Giant Null was the monster guarding the hidden piece of the 6th floor, Laurel Leaves, and Vulca was the hidden boss monster he had killed with Fant and Adora on the 9th floor. They were the souls of the strongest monsters he could get in the beginner zone. I collected their souls just in case I could find any use for them. I didn't know it would come in handy like this. Yin Wu decided to inject his mana while he was at it. He had to use up all the souls left in his collection, but the results were quite satisfactory. Open corner bracket Kung. Open corner bracket Gu. Unlike the witch doctor spirit, the giant Null and Vulca roared out loud as soon as they became spirit familiars. Both of them were huge in size. The giant Null had a body of nearly 3 meters tall, and Vulca's bulkiness made it look like it could hold several players in its arms. Thanks to these notable characteristics, it was easy to tell each spirit apart despite their ghostly appearances. Yin Wu began to issue separate orders to each spirit, directing them towards the puppet strings which connected them with him. Yin Wu gave names to his spirit familiars, Bu 1 for the witch doctor, Null for giant Null and Ka for Vulca. It made it easier to give orders individually. Although they were given bad names, the spirits jumped up and down in joy from being named. And just when he was about to move on, a message suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. You have named your spirit familiar. The spirit familiar will be given an identity. It will boost the morale of your spirit familiar. You have unlocked familiar affinity. Familiar affinity. Spirit familiar. Bu witch doctor 15/30. Null giant Null 8/41. Kar Vulca 10/55. Improve your affinity with the spirits. The higher the affinity, the stronger your bond will become, and they will follow your commands more faithfully. Yi and Wu couldn't help but laugh at this strange situation. He didn't expect they would be so delighted just from receiving a name. What's more, he even unlocked a new stat called familiar affinity. An identity. The spirits he collected did not have identities because they had lost their ego once they were captured. Though the spirit familiars were of a higher tier than normal spirits, they were still unaware of who they were. But it seemed that the action of giving them names had granted them some sort of meaning to themselves. The result wasn't bad. He could feel the connection between him and the spirits had become stronger than before. Given his new stat, Yi and Wu did few more experiments on the spirit familiars. And the results matched his expectations. The abilities of each spirit seemed to correlate to those they had when they were still alive. Null, which once had nimble feet, was faster than the others, and Ka, which had high physical strength, was slower but stronger. If he were to set Bu as a standard for stats, his strength, agility, and health being 1 each, Null's stats would be around 1, 3 and 2, and Ka's around 5, 1 and 3 respectively. I'll have to collect good souls in order to create good spirit familiars. After that, he tried making them fight against some beasts. Thankfully, it seemed like their hunting instinct hadn't died away. With an order as simple as, kill them, the 3 of them got to their positions and started fighting with decent teamwork. At first, they didn't seem to fight well together. But as their experience grew, they became more accustomed to each other. So they possess intelligence. It was the biggest difference between the spirit familiars and normal spirits. Yi and Wu continued to observe the movements of the spirits with amused eyes. And by the end of the day, he was able to fill up his soul collection. Number of collected souls, 500. It has now more than thrice its original capacity. The limit used to be only 150 souls. But now, he had 500 souls contained. Yi and Wu once again tried to use up all the souls and create as many spirit familiars as possible. It was to test how many spirit familiars he could create with 500 souls, also to see how many he could have. As a result, he was able to create 7 more spirit familiars. It seemed like 10 was the limit. This is far less than I thought. Yi and Wu had a slight frown on his face as he looked at the new spirits standing next to the original 3. The souls bound inside the bracelet, unless they were made into spirit familiars, were of no use except for converting them into dark energy. The new ones, being created in a hurry, were practically useless. Yi and Wu looked at the despair of the Black King as he ran his hand over the chain wrapped around his arm. Soul Collector. Fixed chance of reaping the soul of the killed target, putting it into the collection. The collected souls lose their memory and become corrupted, left with only deep resentment. The capacity of the collection will increase in proportion to the user's proficiency. The capacity will increase along with the user's proficiency. For now, I can only place my hopes on this. The abilities of the black bracelet looked great, but considering it was an artifact that belonged to a previous lord, they didn't amount for much. The other artifact in his possession left by another lord, Batory's vampiric sword, boasted an overpowering option which could steal the opponent's stats and even some skills. In contrast, the options despair of the Black King had to offer were rather shabby compared to Batory's vampiric sword. Perhaps it was because he lacked proficiency, or because the sealed abilities were that great. Or it still had secrets yet to be discovered. Since you've destroyed Astrape, I need you to earn your keep. As he looked at his bracelet with furrowed brows, Yi and Wu suddenly came up with an idea. Hold on, if I want to know more this artifact, maybe I could ask Adora for help. Adora had a skill very similar to Yi and Wu's draconic eyes. It was insight. Her eyes might be able to find something he couldn't see with his own. Yi and Wu decided to put off the questions he had about the artifact until Adora came up to the 11th floor. Besides, he had acquired another godly artifact in place of Astrape. Open hollow corner bracket. You have something very interesting with you, human. As Yi and Wu was about to take his hand towards the 9-layered shield hanging on his back, he heard a familiar voice ringing in his head. It was the Phoenix's voice. Yi and Wu then tried to find where she could be, but no matter where he looked, he couldn't find her. Is she watching with some kind of skill? It was clear that the Phoenix was watching him. I thought you were going to rest. Open hollow corner bracket. Yes, I was, but my children, they began shaking like they would break out of their shells at any moment. Now they have calmed down. But I still do not know when they will hatch, so I have been watching you to keep myself awake. Besides, the artifact you have has piqued my interest. Yi and Wu realized that the phoenix was interested in the artifacts he had. It seemed to him that the phoenix, as a legendary beast, could recognize a godly item. But when Yi and Wu reached out to Aegis, he was soon stopped by the phoenix's sudden remark. Open hollow corner bracket now, the bracelet you are wearing. Can you tell me what it is? Pant. Amidst the thick woods, a man was slowly limping with his whole body covered in serious burns. His half-melted face looked disgusting, and his voice was also grimly distorted. Though his body appeared to be half dead, his eyes were still blazing with fury. The man's name was Leonte. He had successfully escaped from the ambush and was now running away. But he had only managed to salvage himself from the battle. The portal and the players of Cheongwado, Bahal and Flame Beast had already taken too many things from him. If only I had the stone, if only I had that heart, I wouldn't have suffered this humiliation. Nash. Leonte ground his teeth in resentment at Bahal, and at the unknown player who had stolen his stone. You will pay for what you did, and I will make sure you do no matter what it costs. The news about the clash between Red Dragon and Cheongwado rocked the entire tower. They were mainly about how Bahal and Flame Beast had ambushed Leonte, and only Leonte had successfully ran away from them. Red Dragon issued a declaration of war and put notices up on boards placed at the cities of each floor. Red Dragon and Cheongwado, they were the two biggest clans in the tower. This war was expected to bring about an upheaval. Countless numbers of clans, rankers and players moved to get the exact picture of the situation. They prepared themselves for the upcoming war. And the One-Horned tribe was no exception. That's the only thing I've been hearing since we got here. What the hell happened while we were out? Fant and Adora were plodding along the street where people were busily moving in and out. Fant was currently in a state of annoyance. After finishing the trial on the 10th floor, he thought he could finally continue his journey with Yi and Wu on the 11th floor. But unlike his expectations, he had to put a pause to his trial. When he was meeting with the guardian Yavilk, a bird suddenly came down from the sky and sat quietly in front of him. The Red Crow. It was the mythical beast that was used as a messenger among their tribe because of its ability that allowed it to travel between floors without restrictions. The message it brought was very simple. Return as soon as you receive this message. It was a call-up order. There weren't any details written on the paper. He didn't know why his father was calling them to come back. However, he knew that whatever the reason was, if it was something that called for the use of the Red Crow, it must have been something very urgent. So Fant quickly met up with Adora and escaped the tower. But as soon as they came out to the outer district, they understood why their father had summoned them. Not long after the two of them escaped the city area, they soon arrived at a small town. It was a seemingly ordinary farming village. But the overall atmosphere was very different from any other cities or towns in the world of the tower. No sooner than Fant and Adora set foot on the entrance of the village, they were greeted by the farmers plowing the soil on the field. Oh, Fant and Adora, what are you two doing here all of a sudden? I heard the tower's gotten pretty noisy these days. They must be here because of that. My lady, how's it going looking for your husband? The townspeople appeared one by one at the news of the appearance of Fant and Adora, and soon, the town's entrance grew quite clamorous. The two of them also seemed to enjoy talking with the townspeople they hadn't seen in a while. What was strange was that although Fant and Adora were members of the royal family, it seemed none of these people watched their language in front of them. While they were busy talking with each other. Oh, Fant and Adora. You're here. A middle-aged man strode along from inside the village. He was a hefty man whose body was even bigger than Fante's, wearing a straw hat and carrying a pickaxe over his shoulder. In appearance, he looked like nothing but a farmer. Adora, irritated by his look, raised her eyebrows. I thought it was an urgent matter, but I guess it wasn't. Because someone seems to have time to waste on mere farming. A man has to eat, you know. No matter how busy we are, we need to take a break every once in a while. By the way, why are you so salty today? Are you on your... One more word and I'm gonna have to draw my sword. The man's eyes became round at Adora's cold attitude. Then he looked at Fant asking what was wrong with her. Fant let out a chuckle. I know why. It's because she was so excited to go on a journey with her future husband Batqueek. Shut the fuck up. Fant was stopped by Adora's sudden kick to his side and flew away, rolling on the ground over to far distance. But the middle-aged man and the other townspeople already heard it all. What? A future husband? Oh, my lady. At last. Phew, so we're gonna have noodles soon. Should we throw a party? The surrounding area became noisy. Adora covered her face with her hands. This was the reason why she didn't want to come back to the town. The people of her tribe were too nosy about other people's business. The middle-aged man put his arm over his daughter's shoulder and gave an impish smile. Ooh. So, who is this fantastic boy that stole my daughter's heart? I'm dying to know who he is. Put your arms down. Which race does he belong to? Is he a demi-human like us? Or is he a human? Where is he and what's he doing now? The middle-aged man was busy teasing her without a care. Adora tried to ignore his words as she rubbed her aching head. And just when she took her hands to Shinmato. All right. Gee, I don't know who you took after having such a cold attitude. Can't I even joke in front of you? The middle-aged man fell back from Adora and answered exaggeratedly. Adora stared daggers at her father, but his broad smile still didn't leave his face. After having a good laugh with the townspeople, the man then clapped his hands to shift the atmosphere. Okay, that's enough jokes. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man's expression became grave. His previously playful eyes changed to hold a grave atmosphere. He gave off a very dignified look despite his shabby clothing. I couldn't write the reason on the message, but you've probably noticed what happened in the tower as you made your way here, haven't you? Want the first syllable in, with Doctor, in Korean. Chapter 83, Mythical Beast 6. Adora nodded calmly. Fant returned while rubbing his aching sides and answered. That's why we're here, Dad. I mean, you didn't even bat an eye when Arthea was in trouble. Why is it so urgent this time? Keeping a neutral standpoint, it was an ironclad principle of the one-horned tribe that had been established since ancient times, and also the reason they could reign as the strongest clan. I wasn't going to interfere at first, but things have gotten complicated. Fant and Adora frowned at the middle-aged man's words. Their father was one of the 9 kings, who held the highest status in the tower. In terms of sheer strength, he was one of the top 5 experts. But such a man found this to be a complicated situation. To sum it up, we are going to join the war as mercenaries. What? But, Flan said he'd give up his horn. You know what that means. There was nothing I could do. The other elders also gave their consent. Quote! Fantasia and Adora's eyes widened. For the members of the one-horned tribe, their horn symbolized their honor and pride. Flan was the middle-aged man's younger brother, as well as one of the best warriors in the tribe. Giving up his horn was the same as renouncing everything he'd achieved so far. If that's why their father said it was complicated, they could understand why. It'll be a long story, so let's go inside first. I'm sorry but I don't know either. Open hollow corner bracket Is that so? Is there anything you can see from the bracelet? Yian Wu asked, lifting his head, even though he knew the phoenix wasn't there. Open hollow corner bracket Do I see anything? No, I am also puzzled because I can normally see through most objects. But that item of yours I cannot see anything from that bracelet. It is as if. The phoenix paused for a moment to find the right words. Open hollow corner bracket Yes, it is as if the bracelet is shrouded in fog. That's how it looks in my eyes. Yian Wu narrowed his eyes. An artifact that the phoenix's eyes can't see through. Well, that's frustrating. Open hollow corner bracket But there is one thing I can tell you. What is it? Open hollow corner bracket That bracelet, it is an artifact that represents my antithesis, but at the same time, is in line with me. Think of it as a mirror. Antithesis. A mirror. It was such an abstruse analogy. Open hollow corner bracket I am a creature that represents life itself, even in death. But that item, it was made from death and represents death to the living. Life is but one step away from death. That artifact and I possess the power of circulation, regeneration, and resurrection. The phoenix spoke in a heavy voice. Open hollow corner bracket Therefore, it can be said that the bracelet and I are the same, like 2 images reflected in a mirror, but also like 2 sides of the same coin. Quote. The phoenix's explanation was as clear as mud to Yian Wu. The phoenix laughed mildly as if she had read Yian Wu's thoughts. Open hollow corner bracket Yes, I understand your confusion. Even I do not fully understand what that artifact is. Then she left a strange remark. Open hollow corner bracket But do keep one thing in mind. It will help you solve the mysteries behind that bracelet. What is it? Open hollow corner bracket Life and death, though they seem like 2 separate things, they are not different. They are one. Life and death are one. Open hollow corner bracket Yes. The phoenix could come back to life even after death because she could control life itself. The black bracelet, on the other hand, could control death. It collected souls of the dead and converted them into dark energy or spirit familiars. If viewed from a different perspective, it could also be considered as a form of resurrection. Perhaps this was what the phoenix was talking about. Though it sounded like some kind of riddle, it could be the very key to solving the questions he had about the artifact, maybe even about the Black King. Open hollow corner bracket and about that shield, I can certainly feel divine power from it. Was it blessed by the goddess of war? Or was it used by herself? Yin Wu's eyes widened with surprise. The phoenix continued with a slightly elated voice. Open hollow corner bracket, I see you don't want others to know about it. I understand. Then I will swear under a soul oath that I will keep it secret, close hollow corner bracket. Soul oath. It was a contract that placed one's soul under bindings, destroying it in case one were to break the contract. The phoenix was practically saying she would never disclose his secret to others. Thank you, open hollow corner bracket, you have saved my child. It is only right that I accommodate to you. But I do wish to examine your shield, so would you allow me to take a look? It has been a while since I have come across a godly artifact. Yin Wu thought it would be okay to show her since she had made a promise under a soul oath. She seems to have knowledge about godly artifacts. This could be my chance to ask her about Aegis. Yin Wu gave a nod and brought the shield to his front. 9 light pink translucent layers shield. In appearance, it was just as beautiful as the artwork made by an artisan. But embedded in the center of such masterpiece was the head of an ugly-looking monster. Open hollow corner bracket, that is Medusa. Medusa, a gorgon that petrifies those who gaze into her eyes. Open hollow corner bracket, yes, I have heard of it. About a brilliant and courageous goddess in Olympus. And that her power can defeat the wrongs in the world and bring only what is right. This is her artifact, is it not? Yin Wu listened to the phoenix's admiration and looked at Aegis with draconic eyes. Athena's Aegis. Classification. Rating. Description. The 9-layered shield used by Athena, the goddess of war, and many others. The shield provides the owner with divine protection and a blessing that blocks most attacks. However, as a godly artifact, it is known to choose its owner. If the owner comes to harbor malevolent thoughts or tarnishes Athena's honor by committing a hideous crime, it will cause harm to the owner. Curse of Gorgon. Athena, in order to punish the 3 Gorgon sisters for rising in revolt against Olympus, ordered her apostle, Perseus, to get rid of Medusa. After successfully killing her, Perseus beheaded Medusa and gave her head to Athena, who placed it on this shield. Repels all wickedness and brings a strong curse of petrification to those who encounter her eyes. Goddess's weapon. Grants the owner a strong blessing which will protect the owner from physical attacks and unleash overwhelming aura that can break the opponent's spirit. Also grants blessings to those whom the owner recognizes as allies within a certain range. The blessing boosts one's stats and morale by 10% and increases resistance against all properties by 15%. The area of effect and the number of recipients increases in proportion to skill proficiency. Ability locked. Sealed. This is a unique artifact. No same artifact exists in the tower, and it will be bound to its owner. It cannot be transferred or traded between players. Some of the abilities are sealed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to lift the seals. Some information cannot be accessed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to view the information. It seemed like the description provided by the Phoenix helped him discover further information about Aegis. Open hollow corner bracket, it must be quite different from the bracelet, perhaps better, is it not? Yes, it is. Yin Wu nodded, trembling with excitement. The shield was even better than his initial expectation. Yin Wu had so far acquired numerous hidden pieces based on the records his brother left him in the diary, thus hoarding most of the fine artifacts and skills he could acquire below the 11th floor. But Aegis was incomparably better compared to even all of those combined. An artifact that assumes both defensive and offensive roles. The first option of Aegis, Curse of Gorgon, not only protected him from dark spells but also served as an offensive means by placing the Curse of Petrification. However, Yin Wu's focus was on the other option. A crowd control skill, an option that buffs one's allies and applies a debuff to enemies. Normally, this kind of skill was exclusive to Lord classes. But even Lords usually had limitations to their skills, such as only being able to target their minions. On the other hand, Aegis provided buffs to anyone Yin Wu considered an ally. This meant that Yin Wu could grant the buff to his spirit familiars, his future mythical beast, and whoever would come to ally with him, all at the same time. There are more options to Aegis than those that Jung Wu mentioned in his diary. With this, at least you don't have to worry about getting hit by a blind knife. There were currently only a few known wielders of godly artifacts spread across the tower. And most of them, if not all, were apostles of gods. As far as he knew, no one possessed a godly weapon without any restrictions. Open hollow corner bracket. But due to the original owner's personality, it seems like the shield has very strict requirements. Yi and Wu nodded at the phoenix's words. Just like she said, it wasn't that there weren't any restrictions at all. Harboring malevolent thoughts and tarnishing Athena's honor. According to mythology, Athena was described as one of the few generous and reasonable gods. And because of that, she was held in high esteem by a lot of people. Malevolent thoughts. And this could pose a problem to Yi and Wu, who had sworn vengeance on his brother's murderers. This, repelling wickedness, ability could also be an obstacle. Yi and Wu looked at his spirit familiars that had been keeping their distance from him. Your spirit familiars are watching one of your belongings fearfully. Familiar affinity of your spirit familiars has decreased. The spirits already had their heads turned away to avoid making eye contact with the Gorgon's head. The weaker ones were even trembling in fear. Realizing the effect of the shield, Yi and Wu then tried to extract dark element mana, but shatter. The energy that had been forming on his hands suddenly vanished into thin air, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering. Yi and Wu lightly kicked his tongue. Aegis doesn't go well with Black Bracelet. Black Bracelet utilized dark mana and curses, and Aegis repelled them. It was obvious that the two didn't match well. Then what about Vigrid? Yi and Wu pulled out Vigrid from his back and held it in his right hand. What would happen if the once divine demonic sword met the godly artifact? Jing. Vigrid started to shake under the holy energy of Aegis. Just then, the demonic curse that corrupts Vigrid is being dispelled by Aegis. The divine aspect of Vigrid will begin to resurface. But the sword's curse is too intense, more holy energy will be required in order to lift its curse completely. And that's what happens. Yi and Wu couldn't help but marvel at the change Aegis brought about. He had been looking for ways to remove the curse from Vigrid in order to restore the dormant forces within the sword. But little did he expect that Aegis would be the answer to that. Open hollow corner bracket. The shield rejects the deathly bracelet but accepts the cursed sword. This is very interesting. It seemed the phoenix was greatly amused by these events. Yi and Wu quickly put his brain to work. There are two weapon combinations I can employ in combat. One was his original combat style, utilizing his magic bayonet and Karshina's dagger as his main weapons and using Black Bracelet as a secondary. And the other was Vigrid and Aegis. Vigrid's destructive abilities and Aegis, crowd control would come in handy in larger scale battles. Yi and Wu burst into laughter as he planned his future combats. An ominous item and a sacred item. They were the Phoenix's assessment of despair of the Black King and Aegis. At the same time, she said that the bracelet was closer to her, whereas the shield was far from her. Open hollow corner bracket. As I mentioned earlier, there is only a thin line between me and the bracelet of yours. But the shield is quite the opposite, for I, a legendary beast, do not live by the rules of the deities. Looking at Yi and Wu's puzzled reaction, Phoenix let out a peal of laughter before she continued her explanation. Open hollow corner bracket. One thing is for certain, it is not common for the tower to grant someone with such distinctly different artifacts at the same time. You may want to find out why the tower has rewarded you with those items. Though her explanation still sounded like a riddle, Yi and Wu still thanked the Phoenix for giving him great advice. Open hollow corner bracket. Oh, before you go, I have one favor to ask of you. Yi and Wu tilted his head to one side. Open hollow corner bracket. All of my 3 children have just hatched out of their shells, as well as my youngest child you saved. Already, surprised by how early it was, Yi and Wu thought it would have been a big problem if he had returned her egg even a bit later. Beneath his black mask, Yi and Wu gave a big smile. Congratulations. Open hollow corner bracket. Thank you. So, about the favor, close hollow corner bracket. Phoenix continued after a short pause. Open hollow corner bracket. Will you kindly name my youngest child? Chapter 84, Mythical Beast 7. Yi and Wu's eyes widened at the unexpected request. I don't mind, but open hollow corner bracket. You are worried that by giving her a name her existence will become tied to you, are you not? Close hollow corner bracket. 1. Yi and Wu nodded with an apprehensive look. Granting a name to a spiritual being isn't as simple as it sounds. Doing so could bind it down, just like his spirit familiars. Though mythical beasts and spirit familiars were of a different kind, both belonged to the spiritual world. He didn't know what would happen if he named the hatchling. But the phoenix gently laughed as if to reassure him. Open hollow corner bracket. Do not worry, as her life is already closely knitted to yours. She is also very fond of you, so she would love to receive a name from you. Besides close hollow corner bracket. The phoenix continued with a gentle voice. Open hollow corner bracket. It will be of great benefit to you. Forming a spiritual connection with a legendary beast will let your tier ascend. Her gentleness warmed Yi and Wu's heart. Open hollow corner bracket. If you ever become a higher being, it will be very helpful in the future. There should be no reason to refuse. Eventually, Yi and Wu accepted the request. I will. Like every baby animal, the newborn phoenix was very cute. Open hollow corner bracket. Though she is just a child, I see great potential within her. One day, she will grow to be a wonderful phoenix. Yi and Wu stood restlessly as he held the baby phoenix chirping in his bosom. Unlike how big her mother was, the baby phoenix was so tiny, almost too fragile for him to handle. Yet the baby phoenix kept on happily flapping her small wings while in his arms. Thus, Yi and Wu had to take extra care not to drop the bird every time she wriggled. Open hollow corner bracket. It seems that even someone like you can find some things hard to deal with. There was an amused look on the phoenix's eyes as she looked at Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu carefully moved the baby bird to one arm and began petting her head with his free hand. She's warm. Although the bird's feathers were made of flames, they didn't burn his hand. Rather, they were so warm that he almost didn't want to let go. The baby bird chirped happily. Open hollow corner bracket. Now, have you thought of her name? The phoenix is asking you to name her third child. Will you accept her request? Yi and Wu then spoke the name he came up with after much consideration. Chirpy. Are you sure you want to name the phoenix's third child as Chirpy? As Yi and Wu was about to nod at the message, he suddenly felt a strange gaze pouring down on him. Open hollow corner bracket. Turning his head, he saw the phoenix looking at him with a sour look on her face. Is something wrong? Yi and Wu tilted his head with a serious look. Open hollow corner bracket. No, nothing is wrong. I suppose that will suffice. Yi and Wu wondered why the phoenix would stutter. You have named the phoenix's third child, Chirpy. You have established a bond with Chirpy. Chirpy's affinity towards you has increased greatly. You will be under the influence of Chirpy. Affinity towards fire element has increased by 50. Affinity towards wind element has increased by 50. You have formed a contract with a legendary beast. Due to the influence of the legendary beast, all mythical beasts except for demonic beasts will now be less vigilant against you. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 2000 karma. You have acquired 1500 additional karma. Yi and Wu felt something welling up from inside his body. It's hard to express it in words, but it seemed to be the effect of his soul's tier advancing thanks to the connection. In addition, spiritual growth has been confirmed. The halted succession process will resume. 99.1%, 99.2%. Current progress, 99.5%. It also affected the succession process. It seemed like his vessel had grown to match the growth of his spirit. Now, there was only 0.5% left to complete the process. Yi and Wu gently patted Chirpy's head as he savored this peaceful moment. Tweet, tweet, pat. After coming out of the phoenix's nest, Yi and Wu spent some time training in order to get used to the new artifacts and abilities he obtained. The first thing he did was to try out the combinations of skills he had come up with while talking with the phoenix. The previous combination of Black Blade and Flame Infusion he had developed in the past had been upgraded into a combination of Black Energy and Flame Infusion. Thanks to the upgrade, it could now create more powerful explosions. And the newly found combination of Combat Will and Goddess's Weapon allowed Yi and Wu to tolerate the aftereffects of thought acceleration much better. He also organized 3 small units with his spirit familiars and had Bu, Nol, and Ka take charge of each unit. Thanks to possessing intelligence, the previously useless spirits began to learn how to fight and were now doing their share in hunting down beasts. The spirit familiars had now reached a point where they could go hunt monsters even without his commands, drawing spirits into his collection and developing various abilities on their own. Despite the many things Yi and Wu discovered through this training, however, not everything went as smoothly as he would have wanted. What am I supposed to do with you? Yi and Wu was lost deep in thought while fidgeting with Aegis on his hand. The 9-layered shield did not serve just as a shield. As a godly artifact, it must have various functions yet to be unveiled. In efforts to find out those secrets, he tried examining Aegis with draconic eyes, but his effort yielded only a small success. I know that it's lighter than it looks. Ridiculously enough, Yian-Wu barely felt any weight while holding it in his hand even though the shield consisted of 9 layers of strong metal panels. And I know I can spread them out or separate them into 9 different shields. Yian-Wu found out that he could spread out the 8 layers of metal panels from the central piece, like the petals of a flower, to form a large barrier, and that he could also detach each one of the layers and make 9 small shields. He presumed that it was intended to block attacks coming from all sides. Maybe I should try infusing it with mana. Yian-Wu drew out mana from his mana circuit and infused it into Aegis. At that moment, Aegis began to tremble, and with a tingling sensation, Yian-Wu felt Aegis being connected to him by an invisible string. It felt similar to when he was connected to his spirit familiars. If something was different, it was that he felt like he could manipulate the shield by just thinking. Yian-Wu put Aegis down on the floor, reached out his hand and thought about it floating in the air. After a few shakes, Aegis slowly rose into the air. Could this be some sort of psychokinesis? Although he didn't know why or how it worked, he didn't care. When he imbued more mana into the shield, it quickly rose up and reached his head. This is much simpler than I thought. He would be able to adjust its position just by thinking of it. His brother had repeatedly mentioned in his diary that most unique items were very hard to handle, with only a few exceptions. It occurred to him that Aegis could be one of those few exceptions. But Yian-Wu promptly dismissed that idea. The moment he separated the shield into 9 pieces, he also felt the connection breaking up into 9 separate strings, dividing his attention. Clang clang. The 9 metal plates dropped onto the floor accompanied by loud clangs. Do I really have to focus on all 9 pieces if I want to use all of them? Yian-Wu tried to manipulate the 9 disjointed shields, but they refused to budge. Giving up on controlling all 9 pieces, instead, Yian-Wu focused on just one piece that was closest to him. This time, he lifted it as easily as he did before separating them. Clenching his teeth, Yian-Wu extended his left hand and looked at another piece of metal. Wang wang. Now, 2 metal pieces were drifting about in the air. I changed my mind. This is harder than I thought. Yian-Wu licked his lips and tried to wield both shields at the same time. But when he focused on one, he lost control of the other one, and when he tried to regain control of that one, he lost control of the first one. If he wanted to use all 9 pieces, he would have to do the same with 7 more pieces. I have to train myself to split my consciousness in order to use the entire shield. Only then did Yian-Wu realize how difficult it was to handle Aegis smoothly. Logically, a godly artifact that could easily fend off attacks, and even inflict enemies with a petrifying curse, would require great concentration to handle well. I should have seen that coming. Damn, this is not going to be easy. The biggest problem was that he wouldn't be handling just Aegis during combat. Just controlling his 4 extremities and trying to come up with ways to defeat his opponents would require his full attention. Athena truly is the goddess of war and wisdom. Despite everything, Yian-Wu was still relieved to have his traits, diamond physique and cold-blooded, which helped him remain calm and make quick decisions during a battle. Though it would be tough at first, he expected to be able to handle at least 3 or 4 at the same time once he accustomed himself. Then, it was now time to practice. Bu, Nol, Ka. KRR. The 3 spirit familiars immediately turned to Yian-Wu. I'm going to do some training and I need your help. The 3 of them tilted their heads. All you have to do is scatter somewhere around the forest, and when I give you the signal, come back and attack me. Try to stick to hit-and-run strategies. The 3 then desperately shook their heads as if saying they could not do such a thing to their master. The rather cute reactions unbefitting of their beastly appearances made Yian-Wu let out a little chuckle. Don't worry, I'm only going to be blocking your attacks. And I won't be using the shield that has Gorgon's head. The 3 spirits then lowered their heads and began to walk away from Yian-Wu. Once the monsters got far enough from him, Yian-Wu activated combat will. Whoosh! A great deal of information began to pour into his head. On top of this, Yian-Wu opened Aegis, eyes to expand his cognitive domain. As he rubbed his aching head, Yian-Wu first imbued his mana into 2 of the 8 remaining shields. But then, he felt a sudden dizziness. Controlling Aegis while simultaneously using other skills, it's even harder than I thought it would be. Yian-Wu then tried to stabilize himself. I'm ready. Pabat. The spirit familiars began to move. Yian-Wu quickly moved 2 panels to the direction where the spirits were running. Through his training, Yin Wu was able to find out a few more things about Aegis. First, it was Aegis, durability, or more precisely, its ability to absorb impacts. Ka, previously being a boss monster, possessed strength which could easily tear a human body apart. But when Yin Wu used Aegis to block the charge of such a strong monster, the shield barely budged, or even trembled. Next, it was Aegis, mobility. Because he could make them float around him just by thinking, he could cover his blind spots with them and prevent possible ambushes. Theoretically, I can block any kind of attack as long as I'm able to react to it. Now that he had figured out the characteristics of Aegis, he could plan things properly. His training method was simple. First, he used one shield to block their combination attacks, then added one more shield once he got used to it. It wasn't that difficult to control one, as it moved just as he thought. But it became drastically harder once he added another shield. I can force myself and try to control 3, but I can't control them as freely as controlling just 2. Yin Wu did not rush to increase the number and decided to do it once he got used to controlling the current number of shields. Later on, once he became somewhat familiar with handling 3 shields, he started to move and avoid the attacks instead of trying to add another shield. The best advantage I have is my mobility. I can't just let it rot while I'm using Aegis. Yin Wu ran as fast as he could while sending Aegis to stop Null from approaching. It felt as if multiple Yin Wus were running around the forest. His head was spinning from having to process all the information pouring in from the strands of consciousness he had distributed to each shield. His vision became blurry and his vertigo got worse. But Yin Wu increased the intensity of his training even further. The mana circuit circulated mana frantically, and his entire body started to heat up because of the overload. Still, Yin Wu ran and ran as much as his body could hold. Pat. It was not until midnight that Yin Wu finally returned to his beast egg's nest. Yin Wu went for a soak in a hot spring he had found nearby. Feeling his fatigue melting away, Yin Wu recalled the training he had just finished. For the first time upon entering the tower, he had exhausted all the mana from his mana circuit. It was particularly amazing since his body contained a considerable amount of mana thanks to consuming the snow ginseng and Akasha's Nidan. Perhaps that showed how demanding the training had been. I need to hurry up and finish what remains of the succession process. Yin Wu sighed as he thought about the last 1% he had been stuck at for quite a long time. Though there were some tiny increases every now and then, none of them were enough to bring it to 100%. Yin Wu presumed he might need a certain catalyst to break through this bottleneck. Well, it'll eventually grow if I keep climbing up the tower. Yin Wu summoned the status window as he submerged his body further down into the water. It worked better than I thought. Player: Yin Wu Cha. Traits: cold-blooded, diamond physique. Title: Monster Hunter. Attribute points: Strength 235 plus 23. Dexterity 245 plus 29. Health 239 plus 14. Magic power 320 plus 22. Skills: Draconic Eyes 25.1%, Sense Strengthening 43.2%, Foresight 1.0%, Physical Resistance 30.1%, Combat Will 25.5%, Batory's Vampiric Sword 15.5%, Flame Infusion 52.1%, Shunpo 39.1%, Magic Circuit 18.2%. The difference from when he first stepped into the tower was noticeable. His growth speed could definitely rank among the fastest ever seen throughout the whole history of the tower. What's more, he had numerous great artifacts in his possession. If someone were to see his items and stats, they wouldn't believe they belonged to a player on the lower floors. Nevertheless, Yin Wu didn't neglect his training. Instead, he pushed himself even harder. And thanks to that, his skills experienced rapid growth in proficiency. This time, Sense Strengthening's proficiency had increased surprisingly fast. Maybe it's because I focused all my senses on controlling Aegis during training. Yin Wu still had a lot of practice to do in order to get used to controlling the separate pieces of Aegis. And by raising Sense Strengthening's proficiency along with it, he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yin Wu then began to plan out his future training programs. He intended to focus on this for the time being. There was nothing special he could do before his egg hatched, so he had lots of time to kill. That's that, but Yin Wu creased his brows as he closed the status window. What's taking them so long? It had been 6 days since Yin Wu first entered the 11th floor. But he hadn't found any signs of Fant and Adora arriving on this floor. Although the 10th floor's trial was hard, it shouldn't have taken them so long, especially for Adora with her insight. Yi and Wu quickly opened up the ranking window. 10th floor ranking. 1. Adora 25,000 points. 2. Unknown 23,900 points. 3. Jung Wuka 20,100 points. They did pass the trial. Adora had taken the first place, which had previously belonged to Yi and Wu. And Fante's name was also registered as number 5. But the fact that they didn't show up on the 11th floor meant that they're not in the tower right now. But why? Yi and Wu easily figured out that both of them were currently at the outer district. But the fact that the three of them had talked about coming to 11th floor made him even more curious as to why they had suddenly left. Well, at least I know they finished the 10th floor. They'll come back once they're done with their business. However, Yi and Wu decided not to think too much of the matter. Fant and Adora were the royal blood of the One-Horned tribe. They could look after themselves. If anything, his concern was that they wouldn't make it before his egg hatched. I've changed a lot. Yi and Wu further immersed his body into the water and looked up at the night sky. The night grew darker as the moon slowly set. However, 5 more days had passed. There was still no sign of Fant and Adora arriving at the 11th floor. Meanwhile, Yi and Wu had focused on training himself, so now he could wield 3 layers of Aegis at will, and his spirit familiars had also grown to the point where they began to think on their own. I think I can manage in an actual fight. In order to set forth, Yi and Wu strapped Vigrid and Aegis back on his back and hung Magic Bayonet and Karshina's dagger next to his waist. Open hollow corner bracket. I see you are preparing for battle. Have you finally decided to complete my quest? Then the Phoenix, who was supposed to be busy taking care of her children, spoke to him. Yi and Wu gave a nod as an answer. Open hollow corner bracket. It is quite a late start. I had a lot to prepare for. Open hollow corner bracket. I recommend you to hurry up. Your egg is almost ready to take the flame of life. Oh, and do not worry about your egg, for I will keep my eyes on it. Thank you. Yi and Wu expressed his gratitude and left the forest. It was now the time to create the vessel to carry the flame of life. 1. The hatchling's gender is not confirmed as Korean pronouns don't differentiate. I'm just assuming it's female to make the writing less clunky. It might change later on. Chapter 85. Flame of Life 1. Mythical beasts are creatures that grow by feeding on people's dreams. The eggs the players receive on the 11th floor are no different. They eat the players' dreams and become different beasts based on what they were fed with. This also means that the owner can breed any beast they want, given the right nourishment. But of course, players can't have complete control over the outcome. As we both know, the tower isn't such a lenient place. It is only possible to influence one's egg to possess the desired element and to become a higher tier beast. However, that method of breeding is yet another challenge, as each and every ingredient required is very rare and hard to acquire, often appearing as hidden pieces or products of hidden quests. It should be somewhere around here. The first ingredient Yi and Wu went for was the egg of the monster bird, albatross. Though it's just a bird, an albatross is a powerful and gigantic beast, big enough to bite off a player's head. An albatross is a giant fowl that can grow up to 5 meters tall. It has a powerful beak and sharp talons that could easily shred metal to pieces. And its swift wings made it an even harder monster to kill. But Yi and Wu wasn't too worried about it. He wouldn't have come here without a plan. Yi and Wu followed the map recorded in the diary, searching for the albatross habitat. But after treading around the forest for a bit, he suddenly stopped walking. After some point, the vicinities were devoid of any presence. This was proof that he was inside the albatross's territory. Yi and Wu raised his head. There was a huge creature perched on top of a tall tree about 15 meters above the ground. It was an albatross. Keek. The bird unfurled its huge wings and let out a horrible shriek. Ordinary players would have shrunk with fright upon hearing that cry, but Yi and Wu only gave a cold smile. Hidden quest: Albatross Hunt. Description: a monstrous bird that lives in the northern area of the dream world. Albatrosses are known to devour everything in sight. Because of their gluttonous appetite, the beasts that dwell near the forest live in fear of being eaten. Hunt down an albatross and retrieve its eggs to prevent them from hatching. This quest is linked to the Flame of Life quest. Reward: all stats +5, albatross's comb. This is what I like about the 11th floor. The hidden pieces, located in several places throughout the 11th floor, were great for acquiring materials to hatch one's desired beast, but were also treasure chests containing plentiful rewards. Come out. SS is At Yin Wu's call, a haze of black smoke rose from the ground. From within the haze appeared Bu, Nol, Ka, and 7 other spirit familiars. And as soon as they appeared, the spirits went straight towards the albatross despite the absence of Yin Wu's order. Pabat! The albatross quickly flapped its wings in an effort to take off. However, Nol had already reached the albatross with its swift legs and landed a hit on it. Quang! Smashed by Nol's front leg, the albatross lost its grip on the branch and plummeted to the ground. The bird then quickly picked itself up, trying to get away, but it was too late. The remaining spirit familiars had already surrounded the bird. Attempting to fly away, the albatross began to flap its wings. However, the bird was once again stopped from flying, its body suddenly becoming limp. It was Bu's health down curse. Though it was a simple debuff, stunned by the sudden turn of events, the albatross couldn't budge its wings as if they were strapped to its body by an invisible chain. Keek! The bird found itself in a helpless situation and began to let out a mournful cry. In the meantime, Yin Wu drew magic bayonet and Karshina's dagger and flung himself towards the albatross. Pat! Devour! Yin Wu opened his left palm and brought it to the neck of the albatross that was lying on the ground wheezing out its faint breath. The serrated teeth pierced through its skin and began to suck out its blood at an alarming rate. Kya, you have absorbed vitality and energy. Your strength has increased by 1 point. Your dexterity has increased by 2 points. Batory's vampiric sword, skill proficiency has increased. 15.9%. A nightmarish shriek echoed throughout the woods. The albatross squeezed out its last bit of strength and flapped its wings in a struggle to break free, but its movements quickly died down. Yin Wu then, with his draconic eyes, spotted the soul of the albatross escaping through its mouth. He quickly captured the soul in his collection before it was too late. I probably can't convert the soul into a spirit familiar right away because of its grudge, but I'm not going to let it sit there and rot either. A soul like this is hard to come by. I'm going to have to find a way to subdue it later. The albatross's soul was second only to Vulca's. It would make a great spirit familiar in the future. Hidden Quest Albatross Hunt completed. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 1000 karma. You have acquired 500 additional karma. All of your stats have increased by 5 points. You have acquired Albatross's Comb. Yin Wu read the message with a contented smile and then looked back at his spirit familiars. Good job, everyone. Kiak, Kiak. The spirit familiars are rejoicing at their first victory in a group battle. Morale of your spirit familiars has increased. Affinity of your spirit familiars has increased. Because of their wild instincts, they seem to be delighted. And then here's your reward. Yin Wu handed out a bead of compressed dark energy to each of his spirit familiars. The spirits joyfully took the beads and swallowed them right away. Then, their murky gray bodies glowed red for a second. You have used spirit beads on your spirit familiars. Bu, Witch Doctor, has been strengthened. All stats have increased by 1 point. Nol, Giant Null, has been strengthened. Dexterity has increased by 3 points. Ka, Vulca, has been strengthened. Strength and health have increased by 2 points. Spirit Bead was a feat Yin Wu had created based on the idea that spirit familiars were made with dark energy. According to Yin Wu's knowledge, there was a set limit to how strong the spirit familiars could become no matter how hard he trained them. This was because each soul is categorized under a certain tier, which sets an upper limit to one's stats upon death. Therefore, he had to find a way to raise their tiers. That way, they can evolve them into a Lich or a Death Knight. Fortunately, the spirit beads had proven to be very effective. Their overall stats, as well as their intellect, were enhanced each time Yin Wu fed them the beads. In particular, Bu, who previously could only cast simple buffs, had now become capable of using more diverse spells. Not only that, but the spirits also tried harder in order to get rewarded with beads. The hunt was even more successful than I expected. In fact, Yin Wu didn't even have to take part in it. The spirit familiars had killed the albatross on their own. The only thing Yin Wu did was to watch the show and step up at the very last second to drain its power with Batory's vampiric sword. He could just sit back and raise his stats. Things couldn't get any easier than this. Seems like getting the rest of the ingredients will be just as easy. Yin Wu went up to the tree to take the albatross's eggs sitting in the nest. There were 5 eggs in total, all of them about the size of a human head. Yin Wu handed the eggs over to his spirit familiars and went back down. Next one is Yi and Wu opened up the quest window and looked for the second item on the list. Shadow Snake's Apple. Perhaps the system listed whichever was closer to the phoenix's nest, as the habitat of the shadow snake wasn't very far from his current location. Let's go. Yi and Wu led his group of spirit familiars and headed towards the next place. Trinity, unbefitting its great name, was a very humble team consisting of 3 insignificant players who each took the role of tank, healer and damage dealer. But Dylan, June and Heidi had a friendship so close and intimate that there hadn't been a single conflict between themselves ever since they decided to form a team in the tutorial. And that friendship continued to prosper even on their way to raid the Shadow Snake's tunnel. Huff huff, goddamn it, this is exhausting. Does this tunnel ever end? Cheer up guys, Sylph just told me we're almost at the end. If you say so, maybe it is. Okay then, let's keep going. The Shadow Snake's tunnel was the most challenging dungeon they had raided so far. The height of the tunnel was so low that they had to slightly lower their heads to fit through. It was also very narrow, allowing only 2 people to stand side by side. And swarms of snakes kept emerging from the ceiling, walls, ground and every possible place. It was virtually impossible to take a moment of rest. What's worse was that they were almost running out of antidotes, the only cure for the venom of shadow snakes. If they allowed one more bite, they were dead. If it were a usual raid, they would have retreated a long time ago. Because Trinity always chose safety over risk. But this time, none of the 3 thought of turning back. They had come too far to go back now. Besides, waiting at the end of the tunnel was a reward that would make up for all of the hardships they were enduring. Shadow Snake's Apple, once we get it, we won't have to go through all this pain, not again. We'll be able to beat this kind of dungeon with just 1 finger. Shadow Snake's Apple had the reputation of being a very effective elixir. A single bite could heal any physical wounds, eating a whole fruit could boost one's health, and eating more than one could exponentially increase one's mana capacity. And they happened to obtain information of the place where such amazing fruits grew. The 3 of them regarded this as a god's present for how pitiful they were. According to the information, deep down this tunnel, there was a grove full apple trees which produced tons of these fruits. It was reliable information, and so they firmly believed it to be true. Though probably not as many as they were told, there should be enough apples for them to become experts. And after a few more battles, we're here, at last. Ah, listening to their Captain Dylan's cheer, the other 2 members, June and Heidi, cried out loud in joy. Far away in the distance, there was a huge iron door, presumably the entrance to the boss room. I know how happy and thrilled you are, but it's too early to celebrate victory. The real challenge still lies beyond this door. So let's calm down a bit and get ourselves ready for battle. At Dylan's persuasion, June and Heidi calmed themselves down and began to prepare for battle. Just like he said, the difficulty of the boss room must be greater than the tunnel itself. The damage dealer of Trinity, June, drew the Dragonian's dagger he had purchased with the karma his team had been saving up, while the healer, Heidi, summoned a sylph to support her teammates. Now, if everyone's ready, I'll open the door. The tank of Trinity, Dylan, took the lead and opened the iron door. June and Heidi took a big gulp as they prepared to launch an attack as soon as the boss monster showed up. Their eyes were filled with determination. Beyond this door lay a forest full of Shadow Snake's apples. The elixir that would help them become experts. Wait, what? Huh, what the fuck? The members of Trinity were agape at the unbelievable sight of the boss room. What greeted them inside the room was a forest full of bare trees and fruitless branches. Only the leaves that were rolling about on the floor were there to tell them that something had already swept through this place. You have made an achievement. Hidden quest. You have acquired. Yi and Wu set aside the message window that kept giving him the same notifications over and over again. Now that he had seen them so many times, he was hardly impressed by them. 1 originally written as 3, but the quest requires 5. Probably the author's mistake. Chapter 86. Flame of Life 2. Starting from the albatross's nest, Yi and Wu began to sweep through the 11th floor's hidden pieces non-stop. Yi and Wu's spirit familiars slaughtered their way through the hundreds of venomous snakes in the Shadow Snake's tunnel, supplementing his collection. In the Lesser Dragon's territory, he had Ka pull out the Lesser Dragon's heart from its body. Aside from that, Yi and Wu made a clean sweep of all the valuable materials on the 11th floor, such as the blue-crowned crane's crown, gargoyle's wings, unicorn's horns and so on. Yi and Wu smiled contentedly as he watched the massive amount of achievements and rewards piling up at a rapid pace. However, somewhere else in the dream world, other players were enraged at the sudden disappearance of materials. God damn it. This place too, who the hell did this? Other players also needed materials to complete their trials, but whenever they arrived at a place to acquire the things they needed, there was nothing left for them to take. To make it worse, some habitats were completely dried out. Recovery seemed almost impossible. Of course, due to the nature of the dream world, it would eventually recover. But that would take a considerable amount of time. For the players who needed the materials right now, this situation was extremely frustrating. Thus, the players started to look for the culprit behind this incident. But Yi and Wu was way too stealthy for them to catch. Some even tried to track him down after finding a freshly destroyed habitat, but soon met a dead end, as if the culprit had disappeared into thin air. I'm sorry, but I need them just as much as you do. Yi and Wu pulled his hood over his eyes as he heard the players' raging voices. It was only to acquire a skibug's wing that he had visited the city. Little did he expect to hear people slandering him. Yi and Wu felt wronged at their accusations. He was also collecting materials for his quest just like everyone else. Well, I would have still hogged them all up even without the quest, but he still felt it was unfair. Even if he hadn't, he was sure someone else would still have done the same as him. If so, then it was finders, keepers. By the way, Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes as he looked around the city. The atmosphere is different from what Jungwoo described. It's way too heavy. It can't be just because of me taking all items, can it? Famed for its unique architecture and streets full of mythical beasts, the city of Barak was a peaceful and vibrant place. Especially because of the well-developed hospitality industry and market, not just the residents of the 11th floor, but also players from other floors visited this city to find items they needed. However, it was different now. The city, which was supposed to be full of energy, had a gloom to it. Aside from those who were angry about Yi and Wu, most of the players looked grim and almost fearful. The shopkeepers, the residents, everyone seemed to be on edge. What's going on? Yi and Wu felt something unusual but soon shook his head. He didn't want to get involved in anything troublesome, so he prepared to leave the city as soon as he finished with his business. It was then, out of my way, a yelling voice was heard and the people on the road split up to the sides. From within the crowd, Yi and Wu tried to take a peek at the main road in order to figure out what was happening. From there, he saw a group of players dressed in black armor quickly running towards somewhere. A red monster emblem engraved on their chests caught his eye. That's the Behemoth clan's emblem. What are they doing here? Yi and Wu creased his brows. Behemoth, one of the subsidiary clans of Cheonghwa-do, was one of the most promising clans of the middle floors and famous for its arrogant attitude. But they don't usually come down to the lower floors. It seemed to have something to do with the heavy atmosphere in the city. There's definitely something going on here. Behemoth was a running dog of Cheonghwa-do. If they were making suspicious movements, there was a high chance that Cheonghwa-do was plotting something in secret. I'll have to look into this. Yi and Wu backed away from the crowd. Though he didn't want to cause trouble with Behemoth, he needed to know what they were up to. He might be able to find out something about Cheonghwa-do. Coincidentally, the place where Yi and Wu had to go to obtain Skibug's wing was also a famous place for gathering information. Is it here? Yi and Wu opened the door to a building with a sign reading, Starlight Pub. The shop reeked of cigar smoke and the smell of alcohol. Cleaving through the smoke, Yi and Wu seated himself on an empty chair next to the counter. The bartender suddenly broke into a quizzical smile as he wiped a cup with a towel. You must be new here. I've never had a customer with such a peculiar mask. Speaking of which, I like that mask you're wearing. Would you tell me where you got it? Ignoring his words, Yi and Wu threw a bag of gold coins that he had exchanged beforehand. Ching, the bartender's eyes glowed mysteriously. I'm here to buy something. The bartender pocketed the bag with a sly smile. Well, look who's got a thick wallet. The rich are always welcome here. So, what do you need? Skibug's wings. As many as you can get me. You have any? We always have those little items. Only the species from the Valen forest on the 31st floor. In stock, but it'll cost you dear. Well, I guess this is enough for your request. Starlight Pub was quite a popular place among experienced players. A shop where players could buy and sell useful items and information. Thanks to establishing several branches throughout the tower and having them stocked with a wide variety of goods, there were quite a few players that frequented their service to acquire items or hints needed to complete their trials. Although the price was rather high, Yin Wu had already sold several parts of monsters and beasts that had been occupying his backpack and prepared the gold coins. He intentionally didn't touch his karma points because he had to accumulate as much as possible to get better rewards after finishing the trial. Here it is. A while later, after entering the warehouse, the bartender came back with a bag full of Skibug's wings. Yin Wu checked the items with his draconic eyes and then gave him a nod. They weren't fake. Skibug's wings is a popular feed for mythical beasts, so they're in high demand on the 11th floor. That's all we have at the moment, come later if you need more. Sure, by the way, I have a question to ask. Well, you know what to do. Ching, Yin Wu threw another bag of gold coins on the counter. Hoo, you're a big spender. Okay, what do you want to know? I saw Behemoth walking around outside. Is there something going on around here? At the moment, the bartender looked at Yin Wu as if he had seen something strange. Is it your first time on the 11th floor? I've been away from big cities lately. I see, then you really don't know anything. The bartender scratched the back of his neck. It seemed like he was agonizing over where to begin explaining. First of all, do you know about the war between Red Dragon and Cheonghwado? What? Yin Wu's eyes widened at the unexpected news. Whoosh, then he unintentionally unleashed some of his aura. The bartender and the other players inside the pub let out a hiccup as they felt a sudden chill along their spine. Gripped by fear, some players took their hands to their weapons. Yin Wu belatedly realized his mistake and calmed himself down. I was careless. He was too surprised to hear the news about the war between two clans that were targets of his revenge. I knew this was going to happen, but this is way too soon. Since the mysterious merchant had bought magic stones from him, he predicted a war between clans, but he didn't expect it to be this soon. Besides, Red Dragon was the second biggest clan in the rankings. With the exception of All for One, it was no exaggeration to say that they were the actual ruler of the tower. If such a clan moved, big changes will ensue throughout the tower. Go on, the bartender managed to speak after a gulp. What? About the war, tell me the details. It was only then that the bartender realized Yin Wu had no intention of harming him. I guess you would get worked up from such big news. The bartender then began to explain in detail that there had been a clash between Bahal and Leonte in the outer district, and Leonte had managed to flee with only his life. In the process, Red Dragon and Cheonghwado declared war against each other, and now a full-scale war was about to erupt. Bahal and Leonte fought in the outer district. Yin Wu recalled his meeting with Bahal just before entering the tower. He then thought of the possibility that the reason why Bahal had come down to the outer district wasn't just to meet him but to chase down Leonte. Things are turning out quite interestingly. If the two high rankers representing their clans clashed, it was only a matter of time before war broke out. And the bartender's next word aroused Yin Wu's interest even more. And it is very likely that the war will be taking place on this 11th floor. This floor? Why? The bartender answered as he hung the glass he had been wiping on the rack. There can be a number of reasons, but I'd say the main reason is the abundance of resources. You see, the environment here is very peaceful compared to many other floors. But they can get pretty much all the resources required for war here, especially mythical beasts. So, whoever takes this floor won't have to worry about running out of resources. He has a point. Mythical beasts would be of great help to improve their ranks. In particular, the Needin of the mythical beasts would help them quickly strengthen their players to prepare them for the upcoming war. Of course, it won't be that effective for rankers, but it would help their lower levels. Yin Wu then burst into laughter. And there I was, taking all the resources they needed for the war. So that's why I've been hearing all this bad-mouthing. Yin Wu stroked his chin with his hand. Then I'll have to finish the trial before more players come to the 11th floor. Now that he knew why the atmosphere was so dark, he had to be quick in making the vessel to hold the flame of life. Yin Wu asked a couple more questions before leaving the pub. The bartender carefully put down the glass he was holding. The man drinking at the opposite end of the counter started grunting. God damn it, what the hell is wrong with that guy? I thought he was going to kill everyone here. The bartender then spoke to the man as he pointed with his chin at the door where Yin Wu just left. I need you to investigate him. I think he's up to something. Huh, you want me to die? I mean, just look at him. He'd murder whoever stands in his way without blinking an eye. He's a monster, you know. A monster. I know, that's why I'm making you do it. What the F? The man was about to say something but had to cower as he saw the bartender's scowling eyes. The man continued with pouting lips. What makes you think he's up to something? Are you a blind or something? Did you seriously not see that? What was I supposed to see? The bartender let out a sneer. His broad mustache curled up slightly with an impish smile. That mask, it was the hoarder's. Quote exclamation mark quote. The man's eyes widened. The hoarder. It was the nickname of the novice that had created a buzz around the entire tower ever since he cleared the tutorial. Now, if you get what I mean, get your ass to work. He may be the culprit that has been hoarding all the hidden pieces on the 11th floor lately, and you know how expensive that kind of information is. Yi and Wu escaped barrack and moved elsewhere. The spirit familiars that had been waiting outside the city gathered behind him. He had them store his items safely before going into the city, and it seemed they had done a great job. Yi and Wu sent them back into the collection and started organizing his plan based on the information he got from the pub. A war between Red Dragon and Cheonwado. I have to come up with some sort of excuse to intervene in that war. Chapter 87, Flame of Life 3. Yi and Wu's fame is, the best amongst novices, however, was only useful on the lower floors. For the two giant clans, he was no better than any other ordinary player. He wasn't capable of controlling a battlefield where tens of thousands of players could be easily slaughtered by just a small number of rankers. But Yi and Wu still wanted to take part in the war. Between watching the war from afar and actually participating in it, the information he could acquire would be hugely different. I might be able to gain something unexpected. Yi and Wu had to know the reason why Bahal and Leonte had gotten into a fight. Though he knew their friendship had fallen apart after Arthia's disbandment, there must have been a more specific cause for this clash. Fortunately, there was a way for him to participate in this war. If I go to Bahal. Yi and Wu recalled to the offer Bahal had given him. He had told Yi and Wu to look for him whenever he wanted to. So, if he were to take on that offer and attach himself to Bahal, he might be able to get a better understanding. After all, Bahal was the cause of this war, and he used to be a member of Arthia. But Yi and Wu soon shook his head at the idea. No, that would be too dangerous. He'll ask me to reveal my identity if I stick next to him. It would be a big problem if he ordered Yi and Wu to take off his mask. Then what if I join the war as a mercenary? For a war of such scale, both clans would need as many skilled players possible. This is the best way I can think of right now. But the problem with this was that they would conduct several tests to see if they could use him as a mercenary. They might do a background check on me to confirm I'm not a spy. It'll be less dangerous compared to going straight to Bahal, but there still is a good chance they would want my mask off. The fact that he had to hide his identity kept coming back to haunt him. Or maybe, struck by a sudden idea, Yi and Wu's eyes emitted a strange glow. I can make them come for me. If he could build a reputation big enough for the two clans to come to ask him for help with the war, the likelihood of them asking him to take off his mask would be lower. But now is not the time to think about this. It's not as if the war is going to break out in a few days. First I have to focus on clearing the 11th floor's trial. Yi and Wu then summoned the quest window. By now, every item on the list was marked as completed, except for one. Manticore's heart. Manticores were mythical beasts, no, demonic beasts that were said to have the body of a lion, wings of an eagle and the venomous stinger of a scorpion. Among the beasts on the 11th floor, it was the hardest one to kill, with the only exception of the 4 legendary beasts. Moreover, this beast was known to dwell deep inside a dungeon guarded by countless demonic beasts. In order to kill a manticore, many clans had to organize large-scale parties consisting of more than 50 players. Yi and Wu, however, was planning to break through such a dangerous dungeon all by himself. The question is how long it will take me to make my way through a 10-floor deep dungeon. Thus, Yi and Wu headed towards the Manticore's dungeon with hurried steps. Or at least that's what he planned to do until. Thud. With a stomp, Yi and Wu suddenly stopped walking. He noticed a group of players hiding in the woods within the range of his strengthened senses. When are you going to come out? With a rustling sound, 30 players appeared from behind the bushes, each holding a weapon in their hands. Is he the hoarder? The player who seemed to be the leader of the group asked a player behind him. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes. He recognized their faces. They were the members of Behemoth that he saw back in barrack. The player standing behind the leader took out a piece of paper and looked back and forth between Yi and Wu and the paper. That should be him. His appearance matches the description. Then the players began to buzz with excitement. Some of them even blew whistles as if they were amazed at the sight of the much-rumored player. Yi and Wu could see their eyes were glowing with greed like those of hyenas staring down at their prey. "What do you want?" he asked back in a cold tone. "We are from Behemoth, and we came to do some investigation." Investigation? Yeah, ever heard of the guy who's been ruining the beasts' habitats on this 11th floor recently? His remark almost made Yi and Wu let out a sneer. It was very obvious what they wanted from him. Yes, well, as you can see, there have been several innocent victims who have suffered some serious losses because of his evil doings. Therefore, we, as the representative of the victims, have been looking into the case. And it has come to our knowledge that you may be the culprit. So, we'd like you to cooperate with our investigation. The leader ran his tongue over his lips and gestured the other players. The players ran past him and began to surround Yi and Wu. They were going to coerce him into submission if he didn't comply with their demands. The leader couldn't stop his lips from curling upwards at how smoothly things were working out right now. The only step left was to seize his belongings to see whether or not he was criminal they were looking for. If he was, he would take away the materials. And even if he wasn't, he could still steal his artifacts. No matter how things turned out, he could make a good profit out of the situation. He was very excited about this because the one he was dealing with was the so-rumored player, the hoarder. Now was his chance to see what kind of rewards he had been receiving from the tower. He was confident that this would turn out well, as the clan he belonged to, Behemoth, had Cheonwado's backing, and everyone on the 11th floor knew it. Therefore, he thought Yi and Wu couldn't possibly attack them and make himself an enemy of Cheonwado. However, sneer, Yi and Wu finally let out a sneer. To him, this situation was comical. The expressions of the members of Behemoth crumbled. "Did you just laugh?" "I did, because it's funny how you're trying to boss me around as if your words meant something to me." Yi and Wu then warmed up his shoulders and slowly drew magic bayonet from his waist. "Stop with the excuses. If you want to take what's mine, come and get it." The leader's face flushed red with anger, but he managed to calm himself down and continued with his acting. "So, it was you. Well, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to make you compensate us for the losses you've caused." Yi and Wu laughed out loud. "Try me, if you dare." What the F? Wondering where Yi and Wu's confidence came from, the leader was about to order his teammates to strike him at once. But his voice did not escape from his mouth. Then, he felt his surroundings suddenly turning black. SHLCK. Splash. The leader's head dropped to the floor, completely detached from his neck. A fountain of blood shot up from the severed neck. When the leader's body dropped down, a figure appeared behind it. A figure letting out a terrifying cackle with its body consisting of some kind of gray smoke. It was Noel. Kikikik. "Captain. What the fuck just happened?" Surprised by the situation, the players backed far away from their leader's corpse. But that was only the beginning. The other spirit familiars appeared one by one from all directions, and they began to slaughter the remaining members of Behemoth, who let out horrible shrieks. Shulked shulked. Kuek. Run. The players panicked as they saw the gray monsters barely taking any damage from their swords. Torn limbs were scattered around the ground as cries of terror permeated the forest. Some jumped at Yi and Wu in efforts to kill the possible controller of these monsters, but splash! Yi and Wu simply infused dark energy into his bayonet and with a single swing towards the incoming players. Splatter! Their dismembered bodies dropped down onto the floor, dyeing the floor red with blood. Do you not know who's behind our clan? Why, you'll regret Uik. A player started screaming at Yi and Wu as he backed away, but soon tripped over a torn limb and fell to the floor. His wet trousers stank with the smell of urine. Although he tried using Cheonwado's name to escape this situation. And who's going to tell them? What? When no one will be making it out of here alive? Yi and Wu's dagger was inexorable. Splat. Eek. Fuck. Eventually, the remaining players realized that they had no chance of winning the fight, and tried to escape. A brutal monster that could control invulnerable ghosts. That's what they saw Yi and Wu as. Don't leave anyone alive, and when you bring their souls back, keep them separate from the rest of the souls. The souls of those who died in terror could be used in many ways, particularly for making spirit beads to enhance his spirit familiars. Kikikik. Karuk. Uttering an incomprehensible cry as an answer, the spirit familiars followed the fleeing players into the woods. Yi and Wu then also slowly moved into the woods as he cast Shunpo. Ah, no, please don't. Terrified screams resonated throughout the entire forest. Ah, welp, there they go. Those who went to kill the hoarder, weren't they supposed to be top experts amongst behemoth? Yup, and now we know the hoarder is stronger than all of them combined. I mean, I knew he'd be strong since he has been arming himself with the best artifacts one could get up until the 11th floor, but... The leaders of the clan union, who had been waiting outside of the forest, put on a stern look as they heard the screams. It was obvious they belonged not to the hoarder, but the players of Behemoth. Behemoth used to be a medium-sized clan that was famous among players in the lower half floors. Though they had lots of enemies due to their coercive behavior, they had the skills to back it up. But after Behemoth became a subsidiary clan of Cheongwado, things changed. All the other clans tried to avoid getting into trouble with them because if they got into a fight with Behemoth, they would have to face Cheongwado as well. So, when Behemoth said they were going to kill the hoarder by themselves, the other clans couldn't complain about it. But now, they thought it was good that they hadn't stepped up. He could take Behemoth down all by himself. Does he not even care about making an enemy of Cheongwado? They felt a terrible chill running down their spines. When the Starlight Pub pointed Yi and Wu as the possible culprit of the destruction of the beasts' habitats, nearly all of the clans staying in barrack readied themselves to go after him. Because they desperately needed the materials to prepare for the upcoming war. Thus, the clans formed an alliance in order to subdue the hoarder. No matter how skilled he was, they believed he wouldn't be able to handle these many players at once. Such belief, however, was slowly replaced by doubt. A doubt that they might actually lose the fight with the hoarder. Despite the doubt, none of the clan leaders could tell the others they wanted to call it quits. They knew very well that it would be over for them if they showed weakness. Therefore, no matter how strong he is just one player. We have the numbers and tactics. We'll first surround the forest, encircling him and slowly moving up to him. There's nothing he can do against this strategy. The clan leaders decided to comply with the strategy that one of the leaders came up with. As such, the clan union finally set off into the forest where the hoarder awaited. TSS's, without realizing the gray mist ominously oozing out from the forest. Chapter 88, Flame of Life 4. Why is it so dark in here? It wasn't like this before. The leader of the Sungwon clan, Beck, frowned as he looked around the forest covered in gray mist. The mist which had set in once they stepped into the forest, was becoming thicker and thicker as they proceed deeper into the woods, and now he could only see 3 meters ahead of him. At this rate, despite their planned siege, they might end up missing their target if they could not secure a clear view. And strangely enough, it wasn't just their sight that was being disturbed by this mist. He felt like his sense of smell, sound and all the other senses were being blurred by it. If the target were to ambush them right now, they wouldn't stand a chance. This is not going to work. Guys, gather around. Beck thus decided to gather up his clan members and continue the hunt as a group. This was going to create a gap in their encirclement, but their safety was more important. Soon, the clan members gathered at his order. Wait, where did the others go? But there were only 31 players gathered around him. Considering that the original number was around 60, almost half of the members had disappeared. The remaining clan members looked around the forest with anxiousness. The gloomy atmosphere and the screaming voices, all of these were making their palms sweaty. A sense of uneasiness filled their minds. The possibility that they might cease to exist just like the ones that weren't there. Their instincts were warning them they had to get out of that forest as soon as possible. The players glanced at each other. Hey, Captain, I think we should consider backing out. But the moment one of them stepped up and tried to persuade their leader. Is that you, Beck? Suddenly, someone burst out from the fog while crying out loud. Surprised by the sudden appearance, the players instinctively brought their hands to their swords, but their eyes were filled with surprise when they saw the face of the person who had just appeared. It was the vice leader of Behemoth. Unlike the confident look he had when his clan first went into the forest, his face was now deadly pale upon return. Why are you guys here? No, we don't have time for this. We have to get out of here. Quickly. Glancing over his shoulder, the vice leader urged Beck to leave this place. It looked like he was being chased by someone. Okay, calm down and take a deep breath. We can't just abort the mission without knowing the reason. You have to tell me what happened inside. Gee, ghosts they are coming after us. They're going to rip our bodies apart and kill us all. Quickly, we have to run away. But Beck creased his brows as he couldn't understand his gibberish. Ghosts? You mean monsters like wraiths or banshees? No, they were different. Fuck, just get out of my way. This is not the time to chat. The vice leader then shook Beck's hand away and tried to run away. However, before Beck could even try to stop him, he saw the vice leader just standing frozen in place. Beck then looked around and saw that his other clan members were also pale, trembling in fear. He realized that their mouths were trying to say something to him. Back, but when Beck turned around, he saw the opening jaws of a giant beast. And before he could do anything, crunch, the giant beast chomped at Beck and the vice leader. Their lower body fell helplessly onto the ground. Awak, the ghost is here, the remaining players screamed at the sight of the monster that had just killed the two strongest players in their group. A monster with a gigantic body and bestial jaws. The spirit familiar, Ka, roared towards the sky. Kua, the entire forest shook with the monstrous roar of the ghost that was once the great monster Vulca. The players collapsed on the ground as they lost their will to fight, hoping the monster would ignore them. But contrary to their hopes, Ka dashed towards the next prey, producing an earth-shaking rumble. Kwang. TSS's. Somewhere above the forest, another spirit familiar was looking downwards while floating in the air. Kikikik. The spirit of the witch doctor, Boo, was floating about, letting out an eerie laughter while overseeing the forest from the skies. The noise he made, which sounded like a sly laughter, and at the same time like a mournful cry, had started ever since creating the grey mist. He felt like he could almost die from laughter, though he was already dead. But that was just how fun he thought the current situation was. Every time he swung his hand in the air, a new batch of thick mist rose in the forest. And the humans that walked into his mist reacted in one way or another. They either shrank in fear, losing their will to continue forward, or they started screaming in order to overcome their fear. This was because the grey mist he had spread around the forest had a very special feature. It could dull the players' senses, and not only did it interfere with their sights, but it could also induce confusion. Although the debuff was minimal, this alone was very effective against large groups as it could affect many players at once and mess with their cooperation. The mist made the surroundings barely distinguishable, making players unaware of their own position and even of the ones standing right next to them. The lack of vision in addition to the distant screams created a terrifying atmosphere, and the feeling that they were left alone in the forest implanted their mind with fear and a constant feeling of danger. Such fear then slowly ate away at their wills, and in the end, their minds. Boo was watching this whole process from above the forest, and he couldn't stop laughing at them. How dare you weak humans come to kill my master? It was nonsense. For Boo, Yian-Wu was someone who had to be treated like a god. No, he was a god to him. A god who had saved him from suffering in the limbo of the deceased, the abyss of hell, and even granted him with a physical body as well as great power. From the moment he had regained his sentience, Boo vowed absolute loyalty to Yian-Wu. And the more he was fed with spirit beads, the stronger his loyalty grew. That's why Boo could never forgive those who had dared to come to harm his master. For him, they were nothing but filthy insects who had come to disgrace his god. It didn't matter whether or not they were actually capable of harming his master. For the very reason that they had malicious thoughts against him, they had to be punished with death. No, even in death, they deserved to rot in an infernal prison for all eternity. Therefore, Boo made the mist thicker and thicker so that they would experience as much pain as possible. Their fear and screams were his amusement, as well as a very fun game for him. Then, he thought again. After they were done with these vermin, their generous master would gift them another spirit bead so that they could become stronger. So he became curious about what kind of amusement he would be able to enjoy if he could grow stronger, and also what level of strength he would be able to reach. His master had once told him that he was expecting him to become something called a lich, and achieve something greater with him. The mere thought of being able to help his master made his heart pound, though he didn't have one. Open corner bracket bring destruction upon master's enemies. Boo shouted a sentence he had found in his memories from when he was still alive. TSS's. Just die already. No leapt into the air and dodged the two blades aimed at his legs. The whole scene of a giant monster doing flips in midair and launching counter-attacks as he landed on the ground came as a shock to the players. Splash. The shredded pieces of a player's body fell to the ground where his four sharp claws swept through. Neither their shields nor their armor could stop Null's sharp claws which were infused with dark element mana. This isn't happening, this isn't hap. The players who were looking away in an effort to deny reality could only fall on their backs as their heads were pierced with shards of dark mana Noel had thrown at them. But amid the massacre, Noel quickly looked back at the corpses as if he thought of something he had forgotten. And as expected, he found the souls of the players coming out of their dead bodies. Noel quickly snatched the bodies and swallowed them before the souls could disappear. Quah! Intoxicated with the joy of triumph, Noel let out a monstrous roar into the sky. As his memories from his previous life gradually emerged from consuming the spirit beads, he could feel his past habits returning to him. The more the remaining players fought with the monster, the more they felt their fighting will draining out of their bodies. The monster that stood in front of them was definitely a ghost. No matter how hard they tried to strike it with their swords, they just went straight through its body, like slicing smoke. Placing their hopes on the few magicians in the group, they tried to corner the monster and strike it down with magic, but it quickly came back to life and jumped back at them as if it hadn't taken any damage. They had never heard of a beast like this inhabiting the forest, or even the entire dream world. The players tried so hard to defeat the monster, but when they came to themselves, there were only 3 of them left alive. And they instinctively knew it. That the 3 of them were the only ones left in the forest. Because the screams they had been hearing from time to time had stopped. Fuck. God, why is this happening to us? The 3 players then started to weep at the thought of their imminent fate. One of them even wet his trousers from the overwhelming fear. They wanted to run away, but their legs didn't seem to follow the order. The grey thick mist covering the forest seemed like a prison. And there was nothing they could do but to wait until the monster came back to kill them. Just then, tread, the sound of heavy footsteps broke the silence. They slowly shifted their gaze towards the origin of the sound. The first thing they saw were 2 intense lights, like will-o-wisps floating in the air, slowly approaching them. As the 2 mysterious lights came nearer, a dark figure started to form around them, and then it became a human silhouette. It was only when the figure was already in front of them that the 3 of them realized its identity. A person in black armor and a black mask. It was the Hoarder. The Hoarder stood before them with an indifferent look. Blood was dripping down from the dagger in his right hand. It seemed to be the blood of the players he killed as he made his way here. The 3 of them gulped as they felt their fate was nigh. Their shaking eyes were firmly fixed on the player in front of them. They wanted to beg for mercy, but their voices didn't come out. One of them finally managed to utter some words. Why are you doing this to us? But his voice cracked. Yian Wu tilted his head. What do you mean? I asked you why you are doing this to us. Why, you didn't have to kill us all. They had lost all their friends and teammates in one day. No, it was even worse than that. Even their rival clans that had been in a friendly competition with them until just yesterday had been annihilated. And this was all done by one single player. Just one person had killed more than 100 players and destroyed a dozen clans. Could he not feel any guilt from what he had done? However, that's just nonsense. What? Splash. The player's head flew off into the air with a single slice of his dagger. Looking at the blood spraying out from where their friend's head used to be, the 2 remaining players fell on their rears with their lips parted, forming a soundless scream. They were already half out of their mind. They had already thrown away any hope of survival in front of this monster. However, Yian Wu whispered to them in a devilish tone. Does any of you want to live? I'm thinking of giving you a chance. Just one person. Chapter 89, Flame of Life 5. For the 2 players, Yian Wu's offer came as welcome rain after a long drought. We want to survive, Tog. I wanna live. No, I have to live. Please, I'll do anything if you spare my life. Before one could even speak properly, the other jumped up from his seated position and shouted at Yian Wu. The one who hadn't finished his sentence looked at the other one with his eyes wide open as if he couldn't believe what just happened. The 2 of them were best friends. He was going to ask for a way for both of them to survive, but just like that, his friend shattered his hope. He could see his friend's apologetic eyes. And that was the last thing he saw. Puck. Yian Wu ruthlessly got rid of the silent one and lightly shook off the blood from magic bayonet. He turned towards the remaining one as he put his bayonet back in its sheath. You said you'll do anything. Yes. Please don't kill me, I have a child. Yian Wu extended his hand and stopped him from speaking. He didn't want to hear his story. If he had to listen to every player's story in the tower, he'd never be able to proceed. You know those guys who tipped you off about my location? Go and tell them right now. If this happens one more time, I will make sure they are wiped from existence. The player then asked with a shaky voice as if he couldn't believe his ears. Oh, is that it? Why, should I add something else? Oh, no, definitely not. I'll be sure to tell them, warn them. Don't you worry about a thing. The player then turned tails and ran away, afraid Yianwu would change his mind. Srook. As soon as the player was out of sight, Noel appeared dimly over Yianwu's head. Follow him. After nodding, Noel once again vanished into thin air. From this point on, Noel would follow behind the player and find out who spread the information about him. In the first place, Yianwu had no intention of letting those who messed with him live. In order to prevent future problems from recurring, he had to nip it in the bud and root out the source all at once. Although the fact that his spirit familiars grew weaker when going too far from him was a bit problematic, he had already taken it into account when feeding Noel with spirit beads. I bet they're still not any weaker than an ordinary player. Yianwu took a glance around the forest. The gray mist had already lifted, revealing a clear view of the entire forest. The forest was an absolute mess. There were puddles of blood and shredded pieces of flesh as well as fallen trees and burnt marks scattered everywhere along the ground. The majority of the corpses were missing at least an arm or a leg, and some were even missing their entire upper half. The more relatively intact corpses still had twisted limbs or broken necks. Yianwu noticed there was one thing all the corpses had in common despite their differences in shape. It was that all of them, or at least those who still had their head, had died with horrified expressions on their faces. From the first to the last players he killed, they all died with the same expression. I didn't notice there were these many players. Yianwu clicked his tongue when he noticed the number of souls he had collected from this battle. It was a total of 382 players. Though he called this event a battle, it was more of a merciless massacre. From start to finish, the battle had been completely one-sided. Bu had created the Grey Mist, thwarting the Clan Union's siege. Noel and Ka launched series of surprise attacks while hiding behind the mist, and Yianwu, leisurely following from behind, had finished off the remaining players. A simple but effective strategy. However, Yianwu felt something amiss. I don't feel anything. Despite having killed so many players, he didn't feel anything. The words one of the players spat out still lingered in his ears. You call yourself a human? However, I've heard that too many times back in Africa. He felt that he did what he had to. Plus, it was they who had attacked him in the first place. Everything he did was an act of self-defense. He wondered if he always had been this kind of person, or if it was the tower that made him like this. However, the fact was, it was because of this personality that he had received his code name, Saran. I don't think it's any good. Yianwu converted all the souls he collected into spirit beads and handed them out to the rest of his spirit familiars. Let's not think about this. I'll have to go through this a lot later on, and I can't let these thoughts distract me. Yianwu then jumped into the air. He had spent too much time dealing with these players. He had to go to get the last materials needed for the vessel for the Flame of Life as soon as possible. Starlight Pub, City of Barrack. They should be coming back at any moment now. The bartender narrowed his eyes as he placed a dry cup on the shelf. Several hours had passed since he had provided the clans staying in the city with the information regarding the hoarder. Due to preparations for the upcoming war, there was a great number of clans gathered inside the city. Thanks to this, he had made quite a lot of money by selling the information. Some small clans that could not afford to buy the information with money, had even signed a contract stipulating they would share part of their loot. Therefore, this hunt was a very important deal for the Starlight Pub, as well as for the bartender himself. Even if the hunt fails, that fact alone would serve as indicative to the hoarder's strength. That kind of information also sells well. In any case, he was on the profiting side. Just then, Kwong, the door suddenly swung open with a loud thump. Just from this, the bartender could already tell the results. Looks like they failed. If they had succeeded, they would have come into the pub with swagger. And sure enough, a player came walking in completely covered in dried blood and dust. His name was Shum, he was the leader of a clan named Lanta. Glaring furiously at the bartender, Shum slowly walked towards him. You son of a... But the bartender beckoned with his finger. Then, 5 large men sitting at a table in the corner stood up from their seats. They were players he had hired to get rid of those who came to the pub to cause trouble. Realizing the bartender's intention, Shum flinched and turned around to make a run for it. But at that moment, he noticed a presence from above his head. When he looked up, there was the monster he had seen back in the forest. Noel. Shum screamed out loud and collapsed on the floor. The bartender and the 5 players stopped approaching Shum and stood there with a puzzled look. But before they could even understand the situation, Noel combined his dark energy with the flame infusion skill Yi and Wu had prepared beforehand. Kwang, and it created an explosion that not only blew up everything inside the pub but also incinerated several nearby buildings. Thanks to this incident, the entire city of Barrack was thrown into chaos by the sudden act of terrorism. 3 days later, Yi and Wu returned to the Phoenix's nest. Open hollow corner bracket. It took you longer than I had presumed, said the Phoenix in a surprised tone. Yi and Wu answered with a bitter laugh. A lot of people came to bothering me. Open hollow corner bracket. It looks like you got yourself into some troubles. Yi and Wu only gave a nod as the answer. After annihilating the clan union, the residents of the 11th floor became warier of Yi and Wu. Some of the clans that had suffered serious damage from the hunt set a price on his head. Because of this, Yi and Wu had to get rid of a few more groups of players whilst heading towards the dungeon. Well, they did make great feed for the spirit familiars. Not only that, there was another reason he couldn't return earlier. And that manticore, it was harder than I thought it would be. I didn't know there would be a whole colony of them in that dungeon. Open hollow corner bracket. I see. It can be a problem that they live in packs. I also forgot about it. Even after entering the dungeon, things were just as problematic as before. Thanks to his spirit familiars, reaching the boss room didn't pose much difficulty. The real problem began after he entered the boss room. Upon entering the room, he saw one male manticore with around 20 female manticores and over 100 younger ones beneath him. His brother also described in his diary that manticores lived in families, but nothing about the family being this huge. Maybe they just multiplied. Wherever the extra number came from, it was still a fact that he had to deal with them all by himself. However, not everything's so bad. Rather, it was quite profitable. Ever since the tutorial's inner area up until now, Yi and Wu had never fought with all his might. He had been agonizing over a way to confirm how strong he had become, especially after acquiring Despair of Black King and Aegis. I've tried using my skills while training with the spirits, but I can't tell how strong I've become just from that. But this time it was different. He had his spirit familiars deal with females and the little ones, while he himself engaged in an all-out fight with the male manticore. Yi and Wu had faced several life-threatening dangers during the battle. Especially near the end of the fight when he was struck with the aftereffects of combat wool, his connection with Aegis had suddenly disappeared, almost allowing a critical hit from the manticore. But whenever he overcame such dangers, he felt a surge of thrill rushing down his body. He was finally able to have confidence in how strong he had become. Although, it ended up giving me tons of work to do. Yi and Wu recalled his sword, Vigrid, the blade of which became very dull from the fight. Not just the sword, but his other artifacts also required some degree of mending. He thought he might have to go back and grab his hammer pretty soon. The biggest change from the fight occurred with the spirit familiars. Yi and Wu had lost 6 of the 10 spirit familiars in that fight. He felt their connection disappearing while he was in battle. And when he tried summoning them again, nothing happened. However, he didn't get frustrated at the loss. Because the surviving spirits grew just as stronger. Thanks to this, Boo, Noel, and Ka were able to reach the maximum level of growth for a spirit familiar. Those who used to be powerless ghosts, were now 3 giant monsters emitting enormous amounts of powerful aura. Even Yi and Wu himself flinched whenever they came near him. Open hollow corner bracket. It looks like you have gotten everything you wanted. And it's all thanks to you. Open hollow corner bracket. I am glad to hear that. The Phoenix burst into laughter. She seemed to be very pleased with his words. Open hollow corner bracket. Now, shall we start? Yes, ma'am. Yi and Wu put down a pouch he was carrying on his shoulder onto the floor. The pouch then opened by itself, and the materials stored inside flew out from the pouch. Open hollow corner bracket. It looks like you've selected only the best ingredients. These will make a fine vessel. Hidden quest Flame of Life completed. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 5,000 karma. You have acquired 3,000 additional karma. You have received Phoenix's favor. Intimacy with the Phoenix has increased. Chirpy has noticed the change and had become very pleased. Affinity towards fire element has increased by 30. Affinity towards wind element has increased by 30. The effects of the contract you formed with a legendary beast will be enhanced. All mythical beasts including demonic beasts will now be less vigilant towards you, and become very friendly with you. Phoenix has begun the production of flame of life. Whoosh! The materials that were floating up in the air started to combust, producing a white flame. The holy flame, the embodiment of the phoenix. One by one, the flame consumed the offerings while emitting a sacred energy. When all the materials were on fire, they gathered in the center, merging into one big flame. Flame of Life Superior has been created. You have acquired Flame of Life Superior. Open hollow corner bracket. It has been a long time since I have created a flame of life of this quality. What do you think? The phoenix said proudly, but when she looked back at Yin Wu, he was staring at the flame with a blank look. The flame of life, sometimes brilliant gold, sometimes bright red, ocean blue, turquoise green, jet black, and many other colors. And Yin Wu watched the colors change with his mouth agape. He felt his mind clearing up. Also, he felt the memories buried somewhere deep inside his mind suddenly rising to the surface once again. The memories of those warm days. The memories of the past when he knew how to laugh so brightly. And then in all those memories, his twin brother was there. The one who looked just like him, but unlike him, had such a bright personality. Yin Wu stared into the flame for a while, belatedly realizing the current situation and quickly wiping his eyes with his sleeves. There were some tears, which he didn't even notice coming out, welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a scene. Open hollow corner bracket. It is okay. It was a great opportunity to know that you, who seems to have an ice-cold heart, in fact, have a warm heart just like anyone else. The phoenix said as she looked interestedly at Yin Wu. Open hollow corner bracket. This holy flame symbolizes life. And it shows to those who look at the flame what they think life is to them. And to you, human, it seems like your life consists of past memories. There was even a feeling of warmth coming from the phoenix's voice. Open hollow corner bracket. Do not be afraid, for I do not know what you have seen from the flame. But what I do know is that the memories of yours, they will become a sure and steadfast anchor against the waves of hardships awaiting in your life. So human, do not lose those memories. Thank you for your kind words. Open hollow corner bracket. It is my pleasure that I could say this to the human that has saved my child. Then, the phoenix brought Yin Wu's egg she had been keeping safe in her nest. But at the same time, Chirpy came running as she flapped her tiny wings. Tweet, tweet, open hollow corner bracket. My youngest child has grown very fond of your egg. It seems like she is sad to part with her friend. Yin Wu couldn't help but laugh as he saw Chirpy holding onto the egg with her wings, trying not to let it go. Yin Wu knew that Chirpy and his beast egg had already become special friends. He didn't know why he knew it. Perhaps the connection with her allowed him to know her feelings. So, he felt sorry that he had to separate. Drops of tears fell from Chirpy's eyes. I'll have to come to visit her often even after clearing the 11th floor. While Yin Wu was distracted by his thoughts, the flame of life suddenly drew near to the egg. And when it came into contact with the egg, the flame scattered into different pieces and, one by one, began to sink into the egg. The egg then grew bigger and bigger the more pieces it absorbed. The patterns on the egg also took on a vivid and distinct color. Yin Wu could feel the link between him and the eggs becoming clearer, stronger, and thicker. The feeling of great joy the egg was feeling right now was conveyed to his heart. And by the time the egg finished absorbing all the pieces of flame, it grew until it was 2 meters tall, even bigger than Yin Wu. Open hollow corner bracket. It is a very rare case for an egg to grow this big. Could it be a mythical dragon? The egg then became covered in a bright light. It also began to tremble as if the beast was trying to break out of its shell. Then, whoosh, the bright light suddenly died down as if it had never happened. What happened? Open hollow corner bracket. What happened? At the unbelievable situation, Yin Wu and the phoenix muttered the same words simultaneously. The egg did not hatch. Chapter 90. Flame of Life 6. With a blank look, Yin Wu and the phoenix stared at the egg for a long time to confirm whether it would hatch or not. However, no matter how long they waited, nothing happened. A slight furrow formed between Yin Wu's brows. In contrast, stuck right next to the egg was Chirpy, chirping ever so merrily at the thought of not having to say goodbye to her friend just yet. Tweet, tweet, open hollow corner bracket. I have never witnessed such a strange phenomenon myself. I do not understand why your egg is not hatching. What do you think the problem is? Open hollow corner bracket. Well, to be precise, there is no problem. I would know if there was any. The phoenix's voice sounded a little offended. The holy flame the phoenix had granted Yi and Wu was not just a random creation of hers, it also was part of the phoenix's own soul. In other words, saying that there was a problem with the holy flame was practically saying there was a problem with the phoenix's soul. Realizing his mistake, Yi and Wu quickly bowed down to apologize. "Oh, I'm so sorry for my slip of tongue. Open hollow corner bracket, it is all right. I understand that humans view things from a different perspective than us beasts." The phoenix then focused back on the egg. Open hollow corner bracket, however, I must admit, this surely is abnormal. I can see the beast inside the egg has already completely developed, but I am afraid I cannot put my wing on the reason why it is refusing to come out. And neither did Yi and Wu have any clue about this, as the diary didn't mention anything similar. Open hollow corner bracket, let us take some time and observe the egg. It will come out soon, I believe. Yi and Wu had no choice but to comply with the phoenix's suggestion. After that, Yi and Wu once again started wandering around the dream world in order to collect more materials. It was because the phoenix had suggested that the egg might require more of her flame of life to hatch. Open hollow corner bracket, I cannot grant you another flame of high quality, but it is not particularly hard to create a flame of normal quality. So, let us give it one more try. Close hollow corner bracket. Complaints about the scarcity of the materials could be heard from other players everywhere, but Yi and Wu, who had no time to care about others, proceeded to once again sweep through the already hard-to-find ingredients. After having gathered the required materials a second time, the egg absorbed the second flame of life, growing another meter and becoming 3 meters tall. A 3-meter-tall egg. While it didn't sound too shocking when described with words, the egg was almost twice as big as Yi and Wu. Knowing that the beast inside the egg was in a fetal position, Yi and Wu couldn't imagine how big it would be once it broke out of its shell. Haha, open hollow corner bracket, this is just unbelievable. Yi and Wu couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh at this endlessly growing egg. Open hollow corner bracket, I have never seen an egg growing this big before hatching. It seems like my flame will run out before it stops growing. Of course, the phoenix's flame wouldn't deplete even if she continued creating flames of life, but that showed how frustrated she was. Tweet, tweet, only Chippy was still chattering joyously. It looked like a child bragging about her friend. Mom, Mom. Look how big my friend is. But Yi and Wu was so deep in thought that nothing reached his ears. This is almost like shoveling sand against the tide. Despite this deadlock, he could feel without a doubt that his connection with the egg was growing stronger. He could clearly feel the egg's happiness being transmitted to himself. The problem was that he could only feel its emotions, but not its thoughts. As if it was intentionally hiding from Yi and Wu. Not because it was afraid of him, but just to play pranks on him. Can it really be doing this as a joke? But he knew the situation couldn't be that simple. Because mythical beasts were beings so simple in nature, yet so profound at the same time. I'll be stuck on this floor for a long time if this continues. Though the bartender had said that the war's first battle would most likely take place on the 11th floor, that wasn't completely certain. There were still a large number of variables that could upset his calculations. Even if the war does take place on this floor, I have to finish the trial before it happens. Meanwhile, the phoenix carefully voiced her opinion about the egg after a long time of organizing her thoughts. Open hollow corner bracket, perhaps this could be the reason. Yi and Wu's head jerked up at the phoenix's murmuring. What is it? Open hollow corner bracket, motivation. Yi and Wu put on a puzzled look. Motivation, open hollow corner bracket, yes. As you know, dreams are paramount to all mythical beasts. They feed off of dreams and are always in pursuit of them. And I have heard that in places where there are no dreams at all, they refuse to be born. Yi and Wu's eyes started to shake slightly as he could already see where the phoenix was going with this. Open hollow corner bracket, and to my knowledge, most humans have dreams, whether they are big or small. And he felt as if the phoenix's two eyes were staring into his very soul. Open hollow corner bracket, but human, do you have a dream? Quote. Yi and Wu was struck dumb at her question. Open hollow corner bracket, it looks like you do not. He let out a bitter laugh. Dream, just as the phoenix presumed, he didn't have a dream. If anything, it would be his revenge. But that wasn't exactly a dream. Rather, it was more like an objective, or a goal he had set for himself. Players climbing up the tower usually had dreams like gaining power or becoming a god, but that did not apply to Yi and Wu. Power was merely a means to achieve his mission, and he didn't even wish to become a god. In fact, Yi and Wu thought that dreams were nothing but trivial and rather cumbersome things to have. That's what's causing this. Yin Wu was running into difficulties he had never expected to encounter. He had no idea how to solve such a problem. I guess a trial's still a trial. A trial that brought him physical adversities as well as mental anguish. Yin Wu glanced at his egg with a slight frown on his face. But the egg's pleased emotion was still being conveyed through the connection. Yin Wu raised his head to see the phoenix. Although he hadn't said anything yet, the phoenix had seen his desperation through his eyes. Open hollow corner bracket for now, take your time and make sure to clear up your situation. Hasty decisions will only delay the progress of your work. Yin Wu answered with a grave nod. Dream. Yin Wu sat quietly at the edge of the cliff and started to organize his thoughts. It's a tough problem, it's not something I can just make up. He had never thought about a purpose other than carrying out his revenge. Moreover, he had a mountain of work to do now. Not to mention the trial, the war between the two giant clans was imminent. Wasting his time stuck in there was not an option. After breathing some fresh air, he felt his head clearing up a bit at least. Just then, Tweet, Chirpy came flying and sat on his lap. The way she flapped her small wings, trying so hard to keep herself floating in the air was adorable. Tweet, Tweet, Chirpy stared at Yin Wu with her twinkly eyes and started jumping around his lap while wagging her beak as if trying to tell him something. You came here to cheer me up. Tweet, you're saying that your friend is just sleeping so I don't have to worry too much. Yin Wu couldn't hold back his laughter anymore and ended up letting out a hearty laugh. Tweet, Tweet, okay, I'll stop laughing. Tweet. Thanks to the contract he made with Chirpy, Yin Wu was able to read her thoughts to a certain extent. She was trying to defend her friend, saying that the beast inside the egg did not mean any ill with this. But the way she was trying to persuade him was just too cute. Yin Wu started petting and fidgeting with the little bird. While feeling Yin Wu's touch, Chirpy looked up with anxious eyes. But he continued to pet her without giving any answer. There was, in fact, something that Chirpy misunderstood. She thought Yin Wu was depressed because of the egg, but he had different thoughts in mind. You want me to have a dream? What if I make you so full that you won't even need my dreams? Yin Wu's eyes shone with a strange glow. If there was anything he had learned as he climbed the tower, it was that there was never a set answer for a problem in a trial. Do you think you can keep on being stubborn and stay like that even if I give you tons of energy to feed on? Yin Wu was planning to continue feeding the egg with the flame of life until it hatched. And if, even after that, it still refused to hatch, I'll bring you the energy of the other 3 legendary beasts. The Abyss Turtle, the Void Dragon, and the Saber-toothed Tiger. As far as he knew, the 3 other legendary beasts also gave their energy as a reward for players who completed their quests. The reason why Yin Wu insisted on the Phoenix's flame of life was that he needed a mythical beast with the fire and wind property. Now that the situation had changed, he couldn't stick to his original plan anymore. Maybe this will be even better. No egg in the tower's history had ever hatched while possessing the energy all 4 legendary beasts. His egg would be the first one to ever make it. Not just that, he would be able to collect tons of karma points during the process. If that still doesn't work, I'll bring you every kind of feed I can find on this floor. Let's see how much you can eat. Yin Wu's lips began to curl upward. At the same time, tremble. The egg that was sleeping back at the nest suddenly flinched and started to shake crazily. But Chirpy, who was ignorant of either of the situations, tilted her head and let out a puzzled chirp. Tweet. That night, Yin Wu prepared a new plan. Before I feed my egg, I want to know its current status. He had to make sure if it was okay to provide his egg with such overwhelming amounts of nutrients. If the egg shattered before it could hatch, it would be a big problem. But his draconic eyes didn't show him any detailed information about the egg. What he needed right now was Adora's insight. Where the hell are they? He was certain that Fant and Adora hadn't entered this floor yet. Because the mark he had left back in the starting point had not been destroyed yet. Maybe it has something to do with this war. While Yin Wu was lost in his thoughts. Open hollow corner bracket. Excuse me, but you have a visitor. A visitor? As per habit, Yin Wu raised his head at the Phoenix's remark. Then, some images were suddenly transmitted to his head. Yin Wu was startled at first, but he soon got used to it. In the images, there was a long, bushy-haired man confronting 2 beasts that were blocking the road. Though he didn't know who the man was, he could easily guess his origin thanks to his purple pupils and the horns sticking out of his temple. One-Horned Tribe, Chapter 91, One-Horned Tribe 1. Yi and Wu had been wondering why Fant and Adora hadn't come yet. And now, all of a sudden, a one-horned tribe member appeared. Then Yi and Wu noticed the man was holding in one hand something that looked like a letter. He must be a messenger. Perhaps that letter was addressed to him. Could you open a way, please? Yi and Wu said towards the sky. Although Phoenix had not been allowing any strangers to enter her territory for the safety of her children. Open hollow corner bracket as you wish. Then, the Phoenix, who had sealed off her territory to prevent any strangers from harming her children, ordered the beasts that had been blocking the man's way to stand aside and let him pass. Yi and Wu calmly watched the scene unfold. The man was led to a pond, quite far from the Phoenix's nest. Hee, it's so nice to meet you. My name is Yanu. Unlike the sharp impression he gave off when confronting the beasts, the man now looked at Yi and Wu with a silly smile on his face. It's like there's a hidden blade behind that smile. Despite his smile, Yi and Wu could tell he was no pushover. Judging by his aura, he was probably even around Fante's level. However, but his smile doesn't appear to be fake. Yi and Wu examined Yanu with his draconic eyes, and as expected, he didn't see any hostility coming from him. But why? He couldn't understand how could someone he had never met before be this friendly towards him. Just like Yi and Wu was busy inspecting Yanu, Yanu was also examining Yi and Wu from head to toe with shimmering eyes. Why are you staring at me like that? Oh, I'm sorry if that bothered you. I guess I was too pleased to meet you, I didn't notice I was being rude. Yanu scratched his cheek with his finger as if he was really sorry. No, I'm not bothered. I just don't understand why you seem so familiar with me. Ooh, of course, you don't. You've probably never heard about me, but I have heard a lot of stories about you, Kane. I was just too excited to finally meet you. His remark struck Yi and Wu with surprise. Judging by his words, he wasn't talking about the hoarder. About me? From who? Oh, you have no idea how famous you were in our tribe. Oh, wait. I don't think I'm allowed to speak about this. Hee, please don't tell anyone I said this. You'll find out later anyway. Yi and Wu had a strange feeling about this. Quote. However, he just shrugged it off, assuming Fant and Adora must have told Yanu about him. Now, regarding the letter you're carrying, is that for me? Yup, as you probably know, this is from Fant Nim and Adora Nim 1. They asked me to deliver this letter safely to you. They also wanted to apologize for disappearing without notice. The details are inside the letter. Yanu then handed the letter over to him. The envelope of the letter was tightly sealed with sealing wax, proof that it hadn't been opened yet. Yi and Wu removed the wax off of the envelope and took out the letter from the inside. But when he unfolded the letter, what greeted his eyes was lines full of characters he did not recognize. The characters didn't belong to the commonly used language in the tower, but to the one-horned tribe's native language. Befuddled by the incomprehensible characters, Yi and Wu was about to call Yanu to ask him to read the letter for him. But before Yi and Wu could open his mouth, the characters suddenly started shining with a bright light and began to break loose from the paper, floating up into the air one by one. Then, he heard a voice talking inside his head. Open hollow corner bracket. Hi Oriboni, this is Adora. First of all, I am sorry that we had to leave without, hey. What are you doing? Is that a letter? Poohaha, who sends letters these days when you can just, I know. Just shut up and get out. Geez, look at your temper. You know, that's not gonna help. I said get out. Can't you see I'm writing a letter? Okay, I'll go. By the way, you know our conversation already went inside the letter, that's it. The letter contained a mixture of Fant and Adora's voices. Yi and Wu burst into laughter. Typical siblings. Yi and Wu then heard the noise of the two siblings quarreling into the distance, followed by Adora returning while grumbling to herself. Open hollow corner bracket. That useless idiot. He never helps. Ahem. Anyway, Oriboni, the reason why we had to send you this letter, hey, can I say something too? Get out. The voice coming from the letter sounded similar to the thoughts the Phoenix transmitted to him using her telepathic skill. Perhaps they used a similar method. After her shout, Adora finally continued with her explanation. And with that, Yi and Wu was able to confirm why the two of them hadn't shown up on the 11th floor even after having finished the previous trial. Not many things were new to him since most of the contents in her explanation were similar to Yi and Wu's conjectures. She said that the one-horned tribe had an urgent situation and that the two of them, being royalty, had been summoned back to the tribe. However, she still kept the details confidential. Yi and Wu thought it was understandable. No matter how close they had become, he was still an outsider to the tribe. He just felt a little sad they had to part ways without a proper farewell. Me, being sad. A strange feeling welled up inside Yian-Wu's heart. Adora then said that the two of them would follow after him as soon as they were done with their business, so he should continue to climb without worrying. Finally, the letter ended with the words, "Take care." Yian-Wu folded the letter and looked back at Yanu. Yanu was still looking at him with a smile. "How's Fant and Adora doing?" "Oh, they are doing fine. By fine, I mean really fine. Especially Fant Nim. I swear, no one can put up with his temper." "Same as usual," Yian-Wu nodded with a chuckle. "That's enough." Yanu gave Yian-Wu a strange look. "What's wrong? I thought you'd be more curious." "About what?" "About the reason why Fant Nim and Adora Nim couldn't come here." "And are you going to tell me if I ask?" After a few seconds of pondering, Yanu put his silly smile back on his face and answered. "Hee, no can do. That's why I didn't ask. Besides, I'll find out later." Looking convinced, Yanu nodded a few times. You know, I think you're quite a strange man, just as I've heard." "And what did you hear about me?" That, I can't tell you. I don't want to die this young." "Looks like they sent a weirdo as a messenger," Yian-Wu thought as he clicked his tongue. But then, he suddenly realized that Yanu must have been thinking the same while looking at him. "I guess we're both weirdos." Yian-Wu laughed. "Oh wow, so this is what a legendary beast's territory looks like," Yanu said as he explored the entire forest that belonged to the phoenix's territory. Yian-Wu thought it would be a shame to just turn him away after receiving the letter, so he asked the phoenix for permission to allow Yanu to take a look around her territory, except for her nest. And Yanu was really like a dog, too, not in the vulgar sense of the word, but as an animal that went around sniffing every corner of the place with curiosity. He explored every possible place he could get into, to the point where he was finding places Yian-Wu didn't even know existed. Was her territory this big? And as one might have expected, the phoenix was annoyed by this. Open hollow corner bracket "Send that human away as soon as you two are done wandering around. I have never seen such an unbridled human. I am starting to worry that my children would watch him and become like him. I had thought that humans of the one-horned tribe were composed and prudent, how is he so different?" From the tone of her voice, Yian-Wu could almost imagine the phoenix shaking her head from side to side. So he stopped Yanu from moving on to the next place and asked him a question. "Haven't you passed through the 11th floor already?" Yanu chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. "I did, a very long time ago. But I hadn't been to places like this when I was here." Quote, "As you might know, most players don't get to enter the territory of a legendary beast. Even among the members of our tribe, only our king, and perhaps a few of the elders, have come to this place." "I see. In fact, when I first found the mark saying that you would be waiting here, I almost didn't believe it. I mean, it's a phoenix, you know. They are so powerful, magnificent, they're just great." Yian-Wu thought he had a point. Even rankers didn't want to fight with legendary beasts. For an ordinary player like Yanu, it would take a lot of guts to even enter their territory. Open hollow corner bracket perhaps the human is not as bad as I thought. Tell him he can stay for as long as he likes before returning." Yian-Wu laughed in his sleeve at how a couple of compliments was all it took for the phoenix to change her mind. Yanu, after being told the news, became all excited and went even wilder in his exploration. And Yian-Wu, like a parent following a child running around an amusement park, slowly followed behind him, making sure he didn't go into the phoenix's nest. And at the same time, he had a lot of thoughts. The first thing that occurred to him was a sense of relief. The relief from hearing about Fant and Adora's well-being. Though, to begin with, he hadn't been that worried, but there was a big difference between being and not being aware of their safety. On the other hand, he started worrying about his beast egg. Now that I know they are dealing with something back in their tribe, it's clear that they won't be returning anytime soon. There were two things for which he needed help from Adora. The black bracelet, and the mythical beast's egg. Although he wasn't in a hurry in regards to the bracelet, he did need to settle things with the egg quickly in order to clear the trial. If Adora couldn't help him, he had to find an alternative as soon as possible. What should I do? While Yian-Wu agonized over his problem, Yanu suddenly stopped running around and stared at him with curious eyes. Noticing his stare, Yian-Wu broke out of his deep thoughts. "What is it? I just thought you looked like you needed help. Is there anything I can do to help you? And why would you do that?" Well, that's something our princess wanted me to do. Princess. Oh, he's referring to Adora. For the first time, Yi and Wu realized the true identity of Fant and Adora. She said, I know he won't be needing our help because he's such a perfect man, but if you see he's having troubles, try to help him while you're at it. Did she mention this in the letter? Only then did Yi and Wu recall some of the sentences in the last part of the letter. Open hollow corner bracket. He looks silly with his bushy hair and always smiling face, but he knows a thing or two about the tower. If you need any help, you can consider asking him for advice. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but it seemed like Yanu was serious. Yi and Wu pondered for a short time whether he could trust Yanu or not. He would have turned him down immediately if it had been someone else, but knowing that he was sent by Fant and Adora. Wait, you don't seem to trust me. I don't know if she mentioned this in the letter, but I'm actually a psychic medium candidate. At that moment, Yi and Wu's eyes shone with a strange glow. He's a psychic medium. Yi and Wu was also aware of the psychic medium of the One-Horned tribe. The One-Horned tribe, a tribe with a history that dates as far back as that of the tower itself, has always been the strongest tribe inside the tower. Several factors have helped them keep their position, such as their innate talent for martial arts and their policy of neutrality. But the most important element is none other than the existence of the psychic medium. A psychic medium, also known as a prophet, refers to a person who can communicate with the god the One-Horned tribe serves. Though not much is known about psychic mediums, it is said that the prophecies that their god grants upon them have served as guidance for their tribe to survive this long inside the tower. Yi and Wu was surprised at how easily Yanu had disclosed his identity. He had heard that the One-Horned tribe usually tries as hard as possible to hide the identity of their psychic medium in order to protect them from other clans' harm. But as if Yanu had noticed what Yi and Wu was thinking, he quickly waved his hand in denial. Don't worry, psychic mediums are not as great as what people think they are. Besides, I'm not the real psychic medium, but just one of the many probable successors. Plus, there's already a confirmed successor for the next psychic medium. But I assure you, I'm only second to that person, so you can trust me. Yeah. Yanu's eyes were glittering, and the phoenix also added her opinion. Open hollow corner bracket. I also suggest you ask the human for his opinion. The psychic mediums, unlike what they are known for, are more like scholars that study the records allowed to them. Yi and Wu became curious about the scholar part the phoenix talked about, but he decided to set his curiosity aside for now. Listening to her suggestion, Yi and Wu decided to entrust him with his troubles. So Yi and Wu proceeded to explain to Yanu in detail what he was going through. Yanu listened to his story with excited eyes, which as the story progressed became more and more round, and he ended up gasping out loud several times. Once when Yi and Wu said he created his second flame of life, and another time when he said the egg was now about 3 meters tall. And when he said he was considering getting the other legendary beast's energy, his jaw dropped so low it almost touched the floor. It wasn't until a long time later that he shook his head and put his thoughts together. Wow, I've heard some stories about you, but I didn't know you'd be this great. Yanu was now looking at him as if he was facing a monster. Then, he asked questions based on the story he heard. So, let me get this straight. What you need right now is the insight skill that Adora Nim has, is that correct? Yes. Oh, that's an easy problem to solve. Yanu breathed a sigh of relief and continued with his usual smile. Then you can come with me to where our tribe is. That's the simplest solution. Yanu said as if it was something very easy. This time, it was Yi and Wu's turn to be surprised. Didn't you say there is some important business taking place in your tribe? And I thought I couldn't leave this floor unless I clear the trial. Yi and Wu asked the questions in quick succession. It is an important business, but I think it'll be okay. Hee, because some elders want to see you in person. And about the second question, well, you'll see. Without understanding one bit, Yi and Wu kept on asking several questions, but all Yanu did was repeating, you'll see, as an answer while scratching his cheek with one finger. Though Yi and Wu wasn't able to comprehend the situation, there was one thing that he could tell. It was that he could go to where the One-Horned tribe was right now. Come to think of it, the One-Horned tribe is one of the earliest participants of the tower, right? Then they must know a lot of secrets pertaining to the tower. Yi and Wu's eyes shone brightly. One Nim is the highest form of honorifics and above SSI, but is still used as a commonplace honorific for guests, customers, clients, and unfamiliar individuals. nim is also used towards someone who is revered and admired for having a significant amount of skill, intellect, knowledge, etc. and is used for people who are of a higher rank than oneself. 2. Like a dog, gai gatta in Korean also means shitty. Chapter 92. One-Horned Tribe 2. After telling Yanu to wait for him where he was, Yi and Woo returned to the phoenix's nest. Open hollow corner bracket. Are you leaving now? Yi and Woo answered with a smile. I'll be back soon. Open hollow corner bracket. I believe you will. But I do not think my child believes you. The phoenix smiled. As she said that, Chirpy came flying from inside the cave and landed on top of the egg. Tweet. She was asking where he was going. Though he tried to put on a serious expression, Yi and Woo ended up laughing again. Don't worry, it won't take long. Tweet, tweet. She asked him to leave her friend with her in the nest. Yi and Woo found himself in an awkward situation. Open hollow corner bracket. What are you going to do now? There was a hint of laughter in the phoenix's voice as if she found the whole situation to be funny. Yi and Woo reached out his hand and petted Chirpy's head. He then began to explain his situation in a serious voice while keeping eye contact with her. If there was something he realized about life, it was that he had to be as truthful as he could to avoid possible misunderstandings. I'm taking the egg with me in order to find a way to help your friend break out of its shell. You also want to meet your friend as soon as possible, don't you? If so, I need you to let us go. But don't worry, as I said, I will try to come back as soon as possible. Tweet. Though Chirpy was still pouty at the situation. Open hollow corner bracket. My child. The phoenix whispered to Chirpy in a soft voice. Only then Chirpy did finally decided to let go of the egg. Instead, this time, Chirpy started jumping in place and continuously chirping out loud. Tweet, tweet, she was telling him to come back as soon as possible. And only after reassuring her several times did he manage to take the egg from her. The phoenix watched the two of them with warm eyes. Open hollow corner bracket. Now, I understand you will be heading to where the one-horned tribe is, but how will you carry your egg? Yi and Woo looked at his beast egg and shook his head at how big his egg was. The previously 3-meter tall egg had grown even taller since the last time he checked it. Fortunately enough, its growth speed had dropped at least. But growth was still growth. The egg had been constantly getting both bigger and heavier, to the point that now it was impossible for the phoenix to move the egg with her powers. Regardless, if Yi and Woo wanted to visit the one-horned tribe, he had to somehow carry the egg to the outer district. Which meant that he also had to carry his egg to where Yanu was, all on his own. And that was what Phoenix was worried about. However, come out. Yi and Woo solved that problem by simply ordering his spirit familiars. At first, not knowing what to do, the spirits became a bit flustered. But after a few seconds, they turned their bodies into gray mist and enveloped the egg from the bottom. Then, the egg started to slowly levitate from the ground. This way there shouldn't be any problem carrying the egg. Open hollow corner bracket. Oh, that is quite convenient. I remember their ability to exert physical power was not this great before. How did they become so powerful? I noticed they could grow stronger by consuming other spirits. So I fed them with all sorts of spirits from beasts, monsters, and even players. Now, they've reached the limits of a familiar spirit. Open hollow corner bracket. I see. I am quite surprised to see that you have already mastered that bracelet. What an interesting human. I wonder how much your spirits will have changed the next time we meet. As I said earlier, I won't be away for that long. Open hollow corner bracket. And I believe you will. For you will need to prepare many things in order to pass the tests of the other legendary beasts. Yi and Woo's eyes widened underneath his mask. I don't remember telling her about that. How did she know? Open hollow corner bracket. Oh, I can already tell what you are thinking. And I also know that you did not tell me about this, worrying that you might hurt my feelings. But worry not, I do not mind. Thank you for your understanding. Yi and Woo thought perhaps the biggest reward he earned after leaving the beginner zone was meeting the phoenix. Although most players feared the phoenix, to him, she was just a kind, generous and good-natured lady. Come to think of it, the various fellows I've gotten involved with up until this point have all been good people. If it weren't for them, he might have ruined himself while being driven solely by anger and revenge. He had been able to remain sane thanks to all the people he had met in the tower. And the phoenix was definitely one of them. However, more than a good friend, she reminds me of Mom. Putting these thoughts aside, Yi and Woo finally decided to leave the nest. See you soon. Open hollow corner bracket. Take care. Yi and Woo soon walked out of the nest. Standing just outside the nest, Yanu's jaw once again dropped at the sight of the giant egg. Wow, I think this is even taller than 3 meters. While doing his own trial and watching other tribe members undergo theirs, Yanu had seen many different beast eggs, but never in his life had he seen one of this size. I'm ready to go, but before we leave, let me get this straight. Am I really allowed to visit your tribe? I heard outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering your village. Yanwu asked while thinking about the explanation he had read in the diary. The one-horned tribe is said to have been brought by one of the 3 creators of the tower, the Trinity Wonder. The members of the tribe are demi-humans, and they share common features such as purple eyes and a single horn sticking out from their heads. Most of them are born with innate talent for martial arts, making them great experts. They are also known as the founders of Mugong, a series of skills devised to control mana. They're a race blessed with overwhelming physical strength, and aided by their use of Mugong, their battle prowess is incomparable to that of humans. In short, they were born to climb the tower. Lots of humans and other demi-human races also envied their origin. But despite their popularity, not many things were known about the one-horned tribe. It was because thanks to their arrogant nature, the one-horned tribe abhorred interacting with outsiders. Some say that they're loyal people that would go out on a limb for their friends without hesitation. However, those who have met players from the one-horned tribe often deny such rumors, as it is nearly impossible to become friends with them. If someone wanted to have a fair conversation with them, they had to first prove themselves worthy. Naturally, the tribe became alienated in the tower. But the one-horned tribe did not care about this either. Rather, they chose solitude for themselves. They built a village somewhere outside the tower and covered it with a mysterious spell to keep others away from entering as well as to keep themselves away from the rest of the world. Therefore, it seemed like his brother also hadn't had any contact with the one-horned tribe. He mentioned that the information he recorded in the diary was acquired by speaking with others. And because of that, Yanwu's knowledge regarding them was also limited. But Yanu answered with a smile. Hee, those are just rumors. How would we run a village if we don't let anyone in? We do get guests from the outside, like merchants for example. Is that so? Sure, you'll see that the rumors are all rubbish once you enter our village. Yanu continued as he shook his head. And about the rumors, I think part of it is because of some overly protective elders trying to keep people away from us, and part of it has to do with some players who want to take advantage of interacting with us. It's kind of complicated. Yanwu nodded as a gesture of understanding. But the village is indeed hidden under a spell, so you'll have to follow me carefully. Now, take this. Yanu took out 2 small pieces of paper from his pocket and handed one of them to Yanwu. What is this? This is the answer to one of the questions you asked me earlier. It's a ticket that allows you to exit the tower for a certain amount of time. Yanu tore the ticket in 2 as he explained to him. Then a red portal appeared on the floor. Yanwu also tore the ticket straight away. Wang, would you like to exit the tower? When Yanwu nodded at the message that appeared in front of him, he found himself being covered in a pool of light. By the time the light had subsided, Yanwu was standing in a very familiar place. It was the entrance to the tower. Creak thud. He heard the gate of the tower shutting behind him. Looking vacantly at the busy streets of the market area, Yanwu came back to his senses at Yanu's calling. This way please. After grabbing Yanwu's attention, Yanu began to sprint through the street. Yanwu also cast Shunpo and imbued more mana to his spirit familiars that were carrying his egg. Though the spirits were still slow due to the weight of the egg, they were steadily catching up to the 2 of them. Yanu was heading towards the southeast part of the outer district. The wasteland where no plants could grow due to the landscape composed of only of basalt rocks. Because of the lack of life, neither people nor animals set foot on this land. Yanwu was starting to wonder how people could be living in such a barren land. Okay. Starting from now, I need you to follow every step I make. If you take any wrong step, it will mess up the whole route, and you might end up getting trapped here forever. Before Yanwu could even say anything, Yanu took a step forward. And in that instant, Yanu's whole body started to fade, leaving behind only a footprint on the ground. Yanwu's eyes emitted a curious glow of excitement. So this is Jinbup. Using Mugong as their basis, the one-horned tribe also created a type of skill they called Jinbup. According to the records I found, Jinbup are skills that allow the user to distort the surrounding environment by stimulating the energy flowing in nature. The best known example of Jinbup is Wanjin, a spell used to hide certain objects or places. One can even make a mountain flat and a lake dry if they become skilled enough. Jinbup and magic circles, though the two looked similar in terms of effect, they were two very different skills. Magic circles required one to create a whole new formation of mana, while Jinbup required one to distort the natural flow of mana. Yin Wu, a layperson in terms of magic, couldn't understand the details behind it, but he still got a glimmer of what it meant. Draconic eyes. Yin Wu cast draconic eyes to get a better look at Yanu's footprint. But when the reptilian pupils replaced Yin Wu's, a vast expanse of grassland suddenly appeared in front of him. A prairie where grass, flowers and water streams existed. But before he could take a good look, the whole world got covered by a thick fog. Yin Wu realized that he had arrived at the entrance of the village, and this was the forest surrounding the village. Though the fog was blocking his view, he was able to see the footprint Yanu had left. He just had to carefully step on them to get into the village. But as Yin Wu obediently made his way to the village, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Can I cross through this Jinbup without Yanu's help? Yin Wu then put more mana into his eyes to focus on the Jinbup. Draconic eyes have discovered Hohoanmujin. The basic components of Hohoanmujin will be revealed. You have unlocked a new category, Jinbup. All phenomena you observe caused by Jinbup will automatically be filled in the window. You have acquired a hint regarding Jinbup, but you lack the knowledge to fully comprehend it. Improve your knowledge in order to gain access to the information. Draconic Eye's skill proficiency has increased. 28.1%. The fog was wriggling as if it was trying to avoid revealing what was hidden beneath it. But as Yin Wu adjusted the focus of Draconic Eyes, he was able to see the flaws of Jinbup in the same way as other objects. They repetitively tangled and untangled over and over again. The only difference was that they spread throughout the whole area covered by the fog. Yin Wu examined the shape of the flaws as he traced Yanu's footsteps. And thanks to that, he was able to figure out some facts. The shape of the flaws makes it look like there are multiple strings tangled together, but it's actually one single string. And that string was flowing towards one direction, creating a flow of energy. Just like hundreds of small streams that gather to form a large river. Some flaws were gathering in one place, some detached themselves from the flow, covering up the entire foggy area. Yin Wu realized that this was the centerpiece of Jinbup. I guess that huge flow of flaws is the mana stream that is supposed to be flowing naturally in the landscape. And it seems like the caster artificially changed the flow of the stream to create this Jinbup. And the main stream looked very familiar to him. This is like my magic circuit. The energy flowing around a certain area and the stream of mana circulating inside his body. Except for a few details, the approximate shape and path were very similar to the movement of the mana inside his body. You have understood part of the Jinbup. Draconic Eyes has penetrated Hohoanmujin. Draconic Eyes skill proficiency has increased 31.9%. And then, thoughts began to occur to him one after another, giving birth to new thoughts. If it is possible to hide a whole village and spread out the fog depending on how one manipulates the mana, maybe I can put my magic circuit to use instead of having it just circulating. You have acquired a hint regarding the use of magic circuit, but you lack the knowledge to fully comprehend it. Improve your knowledge to gain access to the information. Chapter 93. One-Horned Tribe 3. Thanks to the message, Yin Wu became sure that he was on the right track. He had originally thought that magic circuit's only use was to pump mana. Never in his wildest dreams did he think it would have other uses, not to mention finding out one of them while heading to the One-Horned Tribe's village. Yin Wu, therefore, took a closer look at the Jinbup to see if he could get more hints from it. He was done figuring out its basic components. The next step was to see how they work together to activate it. Then I should be able to go through this maze by myself. And while looking at Yanu's next step, Yin Wu noticed there was some kind of pattern to the footprints placements. To check if his theory was correct, Yin Wu started guessing where Yanu's next step would be. 45 degrees to the left. A place where lots of flaws were concentrated. And indeed, Yanu's next footprint appeared a bit forward to the left, diagonally from the previous one. Next one is 16 degrees to the right. Then, the next footprint also appeared right where Yin Wu thought it would be. And then, Yin Wu continued guessing correctly, until reaching almost the end of the maze. For the first time since he started guessing, Yanu's step differed from Yin Wu's conjecture. That's the long way around. Maybe he doesn't know this path. If so, Left to where Yanu's footprint was, Yi and Wu noticed there was a straight path leading to the edge of the fog. That is where the Jinbup ends. Instead of following Yanu, Yi and Wu headed towards the path he found. Wait, Yanu, hearing Yi and Wu's footsteps that derailed from his path, quickly looked back to stop him, but it was already too late. Despite Yanu's concerns, whoosh, Yi and Wu was able to reach the end of the foggy area. As the view opened up, Yi and Wu saw a village down a hill huddled with houses. Then, Yi and Wu heard a voice ringing in his head. Open hollow corner bracket. Oh my, an outsider passed through Hohoanmujin without the help of our tribe. I don't think I've seen you before. Who are you? The voice was so coarse and grating, it reminded him of an old lady. Open hollow corner bracket. Oh, you must be the one Adora was talking about. Ho ho, you really are full of surprises. I can see why she was so braggy about you. There was a hint of laughter in her voice. Open hollow corner bracket. You seem curious to know who I am. Don't worry, we'll be meeting soon enough. Bye dearie. After saying what she wanted to say, the unknown voice then disappeared. Yi and Wu stood there thinking who it could be, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted by Yanu's urgent voice. Ah, what did you do? Why didn't you follow me? Yanu came running with his face looking as pale as a ghost. You have no idea how lucky you are. You could have gotten yourself trapped. I just took a shortcut. What? Yanu asked back with a blank expression as if he didn't understand what Yi and Wu was saying. I noticed you were taking a long way around. So I just took the shorter way that I just happened to find. Yanu barely managed to mutter a few words with his mouth agape. That's possible. Hohoanmujin was a Jinbup that had protected the One-Horned Tribe's village from the outside world since long ago. It was not something an outsider could comprehend after inspecting it for just a few minutes. Yanu came to realize why Yi and Wu was called a monster. Though he felt at the moment Yi and Wu appeared carrying a 3-meter-tall egg, he did not resemble a normal human at all. Disregarding Yanu's stare, Yi and Wu entered the village and took a look around. I thought their village would be somewhat different, but it's not much different from an ordinary rural village. Yi and Wu was a bit surprised by the ordinary appearance of the village. For some reason, he had thought that the tribe members would be training martial arts at the center of the village, as befits their title of the strongest race. On one side of the road, there were several patches of broad fields spread throughout the place, and people wearing straw hats could be seen tending to the crops here and there. On the other side, there was a hill full of wooden huts, and he could see a woman carrying a basket full of food on her head and some kids running around the alleyways. It was just a peaceful rural town. If there was something unique about it, it was that every single person of the town had a horn on either side of their heads and that they were all dressed in the same unique outfit. The same baggy outfits that Fant and Adora wore. Their clothes looked so oversized that it started to make him wonder if they didn't feel uncomfortable wearing them. Or, is it the opposite here? Yi and Wu realized that one by one, the villagers started to stare at him. It seemed like, unlike in the tower, where it was common to see many different kinds of attires, Yi and Wu's black mask and other pieces of armor had drawn the villagers' attention. Isn't that a human? I think he's a player. Was there supposed to be a visitor today though? Has anyone heard of it? There was none today. What's up with that mask? Yanu went out to run our princess's errand today, didn't he? Oh, then he must be Adora's. Yeah, I think that's him. The villagers who were talking to each other suddenly began to look at Yi and Wu with sparkling eyes. They had the same eyes that Yanu had when he first met him. How do these people know who I am? He couldn't understand how they could look at him like this when he was still a stranger to them. As he went deeper into the village, more and more people gathered around from all over the village to take a look at Yi and Wu. Oh, there he is. Do you think he's strong? I bet he is. Adora Nim said so. Look at his eyes. He gives a very strong impression. And quite a good physique too. I can tell his muscles are well balanced. Yi and Wu creased his brows slightly at all the eyes drawn to him. He felt like he had become a monkey in a zoo. Some of them were evaluating his strength by his appearance, and some were showing a distinct eagerness as if they wanted to spar with him. But there was something else that really caught people's attention. The 3-meter-tall egg that was following behind Yi and Wu. But what is that thing behind him? It looks like the egg of an animal. I think it's a mythical beast's egg. That's impossible. I've never heard of beast egg that big. Most of the villagers were busy making guesses of what the egg could be. Even to the eyes of the members of the One-Horned Tribe, a race with such a rich history in the tower, Yi and Wu's egg was truly a mystery among mysteries. Wait a second, I thought the village was going through serious trouble right now. How come none of them look like they are worried? Before Yian-Wu could properly think about that question, he was already reaching the center of the village. There, he found a house that had the same appearance as the other houses, only bigger in size. And from that house, a familiar person came running at him. Oriboni. It was Adora. She seemed to have been waiting outside for Yian-Wu's arrival. Perhaps Yanu had somehow messaged her beforehand. Yian-Wu's stiff expression softened as the familiar face came into his view. How have you been? Good, but I was worried you'd be concerned about our disappearance. We thought we'd be able to go back sooner. I heard you had a situation. I understand. Yian-Wu patted Adora on the shoulder. His soft attitude slightly surprised Adora, but she soon smiled bashfully. Whoa, I've never seen our Ice Princess smiling that brightly. Well, it looks like what Fan Nim said was true, right? For sure, and there's gonna be a lot of young men crying over this news. Ooh ha ha. Adora glared at the villagers who were busy laughing and chatting about the two of them. The villagers turned their gaze but did not stop giggling. From that scene, Yian-Wu was able to catch a glimpse of the atmosphere of the One-Horned tribe. Though people were divided into classes, there was no discrimination of any sort between them. People seemed very happy, cheerful and free-spirited. Furthermore, these people, they are all experts. Each and every one of them, though they were dressed up as normal farmers, was actually a great warrior. What surprised him the most was how good they were at hiding their power. This meant that they were constantly controlling their mana to prevent their power from flowing outwards. As if they each have a jinbup within themselves. Yian-Wu's eyes glistened at the discovery. His previous idea was already being applied by the One-Horned tribe. Well, look who's here. You must be the one my son and daughter traveled with. While Yian-Wu and Adora were having a conversation, a middle-aged man appeared from within the crowd. Along with him, the man brought a group of people that included Fant, some old-looking people, and some guys that looked like the bodyguards. However, he's huge. Despite having all those people next to him, only the middle-aged man came into Yian-Wu's view. He was wearing a set of farming clothes freshly covered in dirt as if he had been working in the fields until just recently. Though he had the appearance of a typical friendly, affable farmer. And strong, Yian-Wu felt pressure weighing down his shoulders when he met the middle-aged man's eyes. It was similar to the pressure he had felt when he first met Bahal. No, the two are completely different. What he had felt from Bahal was a feeling like he was standing above everything, while the middle-aged man in front of him seemed very high and lofty. It almost felt like he was the only one existing in this space. If Bahal was a mountain, then the middle-aged man was the sky. As for the mountain, people can put a mountain under their feet if they climb it, but as for the sky, it is always there no matter how high up people go. In addition, there was something deeply hidden in the eyes of the middle-aged man. Something akin a beast, a wild and dreadful beast. For now, it was docile, but the moment it broke out, Yian-Wu's magic circuit also started to spin in order to protect its user. This is the Martial King. The chief and the king of the One-Horned tribe, who is said to have opened the path to a golden age for the One-Horned tribe, as well as one of the 9 kings, the strongest of all players. The Martial King is someone I would describe as a wolf in sheep's clothing. He appears to live a leisurely life but is always looking for a chance to go on a rampage. Though I did not get to meet him in person, when I saw him from afar I could tell he was one of the strongest players I've ever met. And then, that got me thinking. If he is the king that led the One-Horned tribe, which was already strong, to a new golden age, how great of a player is he? While Yian-Wu was recalling a paragraph in the diary, the Martial King suddenly smiled at Yian-Wu. That made Yian-Wu flinch involuntarily. He felt like the beast that had been dormant inside had just opened its eyes to look back at him. A terrible chill ran down his spine. Whoa, you saw that? Quote exclamation mark quote. You were really something. Well, I guess it's obvious since you traversed our jinbup by yourself. The Martial King rubbed his chin and watched Yian-Wu with interest. What did he see, father? Then, Fant, who had been standing next to him the whole time, bluntly asked his father. Something that a greenhorn like you will never be able to see even in a million years. Can you please stop being so pretentious? Fant yelled back with a big frown on his face. His father was an admirable person, but he was a real jerk whenever he acted so superior like this. But the Martial King answered with a snort at his son's reaction. What else would I say when it's 100% true? Gosh, I'm gonna have to get stronger to make him shut up. Just you wait, father, I'm gonna succeed you when I grow strong enough. Quote. Yeah, tell me when you do. This big old bully. While Fant was swallowing his anger, the Martial King turned to look at Yi and Wu again. So, as I was saying, his sudden words made Yi and Wu nervous. The Martial King's eyes turned completely somber. Though his tone was still upbeat, the mischievous atmosphere was quickly replaced with a heavy and serious one. Fant, the elders, the bodyguards, and all the other people standing next to him also began to sweat in anxiety. The dignity of the king, the aura he emitted swept over the surrounding area. Yi and Wu began to ask himself if he had committed any mistakes. Should I not have seen the beast inside him? Or is it because I traversed the Jinbup by myself? Yi and Wu focused all of his attention on the Martial King's lips. Until the Martial King spat out his next question, curling up one end of his lips. When are you going to take my daughter? Chapter 94, One-Horned Tribe 4. Quote. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes wondering if he heard correctly. Take his daughter? Is he talking about marriage? But why would he say that all of a sudden? Yi and Wu stood in place contemplating if there was any hidden meaning to the sentence. Meanwhile, father, struck by her father's sudden question, Adora yelled at him. Adora, who usually did not raise an eyebrow at most things, became so embarrassed that her entire face was flushed red. But the Martial King laughed it away with his characteristic cheekiness and spoke to Adora. Adora, did you forget our tribe's custom already? You have to snatch a good guy when you have the chance. I'd say he's good enough to join our family. You see, your dad also married your mom when I was around your age. I'll deal with my marriage by my own, so stay out of my private life. Hoo-hoo, you don't need to be shy. If you keep making fun of me, I might really make a scene right now. Adora gave her father a look as she took her hand to Shinmato. She began to exude aura as if saying she would really draw her sword if he kept provoking her. But the Martial King didn't stop laughing at her, which made her even angrier. By the time Adora had pulled half of her sword out, the Martial King stopped teasing his daughter and made a loud clap to grab everyone's attention. Anyway, it's been a long time since our village had a guest. We can't have our guests standing outside like this, can we? Come on in, let us continue our conversation with some tea. Yi and Wu was ushered into the large cottage by the Martial King. Adora walked next to Yi and Wu and told him that this was the palace her family lived in. She called it the Palace of Martialism. Yi and Wu tried to act calm and composed, nodding at Adora's explanation, but couldn't help being surprised at how simple and practical the palace was. The palace was decorated with wooden furniture, exuding a rustic charm, and its garden was laid out with crops like yams and potatoes instead of flowers and bushes. Who would have thought this was the residence of a royal family? When Yi and Wu entered the drawing room, he saw there was already a steaming teapot with a set of teacups and a plate of assorted whole grain cookies prepared on the table. Yi and Wu sat down on a chair and brought a cookie to his mouth. Though it wasn't very flavorful, the crunchiness and the subtle nuttiness of the roasted seeds made it very appetizing. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen Fant and Adora eating meat. It occurred to Yi and Wu that perhaps these grains were their staple. While Yi and Wu indulged himself in idle thoughts, the Martial King entered the room. Yi and Wu noticed that he was in a different outfit. A majestic black attire decorated with exquisite golden embroidery. I apologize for being late. It took me a little while to change into these clothes. It's been a long time since I last wore this and I just couldn't get the order right. The Martial King spoke, pinching the attire he was in. You look good on them, sir. Hoo-hoo, I know I do. Back in the days, I used to make a lot of girls cry. The Martial King then began to brag about how great he was in his youth. Adora let out a deep sigh and Fant shook his head, covering his face with his hand. The elders and the bodyguards looked apathetic as if they were already used to this situation. But Yi and Wu only took him as a slightly talkative person. Okay, shall we get back to our talk now? After about a quarter of an hour, the Martial King finally ended his yapping. Yi and Wu rose from his seat and got ready to make a formal greeting. This was where the important part began. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kane, currently. Oh, let me stop you there. I've already heard more than enough about you from my son and daughter. Besides, I believe anybody who pays attention to the lower floors knows who you are. Yi and Wu slowly sat back down at the Martial King's gesture. The Martial King continued talking with his arms crossed. The hoarder, the best novice who has broken every single record from the tutorial to the beginner zone, the partner of Blood Sword and Foxy Tail, the monster who makes a clean sweep of all the rewards in each floor he visits. All of them were nicknames which other players have given to Yi and Wu. And, the Martial King paused for a second. His broad smile, which revealed his two canine teeth, made Yi and Wu shiver a bit. Open hollow corner bracket, the player who defeated Orangdan completely by himself, am I right? Quote exclamation mark quote. Yi and Wu sprang up from his seat without realizing it. The collapse of Orangdan might have been the event that started the war between Red Dragon and Xiongwado. As for Yi and Wu, who had to keep himself undercover, he had to be sure that no one knew that he was the culprit of the event. But much to his surprise, other than himself, Khan, and Doyle, there was already someone aware of it. He had to ask him how he had figured it out. No, he had to make him tell him no matter how. However, swish, the bodyguards reacted to Yi and Wu's sudden movement and, before Yi and Wu could do anything, took their hands to their swords. The rest of the people in the room looked puzzled at the unexpected turn of events. All of a sudden, a menacing atmosphere hung over the drawing room. The Martial King then spoke with a commanding voice. Sit, quote. Though it was just a single word. I can't move. Yi and Wu found himself unable to move, as if he was bound by an invisible chain. The aura of the Martial King was restraining him from making any movement. Cold sweat ran down his back. He's a real monster. Yi and Wu realized he had been mistaken about something regarding the Martial King. The beast wasn't lying dormant inside him. It was already outside, only, it had been hiding behind his smile. Yi and Wu then vaguely understood why his brother had described him as a beast. Because he was the beast itself. A savage beast that was playing with its prey, knowing that it could always subdue it. At that point, there was nothing that Yi and Wu could do but to sit back down. However, Yi and Wu's eyes gave off a rather keener glow beneath the mask. He was backing off for now, but only to prepare for another action. Like a tiger crouching low before taking a big leap. Looking at Yi and Wu's eyes filled with unyielding spirit, the Martial King broke into a bigger smile. Open hollow corner bracket. Don't worry. There are only 3 people currently aware of this fact. Despite his shut lips, Yi and Wu could hear his voice clearly, as if he was whispering directly into his ear. Judging by what he said, it didn't seem like the Martial King would disclose this secret to anyone else. Clenching his teeth, Yi and Wu stared back at him with a now calm look. There were so many questions he wanted to ask. How had he figured it out? Who were the other 2 people aware of this fact? And also, what was the reason he had brought this up now? But he knew too well that this was not the right timing. While the 2 of them were busy exchanging looks. You must have said something rude again, you old geezer. I gotta say, you really have to stop taunting people. Fant retorted as he gave his father a sour look. The guards then removed their hands from their swords. The elders also shook their heads. Some even said, how can he be so bad-mannered at his age? Fa there, Adora called her father with her teeth clenched. But the Martial King only laughed mischievously, so Adora apologized to Yi and Wu with a deep sigh. I'm sorry, Oroboni. My father, he is a mean and a cranky old man. Whenever he finds anyone interesting, he starts provoking them right away. So please, forgive him for his misbehavior. Come on, don't you think you went a little too far calling your father a cranky old man? The Martial King grumbled. And you say that after what you've done to him? HMPH. You don't care about your dad anymore now that you got your husband, Looks like I raised my daughter for nothing. Would you mind shutting your mouth? The Martial King and Adora went on bickering for another minute, then stopped after realizing their guest was still in front of him. Ahem. Anyway, you must have a lot of questions right now. Don't worry, I will give you some time to ask afterward. Okay. Yi and Wu had to swallow his questions for now. Certainly, it was not a conversation to be shared with all these people in the drawing room. Now, let's get down to business. I'm aware of the problem you're having thanks to Yanu's message. Is that humongous thing the egg you're having a problem with? Yes, it is. Yi and Wu made a beckoning gesture towards the egg. Then the egg, which was lying at the corner of the room, floated up in the air and slowly moved towards the table. The egg was so tall that the people inside the room had to watch with their hearts in their throats, worrying if the egg would break the ceiling. But despite their concerns, thankfully, the egg arrived safely on the table. I was half in doubt when I read the message, but this. How is this possible? I thought I knew all about beast eggs, but this is not what I thought it would be. I wonder what's inside this huge egg. As soon as the egg was placed on the table, the elders came gathering around it, examining it in detail. Some tried knocking on the egg to check the hardness of its shell, and some brought notes to compare its color and patterns with those of other eggs. Some even sat down, laying out ancient documents on the floor to find if there was any similar case documented. They are our tribe's elders. They are mostly spongers eating away the village's food, but the knowledge they have picked up here and there should still be helpful to you. The martial king said jokingly. The elders threw menacing glares at the martial king but soon went back to studying the egg. It seemed like the egg had strongly stimulated their curiosity. While quietly watching the elders do their work, Yi and Wu noticed that they were very healthy and fit for people of their age. Most of them were so strong that Yi and Wu couldn't even tell their strength. There, Yi and Wu had a vague idea of what the true power of one-horned power could be. Do you think they can find the solution? Yi and Wu asked the martial king with a whisper. But the martial king answered with a shrug. I don't know. Brain work isn't my area of expertise. But what I do know is that they know a lot more things than anyone else in the tower. If even they don't have the answer, I don't think there's anyone else who can give you one. From his answer, Yi and Wu felt the deep trust that the martial king had towards the elders. From then onward, Yi and Wu calmly watched the elders carrying on their research. After about an hour, the elders came to Yi and Wu having finished their discussion. We were able to find one similar case in our documents, and we presume that your egg also belongs to this case. What is it? Yi and Wu sprang up from his seat. How did they find out something even the phoenix couldn't figure out? Though Yi and Wu was still in doubt, he couldn't help but be delighted to find a glimmer of hope. Really, what is it, old man? The martial king also showed great curiosity. The elder standing at the front glared at their childish king for a second, but soon turned to Yi and Wu and answered while adjusting his glasses. But I'm afraid there's a problem. Do you mean there's no solution? No, there is a solution. Come, let me explain the case we found first. So, the egg described in the document used to be 4 meters tall, which is even bigger than your egg. And it says that they had to administer something to hatch the egg. What's surprising is that the beast that hatched out of the egg was a void dragon, the same as the legendary beast in the dream world. Quote exclamation mark quote. Oh, what? Yi and Wu, the martial king, Fant and all the other people in the room stared at the elder in astonishment. The void dragon, one of the 4 legendary beasts dwelling in the dream world, was known to be the strongest among them. If this were the case, it was highly likely that there would also be a very powerful beast growing inside his egg. My God, this is so unfair. Why does he always get the good stuff? Fant shouted out loud while pointing his fingers at Yi and Wu. His face was completely green from envy. Ignoring Fante's cry, Yi and Wu shifted his gaze to his egg. Wang, he could feel the egg's pride conveyed through their connection. It seemed like the egg was protesting if he would still bully it after knowing how great it was. Just then, Adora raised her hand and asked the elder a question. But, as far as I know, the 4 legendary beasts weren't born in the tower. You're right, and that's the problem I mentioned earlier. Legendary beasts originate not from the tower but the outside world, and so does the void dragon. So this case dates back to even before the tower's emergence. An event that happened even before the tower came into existence. But how is that occurring now, and to my egg of all things? Yi and Wu stared blankly at his egg, recalling what the phoenix had told him. The phoenix said that the beast might have lost its reason to come out to the world because I didn't have a dream. It suddenly occurred to him that the absence of a dream might have triggered a certain reaction, and caused some sort of mutation to his egg. But just when Yi and Wu was starting to blaming himself for this problem, the martial king suddenly opened his mouth. Okay, let's get this problem straight. There had once been a giant egg, the beast of which refused to hatch out of, but it turned out it was the egg of the void dragon, and you are thinking that the same is happening to his egg, correct? That is true. Then why worry? He even said there's a solution to this. The elder once again glared at their king's complete lack of seriousness, but the king was only humming a song to himself. The elder clicked his tongue and continued explaining to Yi and Wu. This is what we suggest. Your egg has grown abnormally large due to unknown reasons, and to get it treated, it will require a lunar seed. Lunar seed? Yi and Wu tilted his head to hear a foreign name. Oh, right, there was the lunar seed. Yeah, that should do. But the rest of the people nodded as if it was something very obvious. Yi and Wu was bewildered by the situation. He had never heard of an item named lunar seed, in spite of the vast knowledge of artifacts and elixirs he acquired from his brother's diary. Adora seemed to have noticed Yin Wu's confusion and gave him a brief explanation of what a lunar seed was. A lunar seed is one of the rare herbs passed down within our tribe from generation to generation. It is not a commonly known herb because races other than us do not know its use. Yin Wu could now understand why the name of the item was alien to him. If it was a secret herb only consumed within the tribe, there was no way his brother could have known about it. Yin Wu clenched his fist at the thrill of finding a solution to his problem. His desperate struggle to hatch the egg was finally coming to an end. How can I get the lunar seed? Yin Wu asked the Martial King. But the Martial King suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. So, you require an item that only us, the One-Horned Tribe, have, is that correct? Yes, but as you have heard from Adora, a lunar seed is a very rare item that we cannot just give away for free. You see, it takes a full 15 years to grow just one root. Yin Wu understood the meaning behind the Martial King's words. It was a deal. If he wanted the item, he had to give him something reasonable in return. Adora seemed like she had something to say, but the elders next to her stopped her. There was a rule stating that no member is allowed to interfere with their king when he is acting on behalf of their tribe. Adora had no choice but to stay silent. Fant constantly gazed at the two of them left and right. An awkward silence hung between them. After about a minute, Yin Wu carefully opened his mouth. As you can see, I don't have anything I can offer you in return. I neither belong to any clan nor do I receive any patronage. If you can give me some time, we won't sell it on credit. ... It was a flat rejection. Yin Wu closed his mouth tightly. He had to come up with something else. Several artifacts that he possessed crossed his mind. But none of them would satisfy the Martial King's eyes except for Vigrid and Aegis. But he couldn't just trade them for the herb either. If he had to give up one of them, it would be Vigrid. But he didn't want to give up something that held fond memories of Conan Doyle. When Yin Wu was agonizing over the issue, the Martial King suddenly let out a sneer. You don't have to actually trade an item for it, don't you think? Instead, you can do some physical labor for us. Yin Wu quickly came to his senses. If he could acquire a lunar seed in exchange for something as simple as physical labor, he was more than willing to give his time. But the question was, what does he need my help for? Yin Wu didn't know what the Martial King would order him to do. However, the Martial King's next remark came as a shock to Yin Wu. You've heard of the war between Red Dragon and Xiongwado, right? We'll be joining the war as mercenaries. I need you to help us in that war. What do you think? Yin Wu's eyes grew as big as saucers. What? Chapter 95, One-Horned Tribe, Sudden Quest, Hired Warriors. Description: the recent conflict between Red Dragon and Xiongwado is leading up to a war and many players in the tower are preparing for the upcoming battle. The One-Horned Tribe has brought an end to its long-standing neutrality and is also preparing to join the war as a group of mercenaries. Join the war as a guest member of the One-Horned Tribe. Distinguish yourself in the war to gain greater rewards. Time limit: until the end of the war. Rewards: 1. Intimacy with the One-Horned Tribe plus 150. 2. Lunar Seed. 3. Yin Wu wasn't the only one surprised by the offer. What, with him, do we really need more outsiders? Why not? I mean, I don't mind another human joining, but they have to be skilled enough. If not, then... Nah, he should be fine. He traveled with Adora Nim and Fant Nim. Besides, he's the infamous hoarder. I guess you're right. The elders and other members of the tribe discussed the news among themselves. Even Fant and Adora looked at the Martial King with surprise. It was a very serious issue. Yin Wu felt his heart pounding crazily. There was no one in the tower that didn't know about the upcoming war between the two big clans, as it is an event of a massive scale. Yin Wu, especially, had been keeping close tabs on the war, as both of the clans were primary targets of his revenge. Therefore, he had been searching for ways to take part in the war. However, I can join the war along with them. The One-Horned Tribe was a race the members of which most clans would die to recruit. What's more, he could also solve the issue with his egg. There couldn't be a better solution to his problems. But what puzzled him about this was that, what happened to their neutral stance? As far as he knew, for a very long time, the One-Horned Tribe had not interfered in any major event that took place in the tower. And that was the reason why a great force such as them had not been involved in the fall of the giant clan, Arthea. But for some reason, they had decided to throw away their long-standing custom. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have a clue as to why they might have made this decision. The spear god Chang Wuxian of Cheongwado. He was from the one-horned tribe. The spear god, one of the 5 leaders of Cheongwado. As his title suggests, his spearmanship was second to none among the top rankers. Perhaps it was him the reason why the one-horned tribe had decided to involve themselves. Is it Cheongwado that you are siding with? Hoo, you're quick-witted. The martial king nodded with a broad smile. Encouraged by his positive answer, Yian-Wu decided to ask him the questions he had. As far as I am aware, one-horned tribe has always been of neutral standing. May I ask you why you've decided to enter the war? No comment on that, but I can tell you that it has something to do with what you probably have in mind. So it was the spear god's doing. I don't know what he did to get them involved. But there was one thing he was certain about. The fat is in the fire. This war is now irrevocable. Yian-Wu clicked his tongue at how clever Cheongwado's move was. He was wondering how they would make up for the difference in military strength, but this was the least he had expected. If the one-horned tribe was siding with Cheongwado, Red Dragon might have to keep themselves on their toes. The war is not going to end so easily. Yian-Wu felt his blood boiling with anticipation. If his enemies were to exhaust themselves fighting against each other, he might be able to get rid of them both without major resistance. If I were to enter the war, which role would I have to play? In fact, I don't understand why you would need soldiers outside of your own tribe. Well, I guess you can think of it like that. But things are not as easy as they seem. The martial king leaned back in his chair as he scratched his head. Let me ask you a question. While you were on your way to the center of our village, did you get any feeling like we were preparing for a war? Yian-Wu recalled the peaceful scenery of the village and shook his head. No, sir, right, they are just that kind of people. Even when I announced that we are changing our policy for this once, some people weren't happy about it. Well, of course, there are some crazy ones who welcome the change because that means they can go on a rampage. Yian-Wu then understood the martial king's dilemma. Not all of them are participating. Yeah, even if I yelled in their ears, those bastards won't even try to listen. Yian-Wu nodded. The martial king then smiled as he leaned his head on his clasped hands. So that's why I am trying to get more people to help us. Well, to be honest with you, there are about 9 people other than you helping us. All of them experts. Yian-Wu thought for a moment. Although he says, I'm sure all of the warriors will follow him except for a few elders once he actually heads into battle. Because the one-horned tribe was known for their absolute loyalty to their king and their tribe. But for some reason, Yian-Wu couldn't give an answer to his offer. I can't tell what he's up to. When he looked at the martial king's smile, he saw the smile of a ferocious beast. He was like both Fant and Adora combined into one. Very fiery, but also very meticulous. Yian-Wu could hardly tell what was going on inside his head. Besides, the conditions the martial king offered him were almost too favorable for him. What if I don't actively participate in combat? His offer was missing any clause regarding how much he should fight in the war. Now that the system had already acknowledged his offer as a proper quest, he wouldn't be able to deny him his reward. Someone as great as the martial king couldn't have been unaware of this fact. Then why does he want me to join this war? But before Yian-Wu could properly think about this matter. How long are you gonna sit there and stare at me? Just give me your answer, yes or no. The martial king hurried him to make a decision. In the end, Yian-Wu gave him his answer. I'll join. Kwang. Martial king suddenly separated his clasped hands and slammed down on the table. Yes, that's my man. Now, since you've decided to join the war, try to take a close look at how things turn out during the war. You'll learn a lot from it. The martial king nodded with satisfaction. The rest of the people in the room also seemed to agree with the martial king's decision. Only Fant and Adora seemed to have something to say, but they couldn't open their mouths because of the atmosphere. Now, I officially announce that Kane will join the war as a guest member of our tribe. Does anyone have an objection? The tribe members watched silently as a sign of consent. Some even stared at Yian-Wu with eager eyes as if they wanted to try him. Then it has been. The moment when the martial king was about to deliver the final judgment. I object. One of the bodyguards stepped to the front. Everyone's eyes fell on him. And when Yian-Wu looked around, strangely, he found out people were showing different expressions. While the elders looked at the bodyguard with amused eyes, Fant was wearing a deep frown, and Adora also had a frosty look on her face. The Martial King asked the bodyguard who raised the objection. All right, Jiang, what's your opinion, father? Father. Yi and Wu looked at the man with a puzzled look. We are in a formal meeting. Watch your language. I apologize, my king. But I must say, we can't let a nobody like him who hasn't even cleared the 11th floor join us. That cannot happen. Jiang glared at Yi and Wu with an irritated look. There was a distinct arrogance in his eyes as if saying how dare he try to stand shoulder to shoulder with their tribe. Yi and Wu shed a smile on his face. Such a look was not unfamiliar to him. Fant and Adora used to look at me like that when I met them in the tutorial. Only then was he able to realize that he was currently dealing with the one-horned tribe. He had forgotten about that fact because everyone looked at him with friendly eyes. So, are you trying to say you cannot accept someone who Fant and I recommended? Adora asked Jiang with a cold voice. Jiang responded with rather sardonic laughter. I'm afraid I am. Do you realize how rude you are being? Well, I beg to differ. I think it is you two who are being rude to the rest of us. I can't even understand how you thought of bringing a novice to our war. Oh, so you think you're better than him? How dare you compare me to a mere human? There was a tense atmosphere between the two of them. If someone didn't stop them, it seemed like they would start a fight right here. He couldn't believe the two were siblings who had the same father. But the elders were busy just watching them fight. Clap. Okay, let's stop there. With a clap of the Martial King, the warlike atmosphere soon scattered away. The elders smacked their lips in disappointment. I know that siblings grow as they fight, but I can't let you fight in here. We are having a meeting here, remember? Anyway, Jiang, you're saying you can't trust Cain, is that correct? Yes, my king. Then we can test him. Martial King turned towards Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu nodded in answer. And we got his consent. Now, about the tester Jiang, how about you do it yourself? Jiang nodded with a cold sneer. Father, Adora shouted at the Martial King, but he disregarded her words. Everyone, gather at the tournament hall in 5 minutes. We'll proceed with his test there. The people ebbed away from the palace after the Martial King's announcement. Jiang even threw Yi and Wu a cynical sneer as he left the room. Fant and Adora walked up to Yonu. We're sorry, Oriboni. Hyungnim, things might have gotten a little bad. Fant scratched the back of the head. Don't worry. This was bound to happen the moment I joined as a guest member. I know, but you didn't deserve this. And I feel like we've gotten you involved in our family affairs. Quote. Yi and Wu tilted his head puzzledly. Family affairs. Adora carefully opened her mouth. Oriboni, do you happen to know anything about the families in our tribe? Yi and Wu nodded. Although the members of the one-horned tribe were considered a single tribe, they were actually a union of 51 different families altogether. There is at least one successor in each family and only one of them can ultimately become the next king. Well, then it'll be easier to explain. Our tribe consists of 51 families. One of them is the Cheonglam family, where Fant and I were born. Our father, on the other hand, is from the Baektion family. Adora continued her explanation with furrowed brows. Our tribe's king is chosen among the children of the previous king, and it is the king's duty to produce at least one heir for each family. Yi and Wu thought it was way too complicated. Which means, yes, Jiang and us, we are just half-siblings. And Jiang is also from the Baektion family, just like our father. Adora bit her lower lip. He is also one of the 4 most probable successors, just like Fant. No, to be precise, it is more probable for him to become the next king rather than Fant. No, it's not. Shut it. If you don't like it, then you should have been stronger. Adora hushed Fant down and looked back at Yi and Wu. Though she was trying to hide it, Yi and Wu could see a hint of nervousness from her eyes. So what you're saying is that Jiang might have done this to make Fant lose ground? Yes, that's what I think he wants. This is why they said they got me involved in their family affairs. What's more, Jiang has reached the 30th floor at an early age. He is said to be one of the most talented even among our tribe members. So, Adora blurred the end of her words, but Yi and Wu seemed to know what she wanted to say. She didn't want Yi and Wu to fight him. She was afraid he might get himself injured. Yi and Wu broke into a broad smile. He thought it was cute to see Fant and Adora worrying about him. They didn't look like the ones he met at the tutorial. How strong is he if these two are this much worried? And at the same time, Yi and Wu was very annoyed at Jiang. Because he absolutely abhorred getting involved in someone else's problem. He also wanted to give Jiang a lesson for making them worry. If you need the lunar seed, we'll try to get it for you. Don't sweat it. Yi and Wu reached out and rumpled Adora's hair. Adora's eyes widened with surprise. I can take care of myself. You guys can sit still and watch. But, when I say I'm okay, I mean it. Besides, this kind of troublesome job. Yi and Wu's eyes drew a pair of arcs beneath the mask. Should be taken care of by big brothers. Chapter 96. One-Horned Tribe, 6. In no time, the previously empty tournament hall was soon filled with people. The Martial King and the elders entered the hall and seated themselves next to the stage. Lots of people had come to see the battle between Jang, the highly likely candidate to the throne, and the human favored by both Fant and Adora. Adora remained silent during her entrance to the tournament hall. Her dropped head was burning red and her lips were constantly and silently mumbling the words, "Big brother." Watching his sister sitting like a broken machine, Fant clicked his tongue, muttering, "This is seriously an illness. A very severe one too." He then shifted his gaze towards the stage. On one side of the stage stood Jang, running his hand down over his sword. His two cold eyes were fixed on the other side of the stage where Yi and Wu was standing. I'll make him regret showing up. Though the one in front of him might be a famous player within the lower floors of the tower, he found him laughable for standing up against him. I guess that's to be expected from someone who travels with mongrels. Jang felt great contempt for Fant and Adora. He thought they were children of a whore who stole his father away from his mother. There was nothing as filthy as dirty-blooded mutts. And as for the human who got along with such filthy creatures, he could already tell what levels of skills he might have. However, the human had been doing nothing ever since he entered the stage. He wasn't checking his equipment, or even getting his body warmed up. Rather, he was giving Jang a menacing stare. Jang snorted at the human's efforts at intimidating him. As I said earlier, this is no more than a test. Killing is not allowed. If either of you kills the other one, the punishment will be severe. Understand? The Martial King asked as he looked from side to side with his characteristic silly smile on his face. And after confirming the two of them nodded, the Martial King then exclaimed. All right then, let the battle begin. As soon as the Martial King finished the last word, Jang held his sword in a unique manner. It was the first form of the Sunmu swordsmanship, Xian Wu Jian Shi. Jang was planning to destroy the human with a single blow. That way, he could show his other tribe members how stupid it was for the siblings to bring a human into their business. Jang began to gather as much mana as he could. He was preparing to cast the skill he once used to cut off the head of a Dragonian, the boss monster of the 30th floor. But the moment he was about to swing his sword, pat! Suddenly, Yi and Wu disappeared into thin air. Where is? Jang tried to locate Yi and Wu with his senses. But before he could even turn his head, he noticed something grabbing the back of his head, and Kwang! Before he knew it, his head was already stuck deep into the ground. Grabbing the back of his head was Yi and Wu with an indifferent look in his eyes. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. It was a crushing defeat, not for Yi and Wu but Jang. The spectators, jaws dropped at the scene that unfolded in front of their eyes. Even those who knew the strength of the hoarder did not expect the result to be this devastating. Adora sprang up from her seat shrieking with fright and Fant sat there shaking his head left to right, muttering to himself that, the monster has gotten even more terrifying. And then, poo-ha-ha, the Martial King burst into a fit of laughter while slapping his laps. Although Jang was one of his most precious children, neither did he worry about his son, nor did he look disturbed. He was rather enjoying this situation. Meanwhile, Yi and Wu shoved Jang's head deeper into the ground. Crack! The crack on the marble floor became larger and larger as he put more strength into his arm. Kook! Lying flat on the ground, Jang was shivering while groaning in pain. He tried to move his body in an effort to get up, but the pressure Yi and Wu was applying on him made it impossible for him to move even an inch. To be honest, I don't care whether you want to test me or not. Because I knew I would have to prove myself if I wanted to join the war with your tribe. Yi and Wu whispered to Jang's ear while supporting his own body on one knee. Underneath his black mask, his two eyes let out an eerie glow. But do not try to use me or try to take advantage of me. Did you think I didn't notice what you were trying to do with this battle? And also, crack, arg, leave Fant and Adora alone. Jang thought something had gone terribly wrong. He couldn't possibly lose to a novice who had barely finished the beginner zone. But in reality, he was lying flat beneath the novice's feet in front of all of his tribespeople. He was so frustrated at the situation, and even more ashamed. Do you understand? UK. I'll take that as a yes. Only then did Yanwu remove his hand from Jang's head. He turned towards the martial king as he stood up from his kneeling position. Am I still not qualified? The elders shook their heads. Jang was a very promising warrior even among the one-horned tribe. Defeating such a person was more than enough to prove his skills. Yanwu turned to the martial king asking for his opinion. The martial king also nodded a few times as a sign of approval. However, it's not over. A shaky voice was heard from behind. When Yanwu turned to look at Jang, he was already back on his feet holding his sword just like before. Jang exclaimed after spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with dirt. You cheater! You thought you could get away after using your nasty tricks, huh? Yanwu narrowed his eyes. You think I used some tricks? Oh, yeah, a novice like you should never be able to defeat someone as great as me. Now that I know of your deceits, I won't fall for it again. So come fight me, I will show you what you get for using dirty tricks against me. Sneer. Yanwu couldn't help but laugh at his stupidity. After all, he was one of those people who don't realize what they're getting themselves into until they get beaten up. Yanwu beckoned at Jang with his finger. Try all you want. Ugh. Infuriated by Yanwu's taunt, Jang darted towards Yanwu with eyes filled with madness. With his mind consumed by anger, he was somehow concentrating his mana onto his sword. TSS's. A swirl of energy gathered around the blade of his sword. Energy blade GNC. No, stop him, father. Adora jumped up from her seat. Fant also alarmed his father. Energy blade, better known as aura blade throughout the tower, was a skill that enhanced the sharpness of a sword by dispensing concentrated mana through the sword. It was also a skill that could only be used either by the best warriors of the one-horned tribe or by players almost reaching the level of rankers. In other words, it was a powerful skill used when the caster was trying to kill their opponents. Jang was definitely defying the rule the martial king had set. In addition, Jang was preparing to cast a skill named Sword Tempest, an ultimate skill which once activated would not stop until the opponent was dead. The people in the hall began to worry since they knew what skill Jang was preparing. However, the martial king just watched the whole scene with a smile on his face as if he wasn't the slightest bit worried. And the same went for Yanwu. He just waited until Jang had approached his side, and only then he began to make his move. Yanwu avoided the first swing of Jang's sword by simply slightly crouching. And when he noticed the next swing coming from below, Yanwu dashed towards him until they were only an inch apart. Surprised by his sudden movement, Jang tried to back away, but Yanwu was quicker. Yanwu used one of his arms to grab Jang's arm and twisted it, and his other arm to smack right into the center of his chest with his elbow. Kwang! Ugh! Jang's arm broke with a snap, losing its grip on the sword. The impact on his chest shattered the centerpiece of his armor, causing his clothes to slowly become smudged with blood. But Yanwu did not stop there. Without a second of pause, he began to throw a series of punches at Jang's face. Heavy thudding noises filled up the tournament hall. A mouthful of blood and a gurgling groan came out of Jang's mouth each time he was hit. KRRRKKRRRRR. And once Yanwu threw his last punch, Jang collapsed helplessly onto the ground. With blood dripping from every orifice of his face, he still tried to move his twitching muscles to get back up and fight Yanwu. He could not afford to collapse, at least not this futilely. He was a proud warrior of the one-horned tribe who was soon to be crowned king of his tribe. He couldn't allow himself to submit to someone of a lowly race, and even from a lower floor. So Jang slowly raised his upper body and started to crawl towards his sword. But before he could touch his sword, Puck, Yanwu appeared in front of him, kicking his head one last time. Jang rolled across the ground several times before fainting. And just like that, the fight was finally over. Yanwu shook the dust off of his hands. People from the Baektion family came running from the audience seats and quickly carried Jang out of the hall. They didn't forget to throw a menacing glare at Yanwu before leaving. And then, the people in the tournament hall began to express their admiration. He's even better than I thought he'd be. Yeah, I gotta admit it, he's pretty good. Did you see his moves? They were so restrained but very powerful. Quote. I think his skills were designed for practical use. I also want to learn those moves if I can. Now, no one can complain about his skills since we know he's strong enough to overwhelm Prince Jang. I really want to spar with him now. Do you think he'll accept my challenge? Except for the people from the Baektion family, none of the tribespeople seemed to care about Zhang's defeat. Rather, they were busy admiring Yan Wu's skills, which allowed him to take down Zhang without receiving a single injury. Yan Wu once again turned towards the martial king. He looked at him with his eyes, asking if he was done. The martial king answered with a satisfied nod. When the people started to leave the tournament hall, Fant and Adora approached Yan Wu. Adora thoroughly examined Yan Wu to see if he wasn't hurt, while Fant grumbled with pouting lips. "How did you get stronger again, you monster?" But Fant couldn't stop the side of his lips from occasionally twitching. Watching Zhang being beaten up had been so refreshing. At the same time, a heartwarming sensation filled his chest from the unfamiliar sense of brotherhood he felt. Fant wanted to thank Yan Wu, but he didn't know how to. But Yan Wu just patted him on the shoulder without saying a word. After spending about a minute with the two of them, Yan Wu noticed the martial king leaving the hall with the elders. "Give me a minute." Yan Wu ran up to the martial king and caught up to him before he could leave. The martial king, noticing Yan Wu approach, told the elders to head out first. "Anything I can help you with? I need your answer." "Of what?" the martial king asked back with the smile of an old fox. Yan Wu slightly creased his brows. He definitely knew what Yan Wu was asking about. Only, Yan Wu couldn't tell whether he was joking or not willing to tell him. For a second, Yan Wu thought of pretending he wasn't responsible for Orangdan's annihilation. But he soon shook off the idea, knowing that his reaction had already blown his cover away. Seeing Yan Wu lost in thoughts, the martial king soon burst out laughing. Okay, gee, you really don't like jokes, do you?" The martial king continued with a smile on his face. Open hollow corner bracket. "So, you're asking how I figured out about the incident between you and Orangdan, right?" Just like last time, the martial king began to transmit his thoughts directly to Yan Wu instead of speaking them out loud. "Yes, sir. Open hollow corner bracket. To tell you the truth, I didn't figure it out by myself. Someone told me about it." "And who could that be?" the martial king answered with a broad smile. Open hollow corner bracket. "Our psychic medium." Quote exclamation mark quote. Open hollow corner bracket. "Our psychic medium told me they received a divination sign, telling them there would be a new visitor in our village who had caused big trouble in the tower." Quote. Open hollow corner bracket. "So that got me thinking, what kind of big trouble could they be talking about? Recently, there has been a couple of major incidents in the tower. One was the annihilation of Orangdan, and the other one is obviously the war. Now, we know who caused the war, but we didn't know who had destroyed Orangdan. So, I was able to conclude that whoever the new visitor was, it would be the culprit of that incident." Quote. Yan Wu felt a terrible chill running down his spine. I knew the psychic medium was great and all, but they can even do this. Though he knew all sorts of mysterious things could happen in the tower, the power of a psychic medium was something beyond his imagination. Open hollow corner bracket. "Don't worry. I'm not telling anyone about this. Even if we're siding with Cheongwado, it is only out of necessity. Above all else." The martial king continued with a sneer. Open hollow corner bracket. "I'm not one those weaklings that sell information about others for their own safety, am I?" From that statement, Yan Wu was able to catch a glimpse at the enormity of his ego. The pride that only an absolute being such as him could have. To him, Yan Wu's issue must have been no bigger than a novice killing a kobold. In addition to knowing the reason, Yan Wu was able to figure out another fact from this conversation. He doesn't know who I really am. It didn't seem like he knew about Yan Wu's revenge. If he knew, his reaction would have been different. If he doesn't figure out the relation between me and Zheng Wu, it doesn't matter how much he finds out about me. The martial king then continued speaking. Open hollow corner bracket. "The reason I brought this up was to see what kind of a person you are. And the draconic eyes say he's telling the truth." But Yan Wu narrowed his eyes discontentedly. "There's no lies. But is this really everything?" There were still many things he wanted to know, but it didn't seem like he would get any more information out of him. But still, there was something that he could tell for certain. It was that the martial king is expecting to see something from him. However, he would have to wait and see to figure out what it was. So he decided to ask a different question he had in mind. "Okay, I understand. By the way, who's the third one out of the three you mentioned?" Open hollow corner bracket. "All for one." A name that was completely out of Yan Wu's expectations came out of the martial king's mouth. Open hollow corner bracket. "As you might know, he's just sitting on his bum waiting at the highest floor any player has ever reached, looking down at every incident that takes place in the tower as if he's a god or something. But sadly, neither I nor our psychic medium can come close to that lazy ass. Yin Wu nodded as he recalled the name of the skill he had read in the diary. Clairvoyance. His brother had mentioned in the diary that all for one could watch everything that was happening in the tower with this skill. Because it allowed the user to take a peek at the very laws of causality of the physical world, or that was what his brother said. Well, if the last one is all for one, there's nothing I can ask. Yin Wu thus threw one last question. When are you planning to join Cheongwado for the war? Now that he had decided to enter the war, he had to be fully prepared. But the Martial King's answer left Yin Wu stunned in place. In 5 days. Chapter 97. One-Horned Tribe, 7. At first, Yin Wu thought he had heard it wrong. 5, not 15. While holding back his pounding heart and trying to maintain his cool, Yin Wu asked the Martial King once more. Why is it happening so soon? What do you mean by why? Is there anything wrong? No, it's just from what I remember, the players on the 11th floor still seemed far from prepared. Yin Wu was sure of this because he had wandered around the floor while collecting materials. Though there were definitely clouds of war looming over the cities, rumors of the clans seeking out helpers still hadn't spread. And that's why I said 5 days. Quote ? Quote. We are the ones starting this war. Quote ! Quote. Only then did Yin Wu realize his intention. Red Dragon still doesn't know about them. If the One-Horned Tribe suddenly showed up on the 11th floor and started attacking them without a warning, it will be a massacre. The Martial King then continued with a peal of sly laughter. Since we've decided to come out of seclusion, shouldn't we make sure to make a big entrance? 5 days later, after leaving the hall, Yin Wu slowly organized his thoughts as he walked down the street. The war was closer than he expected. Yin Wu shivered at the thought of the war taking place right before his eyes. He wasn't afraid of war. Rather, it was a shiver that came from delight. He felt his heart filled with fighting spirit. It's finally here. The time was drawing near. The time he would finally point his sword at his enemies. Although it was a little disappointing that he couldn't stand at the front lines, the mere thought of standing on one side to strike the other filled him with joy. Of course, he couldn't allow others to know about his plan. So he pretended to be as calm as possible, but he couldn't help his lips from curling upward. He thought it was fortunate that he was wearing a mask. In an effort to cool his mind, Yin Wu began to ponder about the plan the Martial King had told him. He said their first target is Kurum, a city away from Barak. Kurum was a city erected by Red Dragon on the 11th floor. It was also one of the cities he had frequented while collecting materials. From what he could remember, the city was protected by high walls as well as players from several subsidiary clans of Red Dragon. If the One-Horned Tribe were to raid the city and take possession of it, it will definitely be enough to create a strong impression of them, just as the Martial King wants. The Martial King was planning to make a conspicuous appearance so that Cheongwado would feel indebted to them. Now, what do I have to do until then? Yin Wu looked back at his current condition. He had to repair the equipment that was worn out from his battle with the Manticore, and he had to scrutinize how he could apply the skills he had only used against monsters or weak players so far, to a war where there would be several rankers involved. The biggest problem is, then suddenly, Yin Wu wondered how big of a role he would play on this war. Is there anything I can do to make myself stronger within 5 days? Yin Wu went over his skills and equipment to see if there was any room for improvement. The first thing that came to his mind was Aegis. It would be very helpful if he could control more than 3 plates at the same time. However, he soon dismissed the idea knowing that there was no way he could master controlling another plate within just 5 days. But thankfully, Yin Wu remembered the hint he had received on his way here. Magic circuit. There should be a way for him to alter his magic circuit in order to make his mana flow like the Jinbup. And indeed, Yin Wu had found out that most of the people in the village had something similar to Jinbup inside their body. Yin Wu thought about the Mugong, the way that the One-Horned Tribe had developed in order to control their mana. Especially the beast that I saw from the Martial King, it must have been the manifestation of his Mugong. Yin Wu thought about asking Fantanadora about it. By the way, a slightly worrying thought suddenly crossed his mind. How should I tell the Phoenix and Chirpy about this? He had promised them he'd be back soon, but the situation didn't seem to allow him to keep that promise. Maybe I should go visit them for a short while when we go to the 11th floor. How did I do, hun? Inside the tournament hall where Yin Wu had left. The martial king raised his head up and asked in the air as he scratched the back of his head. Although there was nobody left in the hall, a voice came ringing to his ears. Yi and Wu would have been surprised if he heard the voice. It was the same voice he heard when he traversed the Hohoanmujin. It was the voice of the psychic medium who, along with the martial king, was one of the emotional pillars of the one-horned tribe, and also the leader of the Cheonglam family. You think he's really the one? Open hollow corner bracket. The constellations say so. Now, have I ever been wrong on my predictions? Of course not. The martial king shook his head. As she said, their current psychic medium had never made a false prediction. It was also thanks to her that the one-horned tribe had been able to reach this prosperous age. Open hollow corner bracket. For now, we'll just have to keep an eye on him and see if it's him or not. Even if he isn't, we still have time to look for the other one. I guess you're right. Open hollow corner bracket. Besides, take a look at what he has done. He broke through our Hohoanmujin without any external aid, and he has won Adora's favor. Don't you think he has proven enough of his potential already? The martial king nodded. He himself had also been surprised when he heard there was someone who crossed through their Hohoanmujin, though only half of it, all by himself. Anyway, it must be him, then. The one who was blessed by death. The martial king spoke while stroking his chin. His eyes seemed to be filled with greed. I kind of want to try and teach him. Open hollow corner bracket. Are you going to take him as a disciple? The martial king nodded with a broad smile. If possible, yes. Leonte felt like he was on the verge of losing his mind. He was clueless as to what to do in his current situation. And this idiot is a martial god just like us. That's pretty amazing, don't you guys think? A man with purple eyes, a vertical horn like that of a goat, and a pair of sharp canine teeth jutting out from lips, Flan, who was once a member of the one-horned tribe but was now the spear god of Cheongwado, said with tongue-in-cheek. The two other players sitting to the left and right of him, the sword god and the bow god, gave silent nods. Leonte's face became more and more distorted. It had already been a month since he took the seat of Cheongwado's fist god, which had remained vacant for a long time. However, the other martial gods did not acknowledge him as a part of the martial gods for several reasons. One thing they usually picked on was his past. Leonte had a record of betraying his former clan, Arthea, in order to join the current Cheongwado. But the players of Cheongwado followed the warrior's code, so in their eyes, Leonte was nothing more than a traitor. Another of the reasons was his skills. Though his rank was high when compared to most of the rankers in the tower, he still lacked the necessary skills to be called a high ranker. Not only this, but they also weren't fond of his skill set, which was not based on a specific weapon, the standard for judging one's power in Cheongwado, but rather, revolved around a variety of skills, or in their words, trickeries. Despite all these flaws, the reason why they assigned him the fist god's position was because he was currently the player closest to their level. But the problem was that, as soon as Leonte established himself as the fist god, he got into massive trouble. Bahal's ambush and Leonte's defeat. In the span of that single event, he had greatly damaged Cheongwado's reputation. Knowing this fact, Leonte could only bite his lower lip and endure their criticisms. The stone, if only I had my hands on the stone. In his mind, Leonte felt the yearning for the stone he had lost in the tutorial growing bigger and bigger with every passing second. We even wasted the mystic dragon's Needin to help a piece of trash like him recover. Having been opposed to Leonte's recruitment from the very beginning, the spear god kept putting blame on him on every opportunity he got. However, the spear god couldn't continue rebuking him anymore. Open hollow corner bracket spear. That's enough. A voice suddenly echoed across the room. A voice filled with a heavy and irresistible power. It came from somewhere away from the table where the four martial gods were seating. Deep inside a room concealed behind bamboo curtains, the silhouette of a man could be seen sitting on the ground. The Saber God, the player known as one of the 9 kings in the tower, as well as the founder of Cheongwado. His words held unquestionable authority. The Spear God, though with a displeased look, took a step back, but his 2 purple eyes were still fixed on Leonte, giving him a vicious glare. Open hollow corner bracket. Whether you agree or not, Leonte is already part of our clan. And he is now the fist god who will be leading Cheongwado together with us. I need you to stop arguing about this. The spear god turned his head aside with an audible, HMPH, the sword god silently nodded and the bow god closed his eyes as if completely uninterested. They wouldn't be able to argue about Leonte's qualifications from now on, however, Leonte found this rather humiliating. Beneath the table, veins were sticking out of his two clenched fists. Open hollow corner bracket. What's compelling for us right now is how we will fight the war against Red Dragon. As you know, our forces are inferior to them. The rest of the martial gods shut their mouths tight. An uneasy silence hung over the room for a while. Though they didn't want to admit it, what the saber god said was true. Red Dragon was the strongest clan in the tower in both name and reality. Even though Cheonwado also belonged to the 8 clans, if they were to fight head-on, they would only be able to inflict minimal damage to them before being wiped out. Open hollow corner bracket. But we have the sword, which they failed to take, in our possession. And I believe it's not impossible to cut the throat of that arrogant, summer queen. The martial god's eyes changed at the mention of the sword. Open hollow corner bracket. Before we embark on war, we need someone to perform a cleanup task. For what do we need a cleanup task? The spear god asked, looking at the saber god's silhouette. Open hollow corner bracket. The 4 legendary beasts. The spear god then nodded understandingly. If Red Dragon were to capture or win over the 4 legendary beasts, which was highly likely to happen, it would become a big threat. But who is gonna take up on that job? It's not easy to kill the legendary beasts. They're too strong for boss monsters of lower floors. Even I don't want to deal with those beasts. The reason why the rankers had not bothered to kill the legendary beasts was simply because of the lack of rewards. Every one of the legendary beasts was as strong as a high ranker, but in contrast, the items they dropped were small and worthless. This was because they were only considered as a boss monster of the 11th floor. In addition, the legendary beasts had abilities such as recovery and resurrection. Because of this, there had been a case where even when some players had managed to kill one of them, the beast came back to life and came to take revenge on said players. For these reasons, players regarded killing the legendary beasts as a taboo. Open hollow corner bracket. It has to be done. Sword god. The sword god answered with a nod. Open hollow corner bracket. I'll allow you to unleash 6 and 7. Get rid of them all. I will let you take the Needans. A hint of greed flashed across the sword god's eyes. Consider it done. The sword god silently smiled with anticipation. The spear god smacked his lips, while the bow god's eyes remained closed. Open hollow corner bracket. We received a message from the One-Horned tribe not long ago. They will be making their move very soon. So, sword god, you can coordinate with them. And the rest of you, until then, I need you to carry out your given tasks to the fullest. The saber god's voice began to fade away. Open hollow corner bracket. Now, we will bring this meeting to a close. With that last sentence, the saber god's existence vanished from the room. The remaining 4 martial gods rose from their seats at the same time. Just then, the spear god suddenly called the sword god to a stop by the exit. Sword god, what is it? Which beast are you gonna kill first? The sword god stared at the spear god with an irritated look. Why, I need to know your destination so I can tell my brothers to avoid you. The spear god answered with a shrug. The sword god turned back towards the exit and said with an indifferent, uncaring tone. The Phoenix of the South. Chapter 98, One-Horned Tribe 8. Dong dong. The beating of drums echoed around the town square. The tribesmen rose from their seats and danced around the bonfire along with the beat as they raised their glasses full of liquor high up in the air. After Yi and Wu's battle with Zheng finished, the One-Horned tribe decided to hold a small welcome ceremony in honor of their new guest. But seeing them enjoying the ceremony more than himself, it seemed like they wanted to enjoy the last bit of peace before the war, rather than to actually welcome Yi and Wu. Even the martial king told them to forget about the war and just enjoy the ceremony today. Dong dong. It seems like everyone here is always so full of smiles. Yi and Wu thought as he watched people's cheerful expressions. This kind of atmosphere doesn't agree with me. Yi and Wu couldn't wait to leave the ceremony. But knowing that the ceremony was held for him, he couldn't be absent from it. The only thing he could do was to sit in his place and wish for time to go by quickly as he watched the people enjoying the festivity. As Yi and Wu looked around the town square, he noticed different groups of villagers, each of them enjoying different activities. Not only people were dancing around the campfire, but there were also some holding drinking competitions, some selling food and so on. But he wasn't interested in any of that, save for one thing. In one corner of the square not far from Yi and Wu, there was a group of people engaging in a fighting competition. What caught his attention was that they weren't fighting with any weapon or armor and instead were competing with only their bodies. A lot of people got injured and some even had their nose or arm broken, but the most interesting thing was that people were still laughing throughout the whole competition. Wrestling, was it? The wrestling of the one-horned tribe was very similar to the one in the earth, except for the fact that the participants here possessed inhuman strength. It was indeed the culture of a race that loved and honored fighting. But it wasn't their culture that amazed Yi and Wu the most, but instead, their way of fighting. Their every motion is swift and concise, and their usage of mana is very efficient. Yi and Wu started to watch them using his draconic eyes. The flow of each motion, their utilization of mana, the differences in their thoughts and decisions, and every other element that involved combat which he couldn't see when fighting with Zhang came into his head. Interestingly enough, the mana in each person's bodies flowed in different ways, and the effects also varied based on the shape of such flow. So this is what Mugong is. Yi and Wu felt a strong thirst. A thirst for knowledge of the Mugong. Even though Yi and Wu had obtained a copious amount of mana through the consumption of various elixirs, the problem was that he didn't know how to use it efficiently. If I could make any of their Mugong my own, I'd be able to increase the output of my magic circuit at least several times fold. As Yi and Wu watched the wrestling competition with eager eyes. So it's you, the new guy who just arrived today. Someone came to a stand in front of Yi and Wu, blocking his view. Yi and Wu raised his head with a frown. The person standing in front of him was a human male with a large frame and a shaggy beard which made him look like some kind of bandit. Though it was his first time meeting a human in this village, Yi and Wu kept glaring at the man without showing any interest. The man's face distorted with fury from Yi and Wu's reaction. Haven't you heard that there are others staying in this village? How can you make a senior come to find a subordinate? Only then did Yi and Wu realize the man's identity. He must be one of the guests staying in the village. Yi and Wu heard that there were 9 other players staying as guests in the village. The only thing he hadn't heard was that there would be someone who would come to bother him with stuff about seniors and subordinates. It was funny how a guest like him could talk about hierarchy and try to discipline another guest for being a senior. Sneer. Yi and Wu couldn't help but let out a sneer at his ridiculousness. Did you just laugh? Move it. I can't see anything because of you. The moment the man was about to spat out cuss words at Yi and Wu. Is there any problem? He was stopped by Adora's voice coming from behind him. The man turned his head with a slightly strained look and ran into Adora's cold eyes. No, there's no problem, I just came to say hello to the new. I'm sorry but I will be guiding him around, so I don't think he will be needing your help. And I believe you can exchange greetings afterward. Now, would you mind leaving us, please? Which basically meant, get out. The man watched the two with one end of his lips twitching and soon walked away as he threw a furious glare. You didn't have to do that. Yi and Wu said to Adora, who seated herself next to him, without giving a single look towards the man. Adora sighed in response. I know, but I didn't want to cause a scene and ruin your welcome ceremony. Adora said as she handed over a glass of wine to Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu reluctantly, but at the same time gladly, accepted the glass she offered. The glass was filled with wine brewed by the one-horned tribe. A kind of sweet smell lingered in his nose for a while. His name is Brock, and his nickname is Black Bull. He's from the 30th floor, just like Zhang, which also means that he was hired by Zhang. I see, Yi and Wu answered flatly. He could understand why he was so eager to discipline him, but he couldn't care less about what he thought of him. Noticing Yi and Wu's discomfort, Adora quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, we had your egg transported safely to where the elders are. Thank you for your help. No, please, don't thank us. We're the ones who should be grateful to you. You probably don't know how their eyes shined when they heard the news. Before the ceremony started, Yi and Wu was called by the Council of Elders to the boardroom. There, the elders asked him if he was okay with leaving his egg with the elders while he was participating in the war. Though, it was closer to begging than asking. It had been a long time since they witnessed something that stimulated their curiosity. Something such as an egg that could possibly hatch a legendary beast like a void dragon. For the elders who had only been sitting in the boardroom killing time, his egg came like a sweet rain amid a drought. So, the elders asked him if they could do some research on his egg while it was with them. Of course, without harming the egg or anything of the sort. They've already gone and checked the quantity of several herbs and medicinal plants in our storage room. It looks like they want to try and apply all sorts of elixirs on your egg. Can you imagine what kind of great beast will come out of your egg? You think so? And for a long time, Adora spent her time with Yi and Wu talking about things they missed after their sudden farewell. Yi and Wu was told some of the underlying reasons for the One-Horned Tribe's participation in the war, and Adora got to know what Yi and Wu went through on the 11th floor. The fact that she was having this kind of chat with Yi and Wu, and to think that such a cold-hearted person like him stood up for her and Fant, made her happy. It made her feel reassured to know how much Yi and Wu cared for them. But then, when she recalled the moment when Yi and Wu proudly announced himself as their big brother, she couldn't stop her face from blushing. Will I ever see him stand up for us like that again? As she tried to calm down her beating heart, Adora slowly turned her head towards Yi and Wu and took a peek at his face. His indifferent eyes were fixed onto the bonfire in front of him. I wish I could see him without his mask. Seeing Yi and Wu's mask, Adora was curious to know how he would look without his mask. However, she decided not to ask, because she could tell there was a story behind that mask. If so, it was only correct to wait until he trusted her enough to open his heart to her. By the way, where's Fant? But sometimes, this kind of insensitive side of him made her a little sad too. He'll be busy for a while. It's been decided that he will be taking the leading position for this Kurum siege. He is probably sweating over the massive amount of studying he has to do for that. Surely, Fant wasn't cut out for doing brain-intensive work. A faint smile flickered around Yi and Wu's lips as he imagined Fant trying to study something with his giant body seated in front of a table. I don't remember you having this chain before. Adora then asked about the chain wound around Yi and Wu's arm as she began to examine it with glittering eyes. Only then did Yi and Wu remember the favor he wanted to ask her. He had completely forgotten about it because of the flurry of events that happened non-stop. Actually, there's something I need you to do about this chain and bracelet. What is it? Could you take a look at this item with your insight? Oh, what kind of information do you want to know? Just tell me anything you can find from this item. There seem to be some secrets hidden inside this artifact, but I couldn't figure them out in my capacity. Adora then inspected his bracelet with narrowed eyes. A metal chain with a smooth black surface reflecting light like obsidian. Even with just a rough inspection, she could see it was an extraordinary artifact. I hope she can find out something new. In fact, Yi and Wu didn't want to show his new artifacts to Adora. To be exact, he didn't want to show them to other players. The artifacts alluding to gods' names were rare artifacts that even rankers couldn't easily get their hands on. And if other players found out that such a great artifact was in the hands of a player on the 11th floor, it was obvious that he would be targeted by lots and lots of players and clans. What Yi and Wu wanted to attract was their attention, not their swords. Therefore, he wrapped up Aegis in scraps of leather to make it look like a normal shield. But for the black bracelet, which wouldn't come off his arm, there was nothing he could do about it. That's why I need to know what this is. It helps in controlling the spirit familiars, but I need to know if there's a way to take it off. Besides, if he could know more about the artifact, he should be able to figure out more ways to utilize it. The more I see it, the more it looks like a handcuff. The black bracelet reminded him of a torture instrument that people of the past used to tie down prisoners. Even in the information window, it said it was a chain that bound the Black King in the abyss. I think. Adora opened her mouth after a long time of inspection. This is a handcuff, also a very old one. So it was a handcuff. It's a reward you got after clearing the 10th floor, isn't it? Correct. Yi and Wu nodded. He did not bother explaining about the Olympus treasury. It wasn't exactly a lie either, since the bracelet did change after clearing the 10th floor's trial. Adora continued as she touched the chain a couple of times. About the material, it looks like it's made out of divine iron. Divine iron, but can it be? I heard there's only a tiny amount of that material left in the tower. There's no way there's an artifact entirely made out of it. Adora muttered to herself and shook her head. Okay, I'll first tell you what I know for sure. This artifact is a handcuff, and yes, it was an item used to bind down prisoners a very long time ago. It seems like the ones bound by these handcuffs were very vicious criminals who required this kind of restraints to keep them under control. And in regards to the material, I think I need to do more research to know exactly what it is. Then Adora began to ask Yi and Wu a few questions. Can you use it? Yes, but only a part of the options are available. There are more sealed options though. It's probably because it's incomplete. Incomplete? Yes, I'm not sure, but I don't think that the handcuff is the only part of that artifact. Yi and Wu recalled the description of the black bracelet. It said that the Black King's resentment had corrupted the 3's. It seemed like Adora was on the right track. So, judging by the shape of the joints, there must be at least 2 more parts to this artifact. I think the remaining options will be revealed when you find the missing parts. Yin Wu clenched his fist. Adora's explanation continued. As far as I know, there are 3 kinds of instruments that were used to bind a prisoner. The first is a handcuff like the one you are wearing right now. Adora first pointed at his wrist. The second is a fetter. Then she pointed at his ankle. And the last one is a pillory. And lastly, she pointed at his neck. I believe those are the 3 parts of the artifact. I see. Yin Wu nodded gravely. 3 parts. Although he couldn't find out everything about the black bracelet, this alone was a great help for Yin Wu. He thought it had been a good idea to ask Adora's opinion on it. There were 2 remaining parts, also 2 sealed optioned waiting to be unlocked. Looking at the 2 numbers that matched, he became confident that he was on the right path. Yin Wu couldn't wait to see what kind of amazing skill the artifact would grant him once it regained its original form. The question is, where do I find the other parts? Yin Wu once again asked Adora, in hopes that someone as learned as she might know the answer. Have you heard about someone named the Black King? Adora asked back, tilting her head. The Black King, is that name associated with this artifact? Yes, the name of the artifact itself is Despair of the Black King. I'm sorry I haven't heard that name before. There's the word, king, in his name, so I suppose he was one of the Lord from the past. Besides, if he was someone who could create this kind of artifact, then he definitely was not an ordinary person. However, instead of looking disappointed, Adora said with a determined look. Don't worry, we have a lot of old data stored in our library, so I'll ask the elders for permission to access them. I'm sure they will gladly grant you permission. But by any chance, Yin Wu tried to say something, but Adora broke into a smile as if she knew what Yin Wu was about to say. I know what you're trying to ask. You don't want this information to get into other people's ears, right? You don't have to worry about that either. You know what they say, a wise man knows how to hold his tongue. Yin Wu couldn't help but laugh at how quick-witted she was. Yes, that too, but I have one more favor to ask of you. Yin Wu paused for a second and shifted his gaze towards where the wrestling competition was taking place. I want to learn how to use your tribe's Mugong. Do you think that's possible? Chapter 99, One-Horned Tribe 9. You want to learn Mugong? Adora's eyes widened in reaction to the unexpected request. Yin Wu nodded calmly. However, even as he asked, he knew that his chances were low. Mugong was a technique unique to the One-Horned Tribe. His brother also stated in the diary that the One-Horned Tribe was very reluctant to pass their skills to outsiders. Numerous rankers tried to acquire Mugong, but barely any of them succeeded. Of course, there have been players who were granted skill tomes as a form of appreciation, such as those with close connections with the One-Horned Tribe or those who spent a long time helping the tribe as guests, but even for them, it was strictly prohibited to hand over the tomes to other people. For that reason, Adora couldn't easily answer his request. After some time, Adora finally opened her mouth. I'll ask Father first thing in the morning, but I can't say for sure if he will allow it. Don't worry too much about it. It's okay if he doesn't. It was only after Yin Wu answered with a nod that Adora let out a sigh of relief. Because if not, I can still try to learn Mugong by myself. Yin Wu recalled the Hohoanmujin. Thanks to his previous experience of escaping the Hohoanmujin, Yin Wu already understood the basic mechanisms behind Jinbup. The only reason why he hadn't tried to apply it to his magic circuit was simply that there was a big difference between understanding and implementing. It would not only take a long time but would also be accompanied by a fair share of risks. But if the Martial King refused to teach him Mugong, he would have to start by reconstructing his magic circuit. I've got lots of examples to take note from. He could find people with Mugong everywhere in this village. Using theirs as examples, he would be able to create a Mugong of his own. With those thoughts in mind, Yin Wu licked his lips in anticipation. Kane wants to learn Mugong. The Martial King closed the book he was reading and raised his chin to look at Adora with his eyes narrowed. Hoo-hoo, I see someone is trying to win a boy's favor. A slight furrow formed between Adora's brows, but knowing that she was the one who was asking for a favor, she put on a faint smile. He's a possible candidate for the Yin Sword. Oh, you have such a favorable view of him. Don't pretend you don't understand, Father. I know you're thinking the same as me. Adora's eyes emitted a mysterious glow. It was insight. The Martial King raised his hands in defeat, knowing that his lies couldn't escape her eyes. I wonder who brought you up. Yeah, I sometimes ask myself the same question, father. Haha, okay, okay. The Martial King burst into laughter. You're right, Kane, that kid has great potential. And he has some guts too. I can see how he could hoard everything in the tutorial. Most of the rankers had yet to pay attention to the appearance of the hoarder, they regarded him as just one of many outstanding novices that appears every now and then. But unlike them, the Martial King knew fully well about Yanwu's accomplishments. At first, the Martial King had one of his men investigate Yanwu just to see what kind of player his children were following behind. But as he went through Yanwu's records, he realized that not a single thing he did was trivial. He joined the tutorial a week after it began, sped through it in only 3 weeks, triumphed over several outstanding rookies including his children, Khan, Doyle, and Vyram, becoming the final winner of that round and single-handedly destroying Orangdan during that period. In addition to consuming the Nidan of Akasha's snake and breaking every single record up till this point, he also managed to breach their Hohoanmujin. He had skills, intelligence, perseverance, but above all, charisma. He had the ability to become stronger, to become something greater. A player with such great talent was hard to find even among the One-Horn tribe, so the Martial King wanted to keep him by his side. He wanted to take him as his disciple and have him marry his daughter. But there was a reason why he couldn't do as he wished. It was because of Yanwu's eyes. His eyes, they aren't the eyes of someone who can be tied to one place. By staring into his eyes, the Martial King remembered someone from his memory. The one who he had to let go because they had bigger ambitions. The one who was now lost forever. This time, he didn't want to miss it. But bonding wasn't something that could be forced. However, fortunately for him, the opportunity presented itself. If that was the case, then it was worth a try. The Martial King smiled broadly. So, is that a yes? Nope, then, but under some conditions, yes. Then, the Martial King suddenly threw away his playful smile and began to speak in a serious tone. Now, Adora, yes, you know the restrictions the successor of the psychic medium is under, right? Yes, father, you are the only one who has achieved the long-cherished wish of our tribe, attaining insight. And soon, you will be taking the seat of our tribe's psychic medium. Once you do, every word you say and every decision you make will not be taken lightly, and there will be people who will want to challenge you. So now, I am going to put your decision to test. If you want Kane to learn Mugong, he will have to prove whether he is worthy of it or not. I understand, father, and I am sure he will be able to pass with ease. Adora nodded gravely, her eyes were filled with determination. The Martial King looked at his daughter with a sorrowful face. The Martial King felt sorry for his daughter. She, who had to learn how to be mature and responsible from a very early age because of her position, knowing that she would later have to bear a heavy responsibility on her shoulders and tread on a thorny path. When the ceremony ended, Yonu slowly walked along the path that Adora had signaled him. I hope it works out. He didn't have high hopes, but something about Martial King told him he wouldn't refuse his request. There's something he wants from me. Yanwu didn't know what exactly it was that the Martial King wanted. He just had a vague feeling that the Martial King would grant him what he wanted in return for it. By the way, Yanwu ran his hand down the chain and bracelet with his left hand. The metal felt surprisingly cold against the tips of his fingers. Is this really made out of divine iron? The words he heard Adora murmuring when she was examining the bracelet stuck in his mind ever since. Divine iron. Just as there are several kinds of herbs that could be used to create elixirs, there are also numerous types of metals that can be used to forge artifacts. Among all these metals, divine iron is said to be the very best. An iron that can greatly boost the power of an artifact by having just a tiny piece of it in it. But just as how powerful the divine iron is said to be, it is also very rare, to the point where there is almost no one in the tower that has seen the material in person. And because of that fact, many believe the divine iron is being hoarded by All for One, and also many doubt the existence of the iron itself. But no matter what the rumors say, I know that divine iron exists. Because that goddamned sword that got me into this mess contained divine iron. It was the material of the very sword that had hurt his brother in the past. Just by having a minimal amount of that material in it, the sword had been powerful enough to inflict his brother a mortal wound with a single stab of it. But if what Adora said was true, the bracelet he was wearing, no, the whole artifact was composed of that same divine iron. This means that the Black King's bindings were entirely made out of divine iron. But if he was that strong, how come no one knows about him? Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes as he brought the black bracelet close to his eyes. The light reflected against the surface of the chain shifted from different angles. I guess the only way to know who the Black King is by collecting all the other parts. Yi and Wu lowered his arm. For now, there was no point in agonizing over it. And just as Yi and Wu stopped thinking about the bracelet, he arrived at the annex located on the outskirts of the village. The room assigned to him was the second room on the third floor. He was going to unpack his baggage and get some rest and call it a day. However, when he opened the door to his room, a man was sitting on his bed with his legs crossed. It was the guy that had picked a fight with him back at the ceremony. Brock, was it? Hey, new guy, what are you doing wandering around so late at night? The concept of guest of the One-Horn tribe was a bit unique. Although the One-Horn tribe was notorious for being very reserved, their village wasn't completely closed off to outsiders. Once in a while, they would let guests into their village. But of course, there was a certain standard to become a guest. It was whether or not they would be beneficial to the development of the One-Horn tribe. If an outsider had something their tribe could learn from, they rather welcomed them into the village. In other words, if someone was staying as a guest inside this village, it meant that the player had at least one area in which they had considerable expertise. In that sense, Brock must be an expert too. But in Yi and Wu's eyes, Brock was just a pretentious, unremarkable, and incompetent idiot. Of course, it might be different when it came to his area of expertise, but Yi and Wu just did not care. I don't want to bother with his antics anymore. Yi and Wu slowly walked up to Brock without saying a word. What are you? Brock hurriedly brought his hand to his halberd's shaft. Yi and Wu raised his fist high and puck. In one corner of the room, Brock was kneeling with his two arms raised in the air. He had bruises on both sides of his eyes like a panda, and his face was covered in tears and snot. I'm sorry. It seemed like he couldn't speak properly with his two front teeth broken. After having Brock kneel for another minute, Yi and Wu ordered him to explain why he'd been trying to get on his nerves. As expected, he confessed that he got a request from the Baekshun family to avenge Jang. Not just that, but he said that he was planning to put Yi and Wu under him and order him around like a servant. Other than that, he didn't have anything in mind. Feeling tired, Yi and Wu kicked him out of his room and went to bed right away. The next morning, Yi and Wu got up from his bed and walked out of the room as soon as the sun rose. On the first floor, Brock was mopping the floor of the lobby area. He looked rather miserable trying to wipe a smudge off of the floor with his eyes still black and blue from the last night's incident. It seemed like he had been doing this kind of chores for some time. He must have thought he could be free of those chores now that a new guy was here, but it didn't go as planned. A little further down, there was a dining room directly connected to the lobby area. The first thing he saw was a variety of breakfast dishes laid on top of a large table. And as he shifted his gaze to the inner side of the room, Yi and Wu was able to find a few of the guests sitting on a stool at the bar counter. There was one busy having breakfast, another enjoying a cup of coffee, and the other two chatting with each other. Interestingly, the guests in the dining room were all from different races. An elf, an anthropomorph, and is that a halfling? Yi and Wu even recognized a couple of them from his brother's diary. The coffee-drinking sorcerer and the endlessly chattering halfling. Those are Travia and Silen. They were famous rankers known as the Electromaster and the Chanting Hammer. Both of them had disappeared back when Arthea was still thriving. People had been wondering where they had gone, and it seemed like they had been in this village all along. When Yi and Wu began to walk down the stairs, all of those in the dining room paused and looked towards Yi and Wu. All sorts of emotions seemed to cross their eyes. But Yi and Wu ignored their gazes and walked down to the lobby. He wasn't going to make friends with them anyway. Oh, hello. Did you have a good sleep last night? Brock stammered out a greeting as he moved out of Yi and Wu's way. Yi and Wu, ignoring him, grabbed a piece of bread from the dining room and left the building right away. Good morning, Oroboni. Adora was waiting for him outside. So, how did it go? Is that the first thing that comes to your mind when you see me? Adora pouted with a disappointed look but soon broke into a pretty smile. It went pretty well. He even gave you permission to enter the bronze tier skill archive. Skill archive? Basically, it's a library where we keep the tomes of all mugongs we have ever created. Quote! Yi and Wu unknowingly clenched his fist. He could see that King Mu cared much more for him than I had thought. The skill archive is divided into 4 categories based on the power of the mugong they contain, and they are rated as iron, bronze, silver, and gold. We don't usually allow outsiders into the bronze tier archive and above, but... A grin spread across her face. Our father seems to care a lot about you, Oriboni. Even our elders unanimously approved that decision. They said they were glad that they could finally give you something in return. The image of the martial king came into Yianwu's mind. I really want to know what he's planning. But, he attached a condition. Condition. Adora nodded with a distressed look. Father ordered you to study the skill tomes and find enlightenment by yourself, without the help of other people. And he said there will be a test after 4 days. Adora's voice got lower as she finished her sentence. Mugong was not a skill that could be easily taught. It was a skill created to suit the people of the one-horned tribe. Moreover, the way Mugong used mana was different from the typical way of using mana in the tower. Therefore, Mugong was not something that one could learn by oneself. However, the martial king specifically prohibited him from getting other people's help. But if you pass the test, father has promised that he will teach you Mugong during the period of war. Quote exclamation mark quote. Ding. Sudden quest martial king's test. Description. The king of the one-horned tribe, Nyu, sees great potential in you and wishes to test you. Teach yourself a new way to use your mana circuit by creating your own Mugong. Time limit: 4 days. Rewards: 1. Lessons from the Martial King. 2. 8 Extremes Fist, Skill Tome 1. 3. The Right to Inherit, Yin Sword, plus 1 Palgakwan Baji Kwan, Rake Fist, Web Links. Chapter 100, One-Horned Tribe 10. A quest window appeared in front of Yianwu's eyes. 8 Extremes Fist, Yin Sword. Although he didn't know what those 2 rewards were, the fact that he would be able to study Mugong under the Martial King already made the quest very appealing. But just as how attractive it appeared, the difficulty of the quest was also downright outrageous. Create a Mugong within 4 days. How the hell? Teaching himself a Mugong, though he had already considered it as Plan B, was a task impossible to accomplish within just a few days. But despite this, Yianwu just clenched his fists. Well, I'm going to have to make the impossible possible. Because anyone in the tower would kill for a quest like this. Besides, Yianwu could tell that this quest was the Martial King's way of showing favor. He couldn't just ignore it. Yianwu accepted the quest with a nod. Adora looked at him with a look of concern, but Yianwu's determined eyes were burning brighter than ever. Now, where do I go? This is the skill archive. Yianwu was guided to a group of buildings located at the far end of the village. The skill archive was undeniably the largest of all the structures in the village. 4 gigantic buildings were standing in a row, and the entrance was guarded by powerful warriors. Despite being escorted by Adora, Yianwu still had to go through a thorough inspection before being allowed to enter the archive. We're standing in front of the Iron Tier skill archive. The one behind is the Bronze Tier archive. You may freely read any book contained inside these 2, but whatever you do, do not enter the other 2 archives. Adora sincerely requested of him not to stray from those 2 buildings, adding that even the royal family members could be executed for entering a prohibited area. Paying heed to Adora's explanation, Yianwu walked through the entrance of the archive. And as soon as he stepped inside the archive, whoa! An exclamation of astonishment escaped Yianwu's lips. In front of him was the main hall connected to several endlessly long aisles filled with bookshelves. And above him, he could see at least 4 more stories, which without a doubt had a similar structure to the first floor, all connected through a spiral staircase. Yianwu was overwhelmed by the immense amount of books. It was proof of the long history of the one-horned tribe in the tower. According to our history, the skill archive was built when Soho, the founder of the one-horned tribe, brought our ancestors to the world of the tower. In this archive, we have all sorts of documents ranging from the skill tomes of all the Mugongs that our kind has created, to some magic scrolls, alchemy manuals, and many other ancient books. Throughout her explanation of the skill archive, Adora's voice was filled with a sense of pride. Although Yianwu was nodding along as she explained, he couldn't help but feel devastated. How many books are there in here? Even at a rough estimate, this place contained millions of books. Undeniably, some of these books were worth reading, but the overall majority of them were just miscellaneous books. Even if he somehow managed to filter out all the worthless books, he would still have to waste a copious amount of time selecting books that would help him create his Mugong. And to top it all, this was just 1 out of 2 archives that he had access to. Noticing Yi and Wu's agony, Adora spoke in a worried tone. Oroboni, don't be sorry. I know you can't help me. I'm already grateful for what you've done for me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to even enter this archive. Yi and Wu rolled up his sleeves. Even now, time was ticking fast. He had to get started as soon as possible. For now, Yi and Wu first cast 2 skills before scouring through the books. Combat Will, Draconic Eyes. Just then, time around him started to slow down, and the world was soon filled with flaws. I won't be able to go through all these books in just 4 days. No, even if I had a lot of time, looking into every single one of them would take me a lifetime. Thankfully, Yi and Wu had an expedient he could resort to. The ones that are invaluable must have been used by lots of people. Objects that have gone through several hands had lingering wills accumulated inside. Which means, there will be lots of flaws concentrated on the important ones. And just as he expected, a few of the books on the shelves appeared to have considerably large amounts of flaws compared to the others. Yi and Wu swiftly picked the good books out of the lot. While most of the books he grabbed looked very old and badly thumbed, some of them were surprisingly new or had been well preserved. Despite having only wandered around one section of the archive, Yi and Wu had already drawn over 3,000 books. After laying them all out on the floor, Yi and Wu began to skim through the titles and pick the books that he required. The ones I need are inner cultivation manuals. That leaves the ones about weapon mastery and footwork out of the equation. After discarding those, the pile had been reduced to around 100 books. Yi and Wu then plumped down onto the floor and began reading the books in earnest. The first one he picked was the one that revealed the most amount of flaws. However, Nagong, Huel, and what are these Gimmick and Danjen all about? Yi and Wu couldn't understand a single thing due to the use of terms he had never heard before. It seemed like the one-horned tribe's closed society lead them to utilize terms that were different from those commonly used in the tower. If I can't understand it, I'll just have to memorize it. Yi and Wu decided to shift his focus and memorize the whole book. Even if he couldn't comprehend some of the words and concepts described in the book, he still had several books left to read. If he kept encountering the same words in different sentences, he'd soon be able to guess their meanings. Fortunately, Yi and Wu's ability to memorize things had been greatly enhanced due to combat will. Realizing that Yi and Wu was completely absorbed, Adora slowly moved up to Yi and Wu's side to see what kind of book he was reading. When she skimmed through the titles of the books piled up next to him, she was so surprised she almost let out a gasp. How did he only pick out those things? All of them were books recommended for children to establish a foundation for Mugong. What made her even more surprised was the book that Yi and Wu was currently reading. Is that the Tendon Transformation Scripture? Has that book always been here? How did he even pick that one out? Did he have knowledge of Mugong beforehand? A series of questions popped inside Adora's head. Yi and Wu's choice of books was just unbelievable. The Tendon Transformation Scripture was a Mugong known as the most basic of basics, the foundation for all Mugongs including inner cultivation, weapon mastery, and footwork. By learning this Mugong one could train both the outside and inside of the body. It first transformed one's body by expelling the body's impurities, strengthening the muscles, and hardening the bones and joints. And then, it opened up the channels for mana to flow, bringing about a natural harmony between the body Shen and mind Shin. Therefore, the Tendon Transformation Scripture would become one's most solid foundation for learning different Mugongs, if and only if one could master it. However, Adora thought that it could also become a drawback, for it would take too much time to master. And that was also the reason why many young warriors were reluctant to learn this Mugong. They'd rather read other skill tomes that were easy to learn and would make them stronger in a shorter period. Since most Mugongs were created based on the Tendon Transformation Scripture, the basic teachings of it were also included in other Mugongs which were more efficient and powerful. So nowadays, the Tendon Transformation Scripture was considered to be a relic of a bygone era. But Adora knew something that others didn't know. Even though it would take a lot of time to establish one's foundation, a body that was honed with the Tendon Transformation Scripture could take in other Mugongs very quickly and naturally. The problem is he's too short on time. It could become poison for him right now. But then again, he's only referring to it to create his own Mugong, so it might not be a big of a problem. Adora only watched Yi and Wu with concerned eyes. After Yi and Wu finished reading the Tendon Transformation Scripture, he quickly brought his hand to another skill tome. In the meantime, he quickly organized the Mugong he had just read inside his head. The words that he didn't know the meaning of kept hovering in his mind, but he still only had a rough comprehension of them. Having more content is not necessarily better. Creating a large and robust vessel is a must before filling it in. In my case, the content would be mana, and the vessel would be my magic circuit. For Yin Wu, who had only been thinking solely about the amount of mana, the teachings written in the Tendon Transformation scripture were eye-opening. It makes sense. After all, I've only been trying to increase the amount of mana I have, and I didn't think of enlarging my magic circuit. I've been relying only on my dragon body, which I believed would be completed soon. Yin Wu clasped tightly on the skill tome he was holding. But now that its progress has stopped, I need to focus on strengthening my mana circuit first. You have acquired new knowledge regarding your mana circuit. You will now be able to control mana more easily. Magic power has increased by 2 points. Magic power has increased by 1 point. Mana circuit, skill proficiency skill has increased. 19.3%. Let's focus on magic circuit for now. The rest will follow naturally. Of course, there wasn't anything he could do about it right now. Magic circuit was a special power that was originally granted to draconic species only. Strengthening such power was something that had never been done throughout the tower's history. From here on, Yin Wu was treading on an untrodden path. With that thought in mind, Yin Wu continued reading the books. Once he finished the next book, he quickly started reading another one, and after finishing that one, he once again grabbed a new book. Yin Wu kept on reading endlessly. At first, reading one book required quite a lot of time for him, but the more books he finished reading, the faster his reading speed became. Not only the speed but his understanding regarding the difficult terminologies also showed improvement. Danjen is the Dantian, 1 Nagong is mana, Gimmick is mana channel, and Wungi is mana stream. 2. Inner cultivation focuses on drawing mana from Wungi, the stream of mana flowing in the atmosphere, through breathing and storing it inside one's body. There are various channels spread throughout the body in which mana can move through, and the way that mana flows can differ based on the inner cultivation method that one utilizes. The parts that control the flow of mana are called Huel, acupoints. They are located at different points of the mana channels, and they can open and close the channels like a dam. Yin Wu began to apply the knowledge he had acquired to his magic circuit. In a magic circuit, there is no such thing as an acupoint. Mana just flows like a river. It should have been obvious since the draconic species can wield mana at will. But I'm different. I need something like acupoints in my magic circuit. Let's call them cores. If I can create these cores in every corner of my mana channels and control them at will. Yin Wu's eyes emitted a hopeful glow. He seemed to have found a new path. A path to create his own Mugong. I will also be able to control mana at will. You have established a new concept of magic circuit. You have pioneered a new field that the draconic species have yet to explore. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 15,000 karma. You have acquired 10,000 additional karma. You have acquired a new trait, mana friendly. Magic power has increased by 10 points. Magic power has increased by 15 points. You have acquired a new title, Pioneer. Strength has increased by 10 points. Dexterity has increased by 15 points. You have acquired a new title, Blessed by Mana. A new skill, Mana Control, has been created. Several waves of messages filled Yin Wu's view. And, the gods and demons of the 98th floor have started to look at you with curiosity. One literally translates as, cinnabar field, or, elixir field. Refers to the region in the body where a person's chi is concentrated. There are technically 3 dantians, but these novels simplify the concept and only use the lower dantian, located 3 finger widths below and 2 finger widths behind the navel. 2 chi equals mana in this novel.